Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Remnant Deku Got Harem? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In order to obtain something, you give up something of equal value. That's the law of equivalent exchange, or so I've been told. A life for a life. Passion for love. Humanity for power. Tell me, why do we have to choose? It isn't right. It's wrong. Mankind shouldn't be forced to choose between one thing or another. I'll tell you right now, if I'm reborn, I want it all. Wealth, fame, power, friends, family, love. And of course, children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Want it all. Marcus Black hated his son. Perhaps hate was too tame a word. He loathed him. He absolutely despised him. Even the boy's name reflected that disgust. Mercury. He was poison. Tainted. Wrong. He'd killed his own mother to come into this world, taken the only woman Marcus ever cared about. He'd loved Melissa like no one else, and she was gone now, gone because of .it. He made sure that little BSRD knew it too. Every DMN day of his life. From the moment he could understand words, walk, even talk. He tried to kill him more times than he could count. And yet despite that, the little sheet would not die. Smother him with a pillow? He laughed. Drown him? BSRD held his breath. Blades didn't pierce him. Poison tasted sweet to him. It took a dozen hits just to make him bruise, and dust rounds plain bounced off his body before he even unlocked his aura. Afterward? Not happening. Little sheet healed faster than he could break him. Worse, he never stopped smiling. Never stopped cracking those DMN jokes. And so Marcus sought another method. If he couldn't break the boy's body, then he'd settle for shattering Mercury's mind. He beat him, disguised it as training, wielding the excuse like a blade. Never letting him rise above who he was. He'd make sure his so-called son would be broken. One way or another. This is a crutch. Every day of training was a beating. This makes you weak. He never went easy on him. You can leave when you get strong. Mercury took it without complaint. Where could he run? They lived in the mountains. Alone. There was nowhere for him to go. But the boy got strong. Too strong. Clever. He started tinkering with things. Made some weird leg tech for himself. Rocket boots he called them, the better to help with his kicks. He threatened to take them once. Not the boots, but the boy's legs. Swore he'd cut them off at the knee with a rusty saw. You can try. His son hadn't looked up from his workbench. Might not like what happens. But there was something in his eyes when he said, whatever it was, it spooked Marcus. He hadn't been able to follow through on that threat. Mercury kept his legs, but hated his BSD boy all the more. Days bled into weeks, then months, followed by years. His boy was getting strong all right, too big for his britches. So he did what any proper father would do. He put him in his place. Mercury's semblance was a simple thing. Downright useless, really. It let him control the wind. What use had an assassin of the wind? And so Marcus used his semblance to steal Mercury's while he slept. It was an easy thing to take someone's semblance, catch them off guard, or barring that, beat down their aura till it broke, and get a hand on them. He had done it countless times before, amused himself by taking the semblances of powerful people and giving them to the highest bidder. Anyone was fair game, so long as they paid for his services. Discreetly, of course. A gift like his had to be kept secret, otherwise he'd have the 4 kingdoms howling for his head. He didn't do that anymore. Things had gotten too hot. There was a reason he hid away in the mountains of Vale these days. But none of that mattered now. Now he reached in, grabbed his son's semblance, and yanked. That nothing happened. The hell? Baffled, he closed his eyes and tried again. Nothing. Mercury didn't budge in his bed. He continued to sleep like the dead. Arrogant little sheet. Even in sleep he set him off. A third attempt was met with a third failure, and here at last Marcus felt the barest beginnings of dread. What was going on here? Nothing like this had ever happened to him before. It was almost like he didn't have a semblance at all. His world went black. An unfamiliar voice hummed in his ear. So you finally figured it out. It sounded like Mercury, but not him, as though someone were speaking over him, with him, through him. He spun, flailing in the dark, and found himself face to face with a stranger, a blond boy bearing whiskered cheeks, blue eyes, and a smile so bright and wide that it left him looking more than a little unhinged. He had no way of knowing what he'd done. In reaching inside Mercury to take his semblance, he'd reached too deep. Seen something he shouldn't have. What is this? Marcus cursed himself for the crack in his voice. Who are you? I am your son, the stranger replied. Lies. I've never met you. I am, the baffling blonde tittered softly. Or at least my body is. My spirit, however, not well. He shrugged one shoulder, still wearing that self-same smile. I won't bore you with the specifics of reincarnation. You can call me Mercury if you like, or Naruto. Doesn't matter. I really got the short end of the stick this time around, having a parent like you. All my life you've wanted me dead. Dead? Anger sparked in the old assassin's chest, burning away his fear. Of course I wanted you dead, you rotten little sheet. You took the one thing I loved and you refused to die. You are no son of mine. I am your son, the boy seemed almost sad to say it. I have always been your son. I gave you so many chances to change, but you wasted each one. I humored you, I pitied you, I even tolerated you, because you had things to teach me, skills to impart, lessons I needed to learn. You see, he paced away, thumbing his chin, I never was one for stealth, blending into a crowd, or trailing a mark. A laugh burst out of him. You'd think I would know these things. After all, I was a shinobi. But I didn't. So I took the chance to learn. Marcus grit his teeth and tried to speak. A scathing look silenced him. But you didn't learn. Not once. His son was speaking again, his smile shrinking with each passing instant, until only a scowl remained. I was willing to put up with a lot. But you made one fatal mistake. You tried to take away what was mine just now. So I'm going to take what's yours. A hand found his throat, forcing the connection between them wide open. That's an awful semblance you've got there, the boy hummed. Just like you all you do is take. You call me a poison, but you're just plain rotten, a leech who steals from the weak. You know, his grin returned in full force, you've given me an idea. I don't have a semblance. So let's put that gift of yours to good use. Something tore in his chest. Cold. He felt cold and empty. Like someone had reached inside him to tear out his heart. Marcus looked down, half expecting to find a hole in his chest. But there was no wound. His aura crackled dully as Mercury withdrew his hand. His eyes were glowing, pulsing a deep white. So that's what it feels like to have a semblance. Mercury muttered to himself. Not bad. Not bad at all. I could get used to this. And in a single, horrifying instant, Marcus Black knew what he'd lost. Why, you little. Give it back. Gee, let me think about no. The boy dropped him and delivered a crushing kick to his chest. Marcus felt a wall shatter against his back. Another. Yet another. Another still. He didn't even realize he'd been thrown outside until his back struck the grass. Momentum was cruel. It dragged him arse over elbow, sending him tumbling. His aura crackled dully, shielding him from the worst of it until his skull finally struck something solid. The world went black yet again. Marcus awoke in what felt like an instant, but it must have been far longer, because now he smelled smoke. Against his better judgment, the old assassin struggled to his feet and found his home in flames. Great fingers of fire reached toward the night sky to scrape at the moon, bathing the world in almighty orange glow. The roof caved in with a ponderous groan as he looked. He watched Mercury walk among the wreckage, breathing fire. How? Completing the destruction of the last thing he held dear. Would you look at that? His bearded boy belted out a laugh and spread his arms wide. Some of Sasuke's jutsu came in handy after all. I'll have to thank him someday. What in the god's name was a jutsu? No, never mind that. He'd kill him for this. Marcus snarled and lurched forward. Oh, you're still alive? Mercury turned to face him, silhouetted in the inferno. Sorry about that. His grin returned and Marcus quailed. Gimme a second. Marcus tried to fight back, For what little good it did him. His son was stronger. Better. Faster. He swept through his guard like it didn't even exist, as though it wasn't even there. A slap on his wrist distracted him, a kick to the chin stunned him, a vicious punch drilled through his gut and finished him. He stood there, quavering, balking at the bloody arm move into his stomach. Why, you little murderer? I am what you made me, Dad. Mercury ripped his limb free and then there was pain. Blood fountained forth from the wound. Bereft of balance, the older assassin pitched forward onto his hands and knees. A sweeping kick cut those out from under him and he fell to the ground. Blood began to pool beneath him. Panic mounted his mind. This was death. No one would find him here in the mountain. He would bleed to death, alone and forgotten. But not like this. He deserved more. He was Marcus Black, Bane of Kingdom, Snatcher of Semblances, Slayer of Hunters. Thanks for the experience, old man. Mercury raised a boot over his head. For what it's worth, you were a good teacher. He stomped down on his skull. Have a nice death. Cinder saw the fight from the treeline. No, that wasn't it. A fight implied balance. This was a slaughter. She saw the older man fall to the younger. To his better. He was beaten, butchered, practically beheaded. Something in her stirred at the sight. Violence had always been a means to an end for her, but watching someone be dispatched so casually? It roused her inner fire like nothing else. This was strength. This was power. This was an individual who wasn't afraid to kill. As she drew near, she noticed this young man didn't have so much as a scratch on him. His dark hair was unkempt from captivity, his pale face and clothes dirty, but beyond that he was the very picture of health. Promising. She'd circumvented the city in favor of coming straight here. Alone. It had been a risk, but now she felt it was one worth taking. If she had delayed, she might have missed such a sordid slaughter. The young man noticed her at last. His stance shifted ever so slightly, regarding her not as a prey might a predator, but from one hunter to another. She had no need of fearful whelps. He considered her for a long moment, arms loose at his sides. At length he crossed them before his chest and planted his feet. Can I help you? Perhaps you can. Cinder adopted her most pleasant smile. I'm looking for Marcus Black. The young man gestured to the corpse at his feet. There you go. I'm afraid he isn't much of a talker. Her smile became a touch more genuine. A sense of humor. Curious but not objectionable. It was a pity to lose someone who could steal semblances, but his skill had clearly been lacking. Salem might say otherwise, but she didn't have to know about this now, did she? That you're his son. The silver-haired lad didn't answer. I saw your fight from the treeline. She spoke into the silence that stretched between them. He's taught you well. Guess so. He shrugged one shoulder. Can't complain too much. He had skills I needed to learn, and I learned him well enough. He wasn't affected by her beauty. Not in the least. Most were. This one watched her like a hawk, eyes never once leaving hers, his stance loose and ready to move at the slightest provocation. Capable. Ruthless. Not easily swayed, yet not afraid to speak his mind. It made her want him all the more. He'd make a useful pawn. What's your name? She asked. Mercury. Mercury. It was all she could do to keep herself from liking her lips. Tell me, are you anything like your father? He considered her for a long moment. A very long moment indeed. Cinder forced herself to be patient. And then his smile grew. Not at all. But you don't strike me as a good person. Strange for the son of an assassin to say, but she chose to humor him. No, she smiled. I am not. I know. I can tell, sense it. Mercury tilted his head, considering her in a different light, one that had her smile faltering. You reek. She wasn't sure she liked what he implied by that. Well, I guess this works out. There's something I wanted to test in any case, and I would have felt bad picking on an innocent. You'll do. Cinder blinked. For what? In the same instant, her sixth sense shrieked a warning. She flung herself forward. That saved her life. Did not, however, save her from the boot that barreled into the back of her head. She slammed forward into the dirt, ate a face full of mud, and skidded across the ground for several feet until momentum finally took pity on her and let her go. She was left there, fuming. That little churl. He dared strike her? No matter. She'd put him in his place. He would serve. Willingly or otherwise. Ah man. The son of Marcus Black lowered his leg. Why'd you have to go and do that? It would have been painless if you let me break your aura. Her temper sparked and her semblance with it. She grabbed a fistful of dirt, superheated it, and flung it his way in a storm of scorching glass. Mercury shielded his face with a grunt, retreating half a step. Had she underestimated him after all? Is that your best? Cinder pushed herself upright to sneer at him. You're not half the killer your father was. You're weak. That In truth, she'd said the words to irk the boy, throw him off his game, make him angry and sloppy. She wasn't prepared for the laughter. It started with a slow snicker, a low sardonic sound as Mercury shook his head side to side, setting his hair swaying, as though she'd just told an awful joke. That why did it feel like she was about to be the butt of one? Stop that. Stop laughing. Pathetic. A wide, sheet-eating grin stretched across the boy's face. It made him look unnatural. Inhuman. His eyes glowed like diamonds lit from within. Cinder shivered despite herself as he spoke again. If you actually believe I'm weak, you're so pitiful. In fact, you deserve a hug. The son of Marcus cracked his neck. It's true, I'm not quite the powerhouse I once was. He rolled his shoulders once and began to bounce in place, loosening up his limbs for some reason she didn't understand. Kurama didn't follow me into this strange second life of mine, much as I wanted him to. What in blazes was a Kurama? However, and here those black eyes gleamed gold, just because I'm weaker doesn't make you stronger, does it? He was still speaking when he brought his right foot down and stomped. The earth shattered for miles around in every direction. Cinder leaped back. Mistakes were made. Because the BS met her in the air no above her. A fist swung back, crackling with power. His grin was a manic thing now, almost cheerful. Those golden eyes held her, serene yet furious, warm yet so terribly cold. Even as she reached back for her blades, she knew she wouldn't make it in time. Sorry, Mercury rasped down at her. But there's only one way you're getting out of this. Quietly cuddle up, tremble in fear and take a dirt nap. One punch. That was all it took. One punch and she crashed into the earth like a meteor. Her aura didn't break. Her aura shattered. Splintered like so much glass. And then Mercury was upon her. An open palm slammed down on her chest, spearing her into the dirt. She flushed despite the danger. Pervert. Oh please. Golden eyes rolled at her. I'm not even touching them. Now then. Quite suddenly those gleaming orbs glowed like incandescent diamonds. Cinder felt something clench deep inside her, an unseen fist closing around her very soul, and then it yanked. She tried to resist whatever it was, but that only made it all the worse. Cold. Why did she feel so cold? No, not just cold now. It hurt. It hurt, it hurt, it hurt. She couldn't think. Couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. Just as quickly, the agony ended, leaving Cinder to cry out and slump forward on her hands and knees. Wasted and gasping for air, she was powerless to resist when Mercury kicked her legs out. Her limbs buckled as a boot hit her ribs, nudging her onto her back. She batted at his leg to no avail. The BSR didn't budge. Huh. Mercury rose to his feet and tooted above her. So that's what it feels like. Let's see here. As she looked on aghast, he grabbed a bit of dirt from the road, squeezed his hand around it, and frowned. Heat flared from his fist. His hand opened to reveal a crude chess piece carved from black glass, shaped in the likeness of a queen. What do you know? Checkmate. That shouldn't be possible. Cinder reached for her semblance. Nothing came. She felt only that old and awful cold. Her eyes drifted back to Mercury, watching him fiddle with the glass in his hand. Realization broke like the dawn, and horror with it, a dread she hadn't experienced since she was a small child in Atlas. Her semblance wasn't gone. It was right there. In his hand. At least her calm countenance cracked. She reached up for him. That's mine. Give it back. Nope, he wagged a finger at her as though she were some naughty little girl. I'll be keeping this. You won't be needing it where you're going. He grimaced for a moment, then crushed the glass in his hand and reforged into the shape of a blade. You know, I never did get your name. No. Not like this. She was meant for more than this. She couldn't die here that she had a destiny. She was meant to be a maiden. Meh. You look like one of those Valian Esteros. Probably doesn't matter. Mercury shrugged his shoulder and braved the blade in his offhand. Dead women tell no tales and all that. Hold still and I promise to make this painless. Cinder crawled backwards like a drunken crab. Wait, I can help you. We can make a deal. I can give you riches. Power. Tell me what you want. That what I want, huh? Mercury paused, considering. And then he smiled. I want you dead. The blade of hardened glass stabbed down through Cinder's eye, into her skull. She felt a blinding instant of pain. Saw a searing second of light. Then nothing at all. Huh, neat. He didn't feel anything. Naruto drew back, considering the corpse beneath him. Killing her hadn't brought him any satisfaction. None whatsoever. Was that a good thing? He could feel her semblance thrumming in his veins even now, so he supposed she'd been a successful test, but still, he felt no remorse, only curious. Just how many semblances could he use at once? No, never mind that, how many could he take? A lot? It felt like a lot. He was sure this world had plenty of people like Marcus and whoever that SDRPR girl was. My name is Cinder. For a moment, just a moment, he could have sworn he heard a lost soul screaming in incoherent rage. Or maybe it was the wind? Probably not important. Leaving the mystery woman's body at his feet, he never did get her name. He turned to face the treeline. It was getting awfully dark, and he knew that spectacle had attracted attention. Sure enough, a pack of angry red eyes stared out at him from the treeline, drawn by the negativity. Grimm? But those were no fun. They died too easily. A gray brow rose and with it, just a touch of killing intent. Well, come on then. Test your might. Gotta love the old references. To their credit, the Grimm weren't stupid. He wasn't wounded, and they'd seen him just dismantle someone in record time. He'd killed 2 people. Walked away unscathed. That implied strength. Even animals knew better than to stick their noses where it hurt. Most retreated. Most but not all. There was an outlier. A massive beast rose from the brush with a rumbling growl. Standing on its hind legs. It loped forward in a crude walk to loom over him. Its shadow alone dwarfed high. Wheel. Naruto whistled up at it, almost impressed despite himself. You're an alpha, ain't cha? Don't see your kind around these parts. It snarled at him, but didn't attack. Not mindless. This one had a spark of intelligence. Time to give it a push. He beckoned with one hand. You feeling lucky, punk? It lunged, devouring the distance between them in an instant. Up high. He jumped over a clawed paw. Down low. Ducked under snapping jaws. Too slow. Laughed now as it tried to tackle him. On a whim, he caught its 4th swipe on a metal bracer, forcing its arm high. He heard the ground buckle beneath his boots. His legs didn't. The armor on his legs held, reinforced. It pushed down on him with both claws, trying to overpower him. What else could you expect from a monster? It might have intelligence, but it clearly had no idea how to use it. He stomped a foot, creating a wave of jagged glass in its wake to slap it in the face, breaking its concentration. The Alpha Grimm staggered, lowering its head. Perfect. He pivoted. A single high kick brought his boot level with its face. Gotcha! A twist of his heel ignited the dust rounds within the chambers and an almighty crack filled the air. The beast's head and a good chunk of its upper torso besides burst beneath the buckshot. What remained crashed to the ground with a wet thud. Almost immediately it began to dissolve. Right, he'd forgotten all about that. Pity. He would have liked to take a trophy. He stepped over its crumbing corpse and eyed its fellows. Anyone else want to try their luck? I still need to get used to this semblance. The Grimm fled into the trees. Well, alright then. If they weren't going to hound him, he wasn't about to waste energy hunting them. which left him with one last choice. He spun on his heel, considering the rapidly darkening horizon. We've got wilderness to the left, wilderness to the right, and more wilderness everywhere in sight. A frown creased his pale, dirty face. Lovely. The possibilities are endless. Sarcasm dripped from his every word. Wherever will I go? The remnant held no answers for him. No divine providence, no bolt of light from the blue, no declarations from the divine, nothing. No surprise there. The gods of this world were assholes. They didn't care about their people, their creations, any of it. If they did, maybe the world wouldn't be such a shitty place to live. Kurama would have picked a direction for him by now. He missed him more than words. On a whim he picked a direction at random, let's go north, and started walking. Some might have called that a poor choice. But it was his. Nothing else mattered. It was the beginning of a mad journey that would see the four kingdoms of Remnant turned on their heads. The world had feared the name Marcus Black. Naruto decided Mercury would inspire an altogether different legacy. He was going to be infamous. He put a spring in his step. Maybe I'll catch a train somewhere if I can find one. In hindsight, he really should have skipped the train. Stick with me, and you'll never go hungry again. Thank you. Equivalent exchange. Naruto needed more. More knowledge. Resources. Food. Clothing. You name it, he craved it. Perhaps that was greedy of him. No, it undoubtedly was. Marcus Black had given him a slim education at best. He knew only the bare bones about Remnant, its sights, its people. Whatever connections Marcus had died with him. Which left Mercury, his so-called son, with no wealth, fame, or power. He had plenty of the last one. Skill and speed as well. He had his name, his memories, and the new semblance he'd stolen from that rotten golden-eyed woman. He'd be adding more to his collection soon, taken from other Enerdwells he encountered on his journey. Sometimes, if he listened closely, he could almost hear the golden-eyed woman's voice sometimes. My name is Cinder. I will not be silenced. Hopefully that was his imagination. He didn't much relish the idea of having someone living rent-free in his head. Kurama was the only one allowed that privilege. Don't ignore me. No scroll to speak of either. Marcus never trusted him with one. The old man's phone was a twisted lump of molten metal back in the house. He'd have to acquire one of his own. That and lean. Also important. Couldn't very well spend the rest of his days living in the wilds now, could he? Well, he could, but that would be boring. He wasn't here to be boring. You're going to ignore me, aren't you? You rat bstrd. His sensory abilities were still intact at least. It wasn't hard to track down dinner. The woods were teeming with life. He found Big Buck and killed it quickly, snapping its neck before it even realized it was in danger. Just like that he'd acquired dinner. For the evening. He knew enough from his first life to skin a meal and start a fire pit. Finding shelter was somewhat more difficult given the approaching storm, but once again he wasn't without his means or methods. Nor was he alone for that matter. 100 clones were summoned, each set to the nearby trees with a will, and in an hour, he had himself a cozy little lean-to built around his fire, in which he could ride out the rain and eat in peace. Just as well he did at that, because it started pouring shortly after the lads set the roof and dispelled themselves. With an ominous flash of lightning and a peal of dark thunder, the heavens opened up. Sheets of rain fell forth to drench anyone foolish enough not to take shelter. He heard the wind shriek angrily, rattling the trees above in childlike protest against the sudden storm. He hummed aloud. Winds howling. From there it was merely a matter of waiting for the venison to cook over the fire. Not like he had anything better to do but wait. The fire crackled. He smelled something. Scent of a fall breeze rose over the aroma of cooked meat to tickle his nose, which didn't make much sense, given it was the middle summer. He heard something. Out there in the dark. Sensed it. A powerful presence slogging his way with slow, determined strides. They must have seen his fire. Not a predator, but a human. Maybe tonight wouldn't be so boring after all. Naruto perked up, plastered a winning smile to his face and called out into the gloom. Hello there, stranger. Amber was freezing. Tiny gasps escaped her in little plumes of steam as she clutched at herself with one arm, the other tugging her horse on by the reins behind her. So cold. So very cold. But she couldn't stop here. It was too open, too exposed, with no cover to speak of. They had no choice but to slog on and hope for an outcropping of some sort, maybe a hollow tree if they were lucky. Who was she kidding? She hadn't been lucky for some time now. Usually she would blame Crow's semblance for that sort of thing. But, not quite Uncle Crow wasn't here now, was he? No, she was hiding from him now, too. Him and all of Ashbin's agents. She just wanted to be free. Was that such a sin? Gods, she couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten. She'd given half of her last apple to her horse, Chestnut, just to keep her going. That had been what, yesterday? The day before? Stupid of her, she knew. Horses could graze on grass, she knew, but there's so very little of it up here. She was no hunter despite her title. One could hardly eat a squirrel or bird after it had been blasted apart by a lightning bolt. That wasn't meant, it was charcoal. You couldn't eat bloody charcoal. She tried. Damn it, what was the point of having all this power if she couldn't stop a DMN storm? She could create one well enough, but stopping it? Nope. Not happening. When she first saw the fire, it brought Amber both relief and confusion. She squinted in the downpour, trying to make sense of it all. How could one be lit in a storm like this? It was impossible. When she realized it was a lean-to she was looking at, Amber Dimon here wept. Had her luck finally turned for the better? But it had not. As she traipsed closer, her fears were confirmed. It was very much occupied. Someone sat beside the fire pit, turning the carved carcass of a deer on a spit. She couldn't see their face. But they saw her. Gray eyes, almost silver, really rose and saw hers across the way. They almost seemed to glow in the gloom, not unlike her own. They stared between the raindrops, gazing at one another for a long moment, for what felt like forever, until finally, "Hello there, stranger." A wry grin plucked at the corner of the man's mouth. "There's room by the fire if you like." Amber couldn't flung herself inside fast enough. She near dropped her staff. Behind her, Chestnut nestled against the side of the building, using it as cover against the worst of the rain. She didn't even stop to think about her poor horse, and she'd kick herself for that latter. But for now she needed warmth, and she needed it now. "What brings you around these parts?" "I'm a traveler." She forced the words out through chattering teeth as she pressed her hands to the flame. Got a little turned around in the storm. "You're a huntress," came the immediate rejoinder. "Please don't insult my intelligence by lying to me." Amber winced despite herself, too cold to argue the point. "What gave me away?" "Your clothes and armor for one." He waved a hand to hers. "Also your staff. Who else would be out here in the wilds?" She sneezed. "And what about you?" He tooted and made to stand. "That's my business." Paranoia gripped her heart in an iron vice. He'd been right here, in the right place at the right time. Was he one of Ashbin's? Out came her staff. "Don't move." He granted her a flat look. "The meat will go bad." "I said don't move." Amber brandished her staff. "Who are you?" "Just a stranger passing through, same as you." The young man didn't look up from the deer he was cooking. His eyes remained fixated on his meal roasting in the fire. Nevertheless, he held out both hands, revealing open palms. "Sorry, didn't mean to scare you with any sudden movements." Firelight played over a pale, whiskered face in the gloom. "It's dangerous in these parts." Amber's stomach growled. "That as I said, there's room for you by the fire if you like." He gave the deer carcass another turn on the spit, nodded once to himself, and started caving it up. "Plenty of this bugger to go around. You can let your horse graze outside. The storm will pass soon." She dithered still, torn between food or flight. "For the love of—" The young man uttered an exasperated oath under his breath. "Skittish little thing, fine. How about this? This is my fire you're warming yourself by, which makes you my guest and me the host. And, as a proper host, I promise no harm will befall you under my protection." The fall maiden snorted despite herself. "That's so cheesy." He shrugged. "It sounded better in my head." He carved off a section of roasted thigh and offered it to her. You want some of this deer or not? That I still don't know you are. You want my story? A bitter bite lanced its way into his words. Fine. My old man held captive in these mountains. He shrugged one shoulder. I killed him yesterday, been on my own ever since. His casual admittance of murder nearly had Amber choking on her meal. She thumped her chest and swallowed quickly. Your own father. In name only, he tore off a haunch of meat and started eating. He was scum. Beat me every DMN day. BSRD deserved what he got. At least he was able to break his cage and take his fate into his own hands. Amber envied him that. She wished she could do the same. But she never could. Ashbin was watching every town, every dock, every airport. She could hardly fight his agents, and killing them would only make him hunt her all the harder. No, so long as she held these powers, she could never truly be free. That was her truth. Some of it must have shone through on her face, because the youth plunked down on the log beside her. Seems like you were in a similar situation. I still am. Treacherous tongue. She hadn't meant to say that. I mean. You don't have to be. He offered her more venison, which she accepted all too eagerly. You could escape like I did. Escape? A bitter bark of laughter burst from her. If only it were that simple. I'm not like you. There is no escape for me. Bull and sheet. He stomped a foot down, creating a small crater underfoot. There's always a way out. You just gotta be clever about it. Clever, he said. She'd already run away from Ashbin. Was still running, in fact. But the man had spies everywhere. Her host could be one of them for all she knew. A spy ready and willing to knock her out the moment she lowered her guard. Then he'd drag her back to Vale, back to Ashbin, back to captivity in that lonely little house. She didn't want that. Anything but that. She just wanted to be free. I never got your name. No, he said softly, you didn't. Going to be cheeky, was he? I'm Amber. Mercury, the youth responded. Or Naruto. His shoulders rolled in a shrug. Haven't decided yet. She guffawed a little. On your name? Well, he granted her a wry grin. My old man named me Mercury to be cruel, so I might as well use another one where I can, right? Now there was an idea. I wish I could do that. Once again the words escaped her before she could think to hold them back. Just choose a new name and start over. Stop being hunted. You could and you can. He considered her for a long moment, eyes flicking up and down the length of her. They didn't linger like some leches she'd know, but instead considered her, as though imagining something in the back of her head. At length he spoke again. If folks are looking for you, disguise yourself. Grow your hair out, dye it, wear colored contacts, different clothes, throw your weapon away and get another. Abandon her staff? Amber recoiled at the thought and reflexively reached back to touch it. Never. Or don't. Mercury amended at the baleful look in her eyes. It's your choice. But you'll never be free if let fear hold you back. And if people come after me? Then fight them. He booped her nose with a finger, drawing a scowl to her lips. Break a few bones if you have to. Make an example of them. Show them you're not one to be crossed. If they keep coming afterwards, cripple them. Break them. Make it too painful to even consider fighting you. Lightning flashed outside, echoing his shout with a deafening peal of thunder. It sounded so tempting. To just let go, cut loose and live free. But she was afraid. Terribly, horribly afraid. That I can't, she shook her head. It's a nice offer but can't. I'm sorry. Don't be. The would-be assassin shrugged one shoulder and leaned back. Just think about it. I've had enough to eat in any case. Want me to take first watch? No, she shook her head, still wary of him despite his impassioned speech. I'll take first watch. As you like. Mercury shrugged and settled down, tucking himself into a corner to rest. In a matter of moments, he was fast asleep. Amber watched the storm rage outside. Just cut and run, huh? Was it really that easy? Unbeknownst to her, Mercury's words had planted a seed in her heart. A shiver shot down Ashbin's spine. He felt it. An awakening. A disturbance, for lack of a better word. Just now, some way, somewhen, somehow, something had irrevocably changed. Bah, it was probably nothing. Maybe he was coming down with a cold? Amber departed the next morning. She had to, if only because she dare not linger any longer. If she stayed, she was going to get even more ideas, and her mind was already churning. Mercury didn't seem at all surprised to see her go. He must have known she wouldn't linger long. In a rare show charity, he both wrapped and offered her what remained of the venison, a good bit yet persisted despite their feast, and she was all too happy to accept the gift. She could always freeze it with her maiden powers once she was out of sight. It would keep longer that way. Still, she felt she owed him something in return. Here. She held out her scroll towards it. Mercury blinked. Here what? I'm offering you my number, silly. When he blinked again, realization dawned. You really don't have a scroll? Nope, he patted his empty pockets. Held captive, remember? Old man didn't trust me with one. Oh gods, she could feel her face going red. But then here. Amber handed him her wallet and the generous amount of lean within. You'll need this more than me. I can always make more by taking on odd jobs. On a whim, she withdrew a pen and a scrap of parchment from her belt pouch, then quickly scribbled her scroll number down on it. There you go. She didn't dare look at his face for fear of what she might find there. I can give you directions to the next town too, if you like. It's not all that far off from the forest. Really? The glee in the young man's voice had her visage burning an even deeper shade of red. Thanks. He clasped her hands in his and shook them fiercely. You're a lifesaver. She'd never held hands with a boy before. Was this what it felt like? Mercury Naruto drew her forward abruptly, pulling her into a fierce embrace. His chin came down over her shoulder and she absolutely froze. Don't worry, he patted her head. I've got your back. I'll get in touch with you as soon as I find a workable scroll. Steam. Amber could feel her face going absolutely nuclear pink. Nice me can just so turbi. She babbled out directions, followed by a quick goodbye and pivoted away from him before he could think to protest. From there she vaulted onto Chestnut's back, cracked the reins once, and they were off. She rode hard and fast, not once daring to look back. A small part of her wondered if she would ever see him again. Would he keep his word? Would it change anything? No, surely not. She wasn't that lucky. That was she? Oh, poor Amber. How little she knew. Cinder had perished. Salem tooted softly from her throne. She hadn't reported in for more than a day now, which could only mean that someone, somewhere, must have killed her. The Fall Maiden perhaps? Unfortunate, but not expected, given her disposition. That girl had always been too arrogant for her own good. Even a relatively untrained maiden could catch one unaware. No matter. I'll find another. And she would. Remnant had no shortage of malleable souls. After all, she had nothing but time. It wasn't as though anything in this world was a threat to her. So, this was Vale. How incredibly disappointing. Naruto wrinkled his nose at the smell as much as the people. This wasn't even the main city, but rather one of the larger town on its peripherals. What had they called it? Slate? Ugly name for an ugly place. Everything here was so gray. The walls matched the namesake and the buildings more so, even the market itself seemed worn down. Vendors hawked their wares around him with a subdued air, as though waiting for a bolt of lightning to fall out the sky and smite them. Still, this was as good a place to start as any. He might be able to get himself a scroll here, or swipe one from a passing thug if it came down to that. Barring such an action, he could at least use a chance to reprovision himself before he set out again. Why pay when you can take what is rightfully yours? An awfully familiar voice oozed in his ear. You have power. Use it. Nope. He was hearing things again. Craning his neck, he regarded a vendor hawking candied apples. They didn't look all that healthy, but the journey had whet his appetite enough to risk one. 5 lean later and he had his prize. The delightful crunch soothed his soul. It tasted like freedom. It also gave him something to chew on while he planned his next move. Step 1. Acquire a scroll and get in touch with Amber. Step 2. Keep an eye out for useful semblances. Step 3. Profit? In truth, he wasn't quite sure what he wanted to once he started swiping the semblances from bad guys. Sure, he wanted it all, but to what end? What did he intend to do with it? Start his own empire? Take over the world maybe? Sounded like too much work for him. What then? Where did it all lead to? What was his final goal? You cannot be serious. You don't even a plan, do you? I died to this. Meh, he'd figure something out. He felt something settle over his mind without warning, a vague tickle in the back of his brain. He paused, strides slowing. He knew the signs by now. Genjutsu? No, this was more subtle. An illusion semblance? He felt it fall over his psyche like a shroud. Or it would have, if he hadn't known exactly what to look for. True, he didn't have Kurama to burn it out of him, but he had other ways. It was a simple matter of flooding himself with sage chakra. Silver-gray eyes blazed gold as he looked around, and sure enough, the feeling faded. Whoever had chosen him for a mark had evidently reconsidered. But who? Over there. He craned his neck and found a girl speaking to a street jeweler of some sort, a portly man, who offered her a large ruby ring. As he looked on, she took it right out his hand and placed it in her pocket. The man smiled at her all the while and wished her a good day, blissfully unaware of what had been taken from him. As though he didn't even see her. Clever girl. The strange feeling came back again, and he realized she'd targeted him again. Pride, perhaps? Or maybe she just didn't like him. Not so clever. He feigned ignorance and pretended to consider the stands. Sure enough, he felt a hand slip into his pocket. He let it. Grinned now as 10 fingers closed around. Nothing. Sorry, he turned to face the culprit, but I'm afraid you won't find anything there. He kept the money Amber had given him tucked beneath his shirt. Good luck getting that. He found himself face to face with a haggard teen nearly his own age, red eyes framed by pale green hair and a look of complete and utter terror plastered across her face. Her breath hitched. You can see me? Sure can, little Miss Thief. Thief! The jeweler cried a ways behind them. She's the one who stole my ring. Don't let her go. She spat in his face. Naruto recoiled and let her slip free. Sure enough, she bolted. Finally. Some excitement. It wasn't hard to find her once he gave chase. She might have known these streets, but right now she was panicked, frightened, not thinking straight. He was faster than her. Stronger too and well-fed. Truth be told, he could have run her down in less than a minute. Instead he let her get ahead of him, let her lead him away from the angry jeweler and his friends. From there he herded her into a dead end of her own making. Soon enough, high walls loomed on either side of them, leaving only one escape, an exit he even now blocked with his body. She'd have to fight through him to get out now. It was a battle she'd lose. He assessed her again at glance. Tall, thin, wearing the bottom half of what might have been mud-green dungarees paired with a faded top. She looked lean, downright skinny, and yet she'd done something incredible. He considered taking her semblance on a lark, then thought better of it. This was no monster or murderer or crazy-eyed woman who craved power. Hey! This was just a girl, trying to survive. And besides, he was curious. How did you do that? The girl growled and went for her weapons holstered behind her back. Don't. Naruto tooted, weaving a warning into his words. Unless, of course, you want them to hear you. Sure enough, her hands fell away. Her angry scowl did not. What do you want? Already told ya, Greenie. By the brothers, that was a bad nickname. He'd need a better one. Maybe? Come on now, don't make me repeat myself. How'd you do it? Was that your semblance? Oh yes it was. He could see the panic in her eyes now. I didn't do anything, just leave me alone. His head bobbed, ignoring her demand completely. I've known my fair share of liars and thieves. Burglary is an art of patience, coordination, and in a pinch, sleight of hand. He flicked a lean card between one finger to another as his smile grew another inch. But you didn't take that ring in your pocket? Her eyes widened as he spoke and she reflexively grasped at her belt, to no avail. He wasn't finished with her. That nasty old jeweler gave it to you, right before my eyes. And he smiled. She gulped. Who are you? Plenty of things, none of which he felt like telling her at this moment. She could be an asset. You should recruit her. He ignored the voice again. Mind was playing tricks on him. Must be. He didn't want to consider the alternative. Think of me as an interested party, he said instead. But for now, he reached into the pouch behind his back. Here. The would-be thief scowled at him. What the hell is that? It's just a bit of bread, he held it out to her. Eat it or starve. Your choice. She hesitated. He could see the hunger in her eyes. Eventually, it won out. Tan fingers curled around the loaf. It was still warm, fresh from the bakery he'd raided during their short-lived chase. She looked to him, then the bread, back to him again now, doubtlessly fearing he'd take it from her. When he didn't, she ripped it from his hands and all but shoved it into her mouth. Slow bites now, he cautioned her. Don't choke. There's plenty more where that came from. She obeyed hesitantly. Fatta girl. He patted her head, musing up her hair. Stick with me, and you'll never go hungry again. What's your name? Emerald, she gasped out the word between famished bites. Name es Emerald. Nice ta meet cha, Emerald. I'm Mercury. Let's get along, eh? In that instant he gained any ally for life. Nice semblance you got there. It would be a shame. Thought if something happened to it. Yoink. What did Mercury want from her? Emerald knew he had to be after something. He must. Everyone was. They always were. And yet this Mercury hadn't made so much as a single demand of her since he'd met her. Not a one. Far from it. Rather than order her around, he'd taken her to the first diner he could find and summarily treated her to a full-course meal. It was more food than she'd ever seen in her life. Burgers and steak and even cake. Actual chocolate cake. Not too sweet or too sugary either, the kind with decadent frosting that absolutely melted in your mouth. Emerald could barely remember the last time she had cake. She dimly recalled eating some when she was very young, but beyond that, nothing. Nor did Mercury stop there. Not only did he let her eat her fill until she was full, but he let her pack up the leftovers, of which there was a great deal, in neat little containers supplied by the diner. A few patrons had scoffed and turned up their noses at her for that, but Emerald didn't give a flying fig for what they thought. You didn't leave good food. Anyone who was anyone knew that. These people had money, they could afford to eat here all the time. She didn't and she couldn't, so she wouldn't waste what she'd been given. Mercury just paid for it. All of it. Every bit. Like it was nothing. Just how much lean did this guy have on him? Now, with her aching stomach full and her frazzled nerves soothed, Emerald stared at herself in the mirror. She scarcely recognized the stranger gazing back at her. She had new clothes and no idea what to do with them. They were what was the world? Comfortable? Yeah, that was it. She'd grown so used to wearing rages or whatever she could get her hands on, but these were nice. He'd helped her replace her old outfit and pick a new one of her choosing. In place of the battered, dirty outfit she'd worn only yesterday, she now found herself clad in a mint green crop top with the shoulders pulled back beneath a cropped white quilted leather double-breasted jacket contrasted with black notch lapels and a belt looping at the bottom of the jacket's hem. Finishing off the ensemble were white skinny jeans and brown chaps that ended at her thighs with straps on her calves, the better to secure her weapons on her back. On a whim, she'd completed her outfit with a pair of brown ankle boots with metal plating over the toes for added protection. She'd even picked out a bit of jewelry for herself at Mercury's behest, a deep red ruby pendant that she now wore round her neck. Is this really me? She dared a smile and pivoted a little, ping one hip to the side, even as her reflection mirrored her. She looked good. She looked badass. She looked like a huntress. Oh gods, did he expect her to pay him back? With what? Panic reared its ugly head in her heart and sent her thoughts into a tizzy. She turned a glare on her savior's back, trying to figure him out. Needless to say, she failed spectacularly. Because he baffled her. She knew he preferred the name Naruto and used Mercury as an alias, but beyond that, nothing. Barely a hint of his intentions, whatever they were. He had been chipper and jovial with her for the most part after he'd taken her to this hotel. Not one of those hotels, thank the brothers, and just finished dressing himself after a brisk shower. Wasn't a bad room either. It hosted a shower in its bathroom, a small mini-fridge near the entrance just large enough to store her leftovers, and a television besides. She tried the latter. It didn't work. All in all, the room wasn't that bad at all, if you liked cramped quarters, 2 threadbare beds and gray. Slate really was big on gray. Emerald hated gray. Give her green any day. There. Mercury stepped out the bathroom, idly running a towel though his still damp hair. How are you feeling? That all right? She hazarded the word, deathly afraid of displeasing him. You can use the shower next if you want. He plunked down onto the bed opposite her. Saved most of the hot water for you. There's a laundromat downstairs too, if you want to wash your old outfit for later. Later? She wasn't used to having a later. Her every waking moment had been spent in the well moment. Well? Emerald bobbed her head in a quick nod, not trusting herself to words. The idea of a shower sounded absolutely divine, as did clean clothes, wearing them even more so. It still begged the question as to why he wanted her clean. She didn't dare ask, but she'd dim and well take his kindness while it lasted. Good. Mercury took his silence for acceptance and flung himself back onto his bed with a pleased sigh. We won't be staying here long if I can help it. Maybe a day or 2 at most. He raised his head to look her way. You can talk, Emerald. I won't get mad. No matter what you say. Could she? Could she really? Could she speak her mind without consequences? Go ahead, he waved her on. Take your time. Why are you being so nice to me? The words burst out of her like a dam, and that was it. She couldn't stop herself anymore. Fear gave her heart wings and she started babbling. You've treated me to dinner, bought me nice clothes, and now you want me to take a shower? What do you get out of this? A strong and happy ally, I hope. He offered her his hand. You have a powerful semblance. She cut him off with a glower. So you just want me for my ability? He startled her with a peal of laughter. Ha no. His mirth cut off abruptly with a fearsome frown. It was a surprisingly frightening expression. Look, he ran a hand through his hair. If I wanted your semblance I would take it. Those eerie eyes of his were gold for a moment, white the next, then suddenly silver again. But I don't and I won't. You seem to have a good set of skills. We can build on those. Emerald worried her lower lip between her teeth. I'm not aware. Yeesh, so feisty. Mercury heaved a sigh, but remained unflappable as ever, even now in the teeth of her suspicion. I never said you were one of those. I think you're in need of a helping hand. I won't force you to do something you don't want to do. You're welcome to walk out of here right now. I won't stop you. She didn't budge. No, he laughed at her hesitation. Should have expected that. You're like me. A roguish grin tugged at whiskered cheeks. You've had a taste of the high life and you can't bear to let it go. She really had. Emerald liked living this way. After a life spent on the streets of Slate, it wasn't something she wanted to give up. Her semblance had its limits. No matter how many pockets she pilfered or jewelry she took, the fact remained that she'd come from nothing. She couldn't even remember who her parents were, or if she even had any. Her earliest memory consisted of a man running with her in his arms. Beyond that, nothing. All her memories were here, in this awful town. She'd thought she would die here. Until now. She gulped once, tried to swallow her words, then lost her nerve. What do you want? This again? He laughed. I already told you. I want everything. Her brow furrowed. What's everything? Everything is everything. That grin of his gained an rueful edge. All of it. I want to change the world, I want to live a happy life, and most of all, I want to find the BSTRDS and monsters of this world and put them down like the dogs they are. Not you, of course, he amended with a rueful laugh when she tensed. I'm talking about the irredeemable, the villains, real nasty types who don't give a DMN about anyone but themselves. You were picking pockets just to survive. I can sympathize with that. She almost couldn't believe what she was hearing. That you can. Of course I can. Her savior sat up without warning, startling her terribly. I know what it's like to be an outcast. Something hardened in those silver eyes as he regarded her. To not be wanted, to be cast out, rejected by those who were supposed to protect you. Quick as can be, he leaned forward, reached across the space between them, and took her hands in his. You either die with dignity or live, by whatever means necessary. There's no shame in you? You did what you had to survive. You're not the villain here, Emerald. You never were. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. His words were a warm blanket, wrapping around Emerald's very soul. She hiccuped a little and sniffled despite herself. There. Mercury took one hand from hers and patted her head. I meant what I said earlier. In the world I'm going to create, people like you will never go hungry again. And speaking of hungry, he released her and leaned back a bit, considering her. I don't suppose you'd know of any gangs in the area? Not really, she squirmed under his expectant stare. Slate's a small town. We have the Red Claws and the Dynamos, but they're small time. Nobody cares enough to deal with them. Why would they? You didn't survive on the outskirts by following the law. Small time? That got his attention. Any big fish? And nobody I know, she stammered out. Emerald, he sounded almost disappointed in her. It hurt more than words. Are you lying to me? No, never. And she wasn't. Her semblance allowed her to skirt most of the thugs in town, which she avoided like the plague. A memory struck her and she pounced on it. There was this big BSE, came through here a couple weeks back. She mimed a gesture with both hands, trying to recreate the shape she'd glimpsed from the shadows. Real big. Built like a mountain, voice like gravel. He was looking for a woman. Nobody touched him, and nobody's seen him since. Mercury tooted once and leaned closer. One last thing. Why yes. Where can I buy a scroll? Emerald told him as best she could. He paused, considering her further. Do you have a favorite color? Honesty really was the best policy when dealing with someone like this. Green, why? No reason. He rose from the bed with an impish smile and patted her head, idly musing her hair. Wait here. I'll be back in a bit. Might even have a surprise for you. His piece said, he paced to the door and summarily flung it open. A quick backward glance, then he was gone. The door clicked shut behind him. Emerald slumped down on her bed and took a deep, shuddering breath to compose herself. She felt as though she'd just passed a test. An important one. Loyalty always mattered. Mercury had given her food, offered her clean clothes, warmth, and protection. She was loyal to him. Red eyes flicked to the bathroom. A shower really did sound nice right about now. It was surprisingly easy to obtain a scroll. Easy, but expensive, wretchedly so. Naruto sighed softly as he regarded his dwindling funds. Amber's money had come in clutch once more, but the lien she'd lent him wouldn't last much longer. Still, this was a purchase well made. Acquiring a phone was an essential step for his future agenda. On a whim he'd acquired one for Emerald as well. Yet another hit to his reserves, but also a worthwhile expense. He needed a reliable way to keep in touch with her, and besides, she would be grateful to have something to entertain herself going forward. Well, she did say she likes green. In the end he'd asked after the basic models. Nothing fancy, just powerful to work in any kingdom. And well that he did. Some of those newer models looked expensive. Way too many zeros at the end of those numbers. His silver tongue helped him haggle after the shopkeep named his price. They spent the better part of an hour hashing out a deal. Once it was done, Naruto dutifully counted out the lien as the elderly man looked on. His finances had taken a significant hit today, but not a mortal one. Still, he'd need to find another way to earn lien, and soon. If things continued as they were, he'd be eaten out of house and home. He disliked the idea of sinking to petty theft, but no, there had to be limit. He couldn't go around fleecing civilians blind. That just didn't sit right with him, even here in his strange second life. He'd need to find an alternative source of income. What then? The idea of working behind a desk was enough to drive him to distraction. He couldn't do it. He just couldn't. A bounty hunter, maybe? He liked the sound of that. It would be something in the interim. My employer would be more than happy to reward you. That Estuar's voice again. My name is Cinder. Scram already. I will not. She sounded almost offended. You took my semblance, killed me, and trapped me here. Did you really think I would go quietly? He scowled mentally at her. How did I even do that? I wasn't trying to. That I do not know. A rare note of confusion threaded its way through her words. I don't feel quite like myself. Perhaps it's my ego. Perhaps I'm a figment of your imagination. Perhaps this is a mad fever dream and I'll soon be dead. That said, and he could just hear the sly smile in her voice, you did a fine job recruiting that girl. Emerald, was it? I couldn't have done better myself. She'll be a loyal pawn. I don't want your praise. Be quiet. Very well. I'll hold my tongue. For now. Sir? Crap, the clerk was staring at him. He plastered a winning smile to his face. Sorry about that, I spacked it out. How much do I owe you again? He was just finishing up his purchase when he heard the door chime behind him. Naruto paid it little need, focused as he was on getting back to the hotel. He stayed focused on that right up until the shopkeeper froze. A faint click was his next warning, followed by a spike of killing intent snarling through his sixth sense. Really? Naruto set his hands down on the counter, lean momentarily forgotten. He heard footsteps shuffle in behind him. 1, 2, 3, Surely not. His luck couldn't be that bad. Could it? Hands in the air, a gritty voice growled behind him. This is a robbery. Who was he kidding? Of course it was. Pivoting on one heel, he turned to face the speaker in question. Sure enough, he found himself looking upon an anxious young man with gun in hand, flanked by 2 cronies. 3 thugs altogether each, wearing face masks, hoodies, and an awful lot of gray. Even their jeans and shoes were an ugly shade of such. He immediately dubbed them gray, grayer, and grayest in order of said dull color. Really? Really? He clicked his tongue at them, appalled by their behavior as much as his own rotten luck. This is a scroll store, not a dust shop. They don't keep any money here. Not him, you. The leader twisted their pistol sideways, beady black eyes narrow in a vain attempt to intimidate him. Seen you roaming round town with your beach, big spender. Hitting up the diner, the shops, then the hotel, and now this? Turn out your pockets if you know what's good for ya. He tilted his head, mildly amused. Are you robbing me? The leader sputtered incoherently. What's it look like, dumbass? Like a massacre. Cinder's annoying voice purred in his head. Show them what it means to challenge you. Naruto ignored her, instead squinting at the leader, the one he'd casually dubbed Gray. He could see a faint blue sheen emanating round the young man's shoulders, more of a mist, really. No one else seemed to notice it. He waved a hand at the miasma, fingertips passing perilously close to the man's face. Sure enough, his hand passed right through the ethereal fog. The thug in question jerked back, fumbling with his gun. The hell you doing, man? Curious. There was no mist around his 2 compatriots or the shopkeeper. None at all. He puzzled at it for a moment more before he finally grasped a glimmer of understanding. Could he see semblances now? Who had them and who didn't? Fascinating. That was a useful ability. Just kill them. His brow twitched. I've had just about enough of you. Hush. Scowling, he mentally reached inside himself, found the presents, and squeezed. Cinder subsided with a pained cry for now. Say, from there craned his neck back to the terrified clerk. Don't suppose there's a bounty on their heads? The man shook his balding head. Consider this a freebie then. Gray sputtered at him. The hell do you mean? See, he pressed a finger to his lips, silencing him. It'll all be over soon. An open palm touched Gray's chest, fingers splayed. The man made a noise of confusion, one that warped into an agonizing shriek as a massive lance of jagged black glass exploded through the would-be robber's back in grisly relief. His companions recoiled with a shriek. Even as they did, Naruto hoisted him high, reached in, shunted the man's dying resistance aside, and took his gift for his own. His soul shifted as the new semblance took root deep inside him. Oh, he heard Cinder gasp in his head. That semblance feels rather nice. Naruto scoffed despite himself. Some semblance. It could barely be called one. He felt it shimmer to life in his chest and experienced a profound swell of disappointment once he realized what he'd grasped. Apparently this particular semblance granted its owner the ability to shoot sparks, that is to say an electrical current, from their fingertips. Hardly worth having, but once he trained it up, boosted it with chakra, maybe he could use it to shoot lightning at fools? Now there was an appealing thought. A bullet bounced harmlessly off his forehead and a frightened yelp drew him back to reality. Oh, right, he turned to face Gray's remaining companions, still quivering and covered in their friend's blood. Forgot about the two of you. Looming over them, he brandished his widest, toothiest grin, hopping to unman them entirely. Get. They did not get. One opened fire on him, the others screamed profanities and rushed him, crowbar in hand. It made little difference. He raised his right hand and conjured his new semblance. Sorry about the mess. Some minutes later, he turned to face the dazed shopkeep with a bemused grin as their broken, charred bodies smoldered all over the floor. I still need to pay, don't I? Just let me get my wallet. Take them. The poor man all but shoved the scrolls into his hands. Just take them. They're already activated. I don't want any trouble. Trouble? His brow furrowed in concern. Now wait just a second. You've got it all wrong. The man frantically slapped something beneath his desk. Twice. Thrice. He heard the answering wail of a siren in the distance and sighed. Bloody blasted panic button. He should have known better. Seemed his stay in Slate would be a brief one after all. 0.0. Time to go. Emerald jolted upright, towel fumbling from her hands as Mercury burst through the door. There was blood all over him, but he'd never been happier. No, he looked downright triumphant. She squinted at him. What did you do? Had a bit of an altercation, nothing major. Here. He threw a green scroll at her, forcing her to catch it, her damp hair forgotten. Don't suppose you know an easy way out of town? She fumbled with her scroll, what a fist, hastily stowing it in her pocket. As she stood, he was clearly waiting for an answer. Thankfully she had won this time. Well, there's a train running in the depot, she hazarded. It passes through Forever Fall and a few more settlements. Sounds grand. He grabbed her hand and bolted for the door. We're hitching a ride. Amber's scroll beeped. Perhaps that wasn't the right word. It went absolutely berserk in her pocket, squawking and shrieking at her like some possessed Grimm. She jolted awake in the saddle and flailed for it, nearly falling off her horse and only narrowly managing to right herself at the last moment. Fumbling fingers pried it free. Golden eyes glared at it, not quite comprehending. A singular line of text awaited her within. Miss me? She shot back a quick text of her own, mildly confused. Who is this? The pause. And then, sorry, don't have a deer for you this time. Will a smile suffice? And she smiled. Hello yourself, Mercury. He'd kept his promise. A tear rolled out the corner of her eye. It had been so very long since someone kept their promise to her. Blake ran. Sometimes she felt that was all she was good for. Running. Fleeing. Escaping. Anything that kept her safe. Don't like mom and dad? Run away. Don't like the white fang? Run away. Don't want to face your painful past with the white fang? Run away. Run away, run far, far away. She tried to run again today, and in doing so, keep Adam from doing something horrible. From detonating the bombs, killing all those people with the dust they'd taken. But it hadn't worked. It should have been simple. She'd thought it would be. Cut the cable connecting the cars and run like hell. She hadn't expected Adam to jump after her. In hindsight she should have. He was furious, his bloody was up from all those mech he'd slaughtered and she'd gotten in his way. Did you really think you could leave the white fang? Leave me? Never. I won't allow it. I have to go my own way. She saw her face staring back at her from the edge of his blade, felt cold steel kiss her neck. He'd lost his mind. If you're not with me, he hissed, then you're against me, and if I can't have you. Adam's blade cut down at her. A shadow struck his side and kicked him away. Blake toppled to the side, clutching her throat. For crying out loud, an unfamiliar voice drawled in her still ringing ears. The one time I ride a train. And someone tries to blow it up. Wilt whistled in at his head. It met a metal-shod shoe. Both slid back, boots biting into the train car. She had time enough to glimpse her savior's face, gray hair, eyes nearly gone silver, and whiskered cheeks dimpled in a smile. Then he was firmly between the two of them. There was a girl with him, and idly she took her in as well, noting green hair, red eyes, and dark skin, her face set in a thunderous scowl. Emerald, the unnamed boy directed, "Stay with the girl, would you?" "Dot understood, Mercury." Was that his name? "Hey buddy," he turned a winning smile on the still recovering Adam. "Mind explaining yourself now that the two of you are down with your lover's spat?" Adam scoffed. "I will not justify myself to you. Stand aside or die." "Funny you should mention that." The boy, Mercury, cracked his neck. "I've died before. So why don't we just sit down, talk this out, and—" Clang. Wilt scrapped off a metal vambrace, narrowly saving his arm. Adam pressed down on his blade, teeth bared in a snarl. "You're a faunus. How could you work with them?" "Work for the Schnee? Is that what you think?" he leered back at him. Sure, just profile me like that." Adam Taurus, right? The self-proclaimed assassin considered him for a long moment, unfazed as he held his blade at bay. "You know, my old man mentioned you once or twice. I'm afraid we're not the usual bargain basement Schnee guards you've grown used to." A spinning kick rocked his head to the side, breaking the deadlock. Mercury lunged after him. "That you're playing with the big boys now. Die, traitor." Adam snarled and became a bloody blender of motion, wilt and blush carving a crimson swathe before him. Mercury dodged it all. His grin grew with each near miss. He was poetry in motion, wind given form, always moving, ever in motion. "You know," he laughed between blows, "I always wanted to fight on a train. On more thing to put off my bucket list. Don't suppose you'd be willing to back down?" "Never." "Violence it is, then. Raisingan." Adam howled in surprise as a snarling sphere slammed into his chest and smashed him down into a train car, leaving a gaping hole behind. He came tearing out of the pity a moment later, aura crackling, teeth bared in a furious snarl, semblance flaring. His blade met another metal-shod boot. They went mad from there. Blake couldn't hope to follow half of it. Streaks of scarlet and silver, of black and white, of blood and pain. She wasn't sure how long it lasted. Seconds? Minutes? It felt like an eternity watching them rage back and forth like lunatics. Something had to give sooner or later, surely. They couldn't keep this up forever, could they? Kick and parry. Riposte and counter. Lunge and stab. Mercury was a marvel of motion and Adam an angry avalanche. What happened when an unstoppable force met another unstoppable force? Blake didn't know. She was about to find out. Someone had to make a mistake sooner or later. Adam did. Spinning away from an axe kick, he moved wilt in Mercury's face. Rather than retreat, the lunatic actually grabbed it. Sparks sizzled up his arm and raced down the length of the blade, shocking him. Adam recoiled with an angry grunt, rubbing his numbed arm. "More tricks. This is fun." Mercury kicked backwards and vaulted away, putting distance between them. His right hand rose, reaching toward the heavens. "Emerald, stand back." Silvery eyes briefly gleamed golden, burning from within. Then the heavens rained glass. Jagged pillars of it, sharp enough pierce steel wherever they went. Adam vaulted away from the one, swatted aside a second, only for the third to rake across his back and send him sprawling. A fourth found him as he rolled, followed by a fifth and a sixth. Aura crackled dully as he tumbled away, trying to shield his face with one arm. The moment he rose, a fist caught him in the jaw. "Thought I couldn't use my hands, did you?" Mercury weaved back from his counter and drove a punishing knee into his solar plexus. "Too bad." Adam garbed angrily, clutching his jaw. Mercury grabbed him and shocked him again, driving him down to a knee. Blake recoiled for other reasons. Two semblances? That wasn't possible. It just wasn't possible. You could only have the one. As though sensing that very thought, Mercury moved in for the kill. "Say, that's a nice semblance you got there." Adam balked. What? Mercury closed in. Grinning ear to ear, the assassin dodged a black of buckshot from Adam's shotgun sheath, stepped in and raked an open palm across his chest, fingers clenched into a cruel claw. Adam tried to twist away, for all the good it did him. Mercury simple adjusted his aim and struck down. Bits of his aura bled off at his touch, and for a moment, just a moment, Blake saw something come away with them. Something bright, a glowing sphere of raw red light. The assassin grasped it in his hand and absorbed it into his palm even as she looked on. Then it was gone. She blinked, wondering if she'd imagined it. Adam certainly hadn't, because he staggered. What have you done? Mercury beckoned. Come and find out, horn boy. Impudent brat. Taurus closed with him in an instant. Blake noticed the difference straight away. He seemed slower somehow, more sluggish than before. By contrast, Mercury moved ever faster, weaving in and out of his path, delivering brutal blows that rocked her former flame from side to side. If Adam was a blender, this one was a hurricane. A massacre followed. Adam defended himself as best he could, but anyone could see he was outmatched. He was pummeled, bones broken. A fist slammed into Adam's shoulder at speed, nearly sending him spinning off the car and into the forest. He corrected himself at the last moment and countered with a slash, only for the assassin to smack it aside and retaliate with a devastating kick of his own. Naturally, he blocked with his blade and dropped to a knee, sheathing his blade to use his semblance again. But nothing happened. Mercury feed him a knuckle sandwich for his efforts. What is this? He recoiled, clutching his face. What did you do to me? I warned you. The assassin shrugged a shoulder, grinning ear to ear. You wouldn't listen. Now you'll pay the price for the rest of your life. What's yours is now mine. A cold nugget of coal coalesced in Blake's heart. Had he really just? No. Adam lurched at him, slashing wildly. No. Give it back. I think not. Mercury simultaneously broke his wrists and disarmed him with a sweeping kick. Wilt and blush sailed through the air. He caught the former and moved it into Adam's side, piercing his hip, drawing a furious snarl from him. With his free hand he caught of Adam's throat and slammed him down, forcing him to the ground. The train car dented painfully as he pressed him against the metal. You're beaten, he declared, all the mirth gone from his voice. No point in kicking a dog while he's down. And I don't need another voice in my head. Leave this place and I'll let you live. It seemed like he would too. He took the blade from his throat and walked away, leaving him sprawled atop the train car. Blake froze, torn between fight or flight. Wait! Adam righted himself behind them, swaying dangerously. This isn't over. Emerald tooted softly. Yes, it is. Just stay down and you'll live. No! Adam was too crazed to hear her. He only had eyes for Mercury. Why spare me? Isn't obvious? Mercury looked back at him, a look of annoyance flashing across his face. You're weak. How could this happen to him? All his life he'd lived for vengeance, justice, retribution against the humans. To be battered about by a fellow faunus, to be broken, humiliated, and left alive at the end of it all, that there could be no greater shame. Worse still, his semblance was gone. He was not so foolish as to think himself nothing without it, but it was a part of him, his fighting style, his very soul. It was for all intensive purposes, and now that precious piece of him was gone, snatched away, never to be returned. And then his foe twisted the proverbial knife. Isn't obvious? You're weak. His world went red. You're weak. It was the wrong thing to say. Blake knew it the moment it was said, just as she knew the reaction it would evoke. Adam twitched. Then he rushed him with a feral roar. Mercury tooted and turned to face the enraged swordman, blade in hand. They never learn, do they? Blake saw it all unfold slowly. Oh, so slowly, all the colors of the world bleeding away to a sullen gray. Adam had lost himself to passion and charged him in the heat of the moment. No weapon, his aura lower, stamina and spirit shattered. It was foolish, reckless, the height of stupidity. There could be only one outcome. Blake saw it. Blake knew it. Blake tried to warn him. Too little, too late. Crunch. Adam blinked in surprise, staring down at the blade now jutting from his chest. No, Blake realized, blades. Mercury hadn't moved. The blades in her beloved's chest weren't red. Color rushed back as Emerald stepped out behind Adam, wicked sickles in hand. She could see the green blades buried in his back, jutting out his shoulder. For a moment, she wondered if he might live right up until Mercury stepped in and finished what his companion started. His borrowed blade pierced Adam's heart and burst out his back. Death was quick. Nearly instantaneous. Adam had time enough to cough a weak, startled rattle of sound, to glare at her in spite, in utter hate. Demon.u. But then he was gone, slumping against the assassin with a soft sigh. Mercury and Emerald gave him no respite. Together they kicked him off their blades and cast him away, hurling his body into forever fall. In a matter of moments he was gone, lost among the blurring trees. It was in every way an execution. Blake couldn't even bring herself to be angry about it, not after a fight like that. Maybe it was the shock. The numbness of watching a man she'd once loved die in cold blood. She was sure she'd feel it later, but right now, all she felt was numb. Adam had been given every opportunity to surrender, countless chances to retreat, and he'd wasted them all. He would have attacked her or worse. She didn't even want to consider it. Mercury looked her way. Good job, Emerald. Thank you, sir, she preened beneath his gaze, cheeks flushing. You know, I always wanted a blade of my own. He sheathed Wilt with blush in a singular flourish and held the latter at his side. This'll do. I'm sure he won't mind. Then he saw her. Blake stiffened beneath his gaze. Those cold, silver eyes stared right through her, piercing her very soul. Blake tensed, ready to flee at the slightest provocation, but she couldn't. The moment those silver eyes met hers, her knees locked up. She couldn't move, couldn't think, couldn't breathe, because she saw him. And he saw her. She also saw her. There was someone lurking behind Mercury, the spectral figure of a beautiful smirking woman clad in a red dress, her golden eyes narrow, dark hair framing her face in a bleak halo. For a moment she could have sworn she saw Adam standing beside her. She blinked and he was gone. Had she imagined it? Run away, kitten, the woman cooed at her. Unless you want to end up like me. A hand closed around Blake's face. Blake stiffened, ready for death. She felt something tug against her very soul. And then, just like that, Mercury let her go. Clone semblance, the madman muttered to himself as she tumbled back, gasping for air. Don't need that. Run along now if you don't want to fight. Hide in one of the back cars if you have to. Make something better of your life. So saying, he turned his back on her. If I catch you trying to blow up trains again, I will. I mean, I won't, she babbled, half mad with fear and grief and utter mind-numbing terror that she might be next to die. The blowing up part. Who are you? Nope, he smacked his lips. Learned my lesson from that. Run along now, kitty cat. And don't tell anyone what you saw here. Blake didn't need to be told twice. She bolted. You're blind to what true power can bring you. I'm going to let you in on a very important secret, one I learned when I was younger than you are now. You see, power, real power, doesn't come to those who were born strongest or fastest or smartest. No, it comes to those who would do anything to achieve it. Look at you. Struggling to have everything you want, all while the world tries to make you choose. Evil. Villain. Choose, they say. Choose. Pick one or the another, but not both. Oh no, never both. Real power means you don't have to choose. Be who you want to be. And so will I. A future scene. Draw your sword. Adam is dead. Sienna Khan took that bit news with all the fanfare it was due, which was to say none whatsoever. Is he now? She laid a fist against her chin and leaned upon it, the better to hide her smile as she looked down upon Corsac and Fennec from her throne. A shame. Pity the Albin brothers didn't feel the same. They looked downright aggrieved. Wounded even. She wasn't surprised. Adam had been a useful pawn to them, an inspirational figure, one the organization rallied to. And someone meant Corsa and Fennec intended to have usurp her in due time, no doubt. At the end of the day, They'd favored Taurus, not for his personality, but because Adam was strong, because Adam won victories, because Adam was a fiend, both against the SDC and their enemies at home and far afield. But their precious Adam wasn't winning anymore now, was he? Nope. He was moldering in Forever Fall somewhere, food for Grimm. So much for their grand rebellion. All those precious schemes were so much ash in their mouths. She hoped they choked on them. And if they had a problem with that? Too bad. Gemed. So very sad. The white fang was hers. She'd wrested this once useless band of misfits out from under Kali and Gyra all those years ago and made them into what they were now. Something to be feared. And she'd be dead if some arrogant pup tried to take from her in turn. And now he never would. All to the good so far as she was concerned. Her rival was gone and there was no one with the wisdom or the wit to supplant her. Her reign was secure for years, if not decades, to come. If she ever found his killer, she'd give them a wet, sloppy kiss. Of course, she couldn't say or show any of her glee. Not outwardly. She led the White Fang, and as High Leader, everyone looked to her for guidance, now more than ever. He will be missed, of course. She feigned a sorrowed look that didn't quite reach her eyes. We'll hold a candlelight vigil in his honor. Fennec bowed his head. Indeed. Corsac kept his hands in his sleeves, mirroring his brother. May he rest in peace. Sure. She would honor Adam today, and tonight, in the privacy of her chambers, she would laugh herself silly into her pillow. Rest in pieces, Adam. You won't be missed. She had warned the fool of a boy that targeting a SDC convoy in Forever Fall with anything less than 2 full squads was a bad idea. There was just too much that could go wrong with a raid like that in contested territory. The Schnee were upping their guards, the Grimm were unpredictable, and 2 people were simply not enough to subdue an entire train worth of dust and people. He should have waited for reinforcements. He hadn't listened, of course. He never did. Now he lay dead. Doubtless there would be a shift in the White Fang for days to come. Adam had been loved by the lower levels of the White Fang, the grunts, not the leadership. Not her. Oh, he was a capable commander in the field, make no mistake, but he'd been growing too big for his britches. She practiced targeted aggression, Adam favored mindless madness. He didn't care who he hurt these days, so long as they were human, and he brought vengeance to the Faunus. Targeting SDC convoys was all well and good. Going after civilians? Not so much. He was becoming a threat. In time he would have no doubt challenged her for leadership. Why, with his skill, he might have managed to kill her. And what of the Belladonna girl? Sienna blinked, drawn from her reverie. What about her? She dropped out of contact shortly after telling us of Adam's death. Corsac supplied. She did not tell us who killed him, only that someone did, and now she refuses to answer her scroll. Sienna leaked back into her throne with a sigh. Ah, little Blake. Always so quick to run from her problems. She'd been having doubts before the mission. No doubt she'd been spooked. It didn't matter. The White Fang had no need of weak-willed warriors like her. They were better off without her, and pursuing her would only invoke Gyra's ire. Best to cut ties with her and let her be. Leave her. Sienna flicked a hand. She's of no use to us. If she wants to cut ties and run, then let her run. It's not as though she knows anything useful. No, her thoughts were with Adam, or rather, the lack of him. So far as she was concerned, whoever killed him had done her a favor. A mighty favor indeed. Sienna Khan paid her debts. Let none say otherwise. Covertly, of course. Wouldn't do to upset the rank and file. Why didn't you take her semblance? That was the question, wasn't it, Emerald? Naruto supposed he could have claimed Blake's semblance back on that train if he really felt like it, but he didn't. No, he didn't want it, nor did he need it. Hers was just a glorified substitution jutsu. And didn't that just speak volumes as to the nature of her soul? Hers allowed her to run away, to escape while leaving a fake behind to take the hit for her. Why waste a semblance and aura when he could? Already do that without barely a thought? No, she would make better use of it than him, would be given one chance to turn her life around. Just the one. The second chance. There would not be a third. And if she wasted that, well, he could always snatch her semblance and give it to someone else. Now there was a thought. You're smiling again. Am I? He glanced at Emerald, clasped both hands behind his back and kept walking. Oi, quit it, he heard her hasten after him through the tall grass. That's seriously a scary look for you. Come on, knock it off. They'd left the train, and Blake, behind and headed back into the wilds shortly after leaving Forever Fall, though not without taking a few souvenirs. As of now, they had more than enough dust for the foreseeable future. Not like the SDC would miss it. He wondered if they'd notice a certain fauna stowaway. If they did, that wasn't his problem. That flighty cat girl would have to fend for herself in the future. All in all, he considered Forever Fall a successful venture. Now only had put a lunatic down and nicked a fair bit of dust, but he'd acquired a useful weapon and a powerful semblance at that. If it's power you're after, you could always pay the Shnees a visit. I've heard their semblance is hereditary and quite versatile. Cinder in his head again. She really knew how to sour his mood. If I see a Shnee I don't like, then I'll consider it. Were you talking to someone? No one you need concern yourself with. He waved Emerald's concerns away and held up his scroll. That it still had signal way out here spoke well to the CCT. According to the map, Ansel should be relatively close. We'll probably reach it before nightfall. Good, her head bobbed. I'd rather not rough it. She paused a moment later, realizing what she just said and what it implied of him. I mean. He clicked his tongue at her and gave her a cross look. I've told you to speak your mind. You've slept outside before, I take it? One, when I set off a gang. She shrugged a shoulder, warily giving him her 2 cents. Wasn't fun. Naruto smiled, recalling his encounter with Amber. It has its own charms. By her expression, Emerald disagreed. That I'll take your word for it. Whatever you say, city girl. A harsh crack pervaded the air, echoing in the distance before she could think Tor Epley. He craned his neck toward. You hear that? Sounded like a gunshot. Emerald inhaled deeply through her nose, then scowled. Never mind the noise, do you smell that? He did, and he dearly wished he hadn't. It smelled like fire. Cinder had gone strangely silent in his mind. 3 guesses why. First 2 don't count. Sure enough, he saw a black plume on the horizon, just over the nearest hill. He lengthened his stride and jogged up it, leaving Emerald to scurry after him. He found Ansel on the other side, a homely little village rimmed by a large, sturdy-looking wooden palisade ending in a large gate. One that even now creaked under the sheer weight of the monsters trying to batter their way through to the screaming folks' other side. For there were Grimm at the gates. He saw them from afar, a small pack of 12 assorted beasts hammering at the walls, fended off by a band of plucky pikemen standing atop them. Not a large group at all. For those on the walls it may well have been a swarm. As he looked on, an Ursa got a hold of one and managed to drag him down, a youth too either foolish or frightened to let go of his spear. Both boy and weapon pitched into the mass of Grimm and vanished from sight. Someone cried out, Jaune. Naruto never knew who said the name. He'd already broke into a run the moment the boy went down. He heard Emerald shout behind him, but by then he was already pelting down the hill at full speed. He heard the boy scream and ran faster still. One hand gripped Blush, the other thumbed Wilt free from her sheath. She sang in his hand, eager for blood and battle. Could a sword be sentient? Nonsense. Not important right now. He hefted her like a spear, judged the distance. And left her fly with a cry. Wilt drilled the nearest Beowulf right between the eyes, nailing it to the wooden wall with an audible thunk. Its body slumped down and dissolved in so much smoke. 1 down. 11 to go. The remainder paused, briefly baffled by the abrupt death of their kin. They sensed the negative emotions he was bleeding and rounded on him. That was all the distraction he needed. Even as they turned to face him, he poured on one last burst of speed and leaped at them. Blush barked like the shotgun it was, blasting a hole through a Deathstalker's torso. 2 down. He was among them a heartbeat later, vaulting a Borbitusk before stomping down on its skull with both feet. His boots clicked and fire dust flashed forth, obliterating its skull and clearing a path in the same moment. Fur caught fire and every remaining Grimm went mad, falling back to claw at themselves. A grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. 3 down. That left 9. Maybe less if the dust did its work. He could have continued the onslaught, but his last attack had gap opened in the pack and he saw his target. Remarkably, the boy was still alive. Bloodied, with a wicked gash across his forehead, but alive. He huddled behind a battered shield with both hands, clutching onto it for dear life. Well, it had been a shield once. It wasn't anymore. Grim claws and paws had rendered the poor thing so much scrap metal. Still, it had done its duty. He wouldn't be alive without it. Unbidden, he felt a flash of pride. Good lad, holding out this long. Ducking a Beowulf's frenzied paw, he grabbed the plucky survivor, a blond boy, by the scruff of his neck and heaved him upward. It's your lucky day, bub. Up you go. Startled blue eyes blinked back at him, framed by lank blonde hair. Wait, wah? A quick jump brought him to Wilt, still buried in the gate. He hopped off it and alighted atop the wall, where 10 startled militiamen awaited him. He moved the bleeding boy at them. Here you go. No point in waiting for their thanks. There was work to be done. He kicked back off the wall, snapped off a merry salute in midair and crashed down among the Grimm again like a meteor, leaving a crater in his wake. Yet another fell to his boots before the rest truly realized what was happening. For down, he ticked off in his head. 8 remained. A particularly large Ursa saw him coming and pivoted on its hind legs, braying a challenge. Slow. So slow. So very slow. It was the simplest thing to rip Wilt free from the wooden gate and place the blade directly in the beast's path. Gravity and momentum did the rest, letting him lopped off its paw at the elbow. The Grimm balked at the ruined stump of its limb, not quite comprehending. Something ugly reared its head in Naruto heart, and with it came scorn. Pathetic. It yowled and swiped at him with its remaining limb. Fury lent him strength and Naruto snarled back, caught the paw that swept in on the flat of the blade and let momentum slam him backwards, boots biting into the grass as he skidded away. He dragged the blade back into its sheath as he went, clicking it shut. Aura swelled within him, shooting into his atoms his now buried blade. For a fleeting second, his silver hair flashed red. A wild grin tore across his face. Gotcha! Wilt tore free from her sheath with a wordless roar. Adam's semblance, already pent up for so long, didn't just flash forth. It erupted in a singular slash of death, a massive slice of energy that seared the world scarlet and scythed down everything before it, mowing down 5 more Grimm and cutting a deep crescent in the dirt before finally fading. 3 remained. Well, he grinned at his smoldering blade. That settles it. I'm keeping you. A brutish Barangel pounced at him. Without looking back, he ducked low, hewed its legs out from under it, then drove his sword through its chest. 2 left. It was not surprisingly easy to use Adam's sword. Not effortless, he had to work at it, but it was easier than he thought, and became easier still the longer he fought. Had he taken the man's muscle memory alongside his semblance? Or was there something more sinister at work? There was no second voice in his head, yet, and he could only assume Cinder was being silent for her own reasons. You assume correctly. Just when he'd thought himself rid of her. But at least he didn't have a brash bull in his brain. That was Adam's cue, if he was still around in some shape or form. Nothing. But the anger persisted. Was that a good thing? He wheeled his left leg back and blocked a paw while striking out with Wilt. Blush barked, spraying shotgun shells, forcing it back. The whistle of a sickle and the sharp crack of a chain heralded Emerald's arrival into the fray. Another Barangel toppled to the dirt behind, tongue nailed to the roof of its mouth and 2 hooked blades through its brain. His partner tumbled off its back, eyes wide and chest heaving. She'd never fought Grimm before, he could see in the panic on her face, but she had aura alongside her semblance and had acquitted herself reasonably well just now. She met his eyes and dared a tremulous nod. Between the 2 of them, the last living Grimm, a Beowulf, didn't stand a chance. Together, they fell upon it and cut it apart. The beast died screaming. It was easy to be confident when you had someone to watch your back. Killing monsters together felt pretty damn good, all things considered. In short order, the last of them lay dead and dissolving at their feet. Mission accomplished. Not bad, he gave Emerald's shoulder a brisk pat. You did well. And you threw yourself at them. I did. Not sorry. Ugh, forget it. She shook herself and sheathed her weapons, trembling a little. That was a lot. Why were they here? Negativity attracts Grimm. He looked past fading Grimm to the village of Ansel. Whole bunch of them. Which means that he looked to the gate. There's probably a story to this. Together, they approached the battered gate. He heard a commotion, and in no time at all, an old man's weathered visage leaned over the wall. He glimpsed a balding head of silvery hair and brown eyes, a scarred visage set in the scowl, lips puckered in distaste. For all that they'd saved him and the others, he didn't look much pleases for it. Who goes there? He spoke with a faint twang in his voice, an audible accent he couldn't quite place. Be ye bandits? Naruto exchanged a wry glance with Emerald and looked back. Would bandits knock on the gate? Or save one of your own? The man winced, but clung to his pride. They would. They're a right sneaky sort. He laughed a little. We're not bandits. And you are? Name's Samuel. I lead this lot. Hunters then, are ye? Got your licenses and everything? Not at all, but well, better a white lie than a painful truth. We're still in training. Can ye fight? Emerald tooted. Better than you. He quelled Emerald with a glower. We can. Something softened in that craggy visage. Then you're welcome to our village if you mind your manners. Best be careful. There's a witch hereabouts. A witch? Now it was his turn to scoff. Let me guess, does she have green skin and a pointy black hat? Nay. She's a demon with a red blade, skin white as snow with hair dark as night and eyes the color of blood. But didn't you just call her a witch? A demon, I say, the man ranted, shouting them down. She's hit villages nearby with her men. Proper beach too. Always picking fights and doesn't give a flying fig for who she hurts or what she takes. He quirked a brow at him. Something didn't add up here. But not you. The elder shook his spear down at them. Why do you think we had this many Grimm? Half of us want to leave, the other half think we'll be next. He seemed to chew on the words a moment more. Someone nudged him and he heaved a sigh. Look, lad, there's a standing bounty on Grimm in these parts. It's not much, but keep it. Naruto waved him off. We didn't save this village for the money. Emerald whispered in his ear, low enough for only him to hear. We need lean. And we'll get it. But these people have even less than we do. We do not take from the poor. Was that a glimmer of respect in her eyes just now? Whatever it was gone just as quickly. Anyone else would have thought their mind was playing tricks on them. Not him. Samuel hollered, breaking his concentration. Are ye coming in or not? Be in or be off with ye. He held up a hand. Just a moment. Emerald was waiting for him when he turned to face her. We're going to help these people, aren't we? Maybe. Her scowl redoubled still. They're hiding something. I know they are. But what choice do we have? The best give Amber a call. Then they could get themselves settled. And figure out what the devil was going on here. There it is. That's the look. I enjoy that look of confusion when an inferior being meets a higher power. It's intoxicating, wouldn't you agree? What's wrong, bandit? You were laughing before. But you're not. Laughing now. A future scene. Here be bandits. Her scroll was banging off again. Amber almost didn't hear it first, so lost was she in her nightmares. But it kept bleeding at her, incessantly, until at last she creaked a sleep-gummed eye open and flailed for it. Her hand scrambled out of the blankets and pawed at empty air, reaching. Gravity betrayed her as she reached just a tad too far. Thump. Ow wow. The floor was cruel and cold and wooden, something Amber hadn't much minded before when she was awake, but very much did now that she found her face squashed against it. Out at her poor head. Felt like someone had kicked her skull clean open. An angry growl grumbled against the ground as her eyes briefly flickered with maiden fire. Blasted in. Her cot was way too small for her liking, but it was all she could afford with what little lean she had left. Still, she was grateful to be awake. If nothing else, The noise had freed from dreadful dreams. She died again, trapped in that terrible cold metal tube, banging at the glass. It was almost always the same. She always dreamed of in the tube. Every time. Without fail. Sometimes she suffocated to death. Sometimes an arrow pierced her heart. Sometimes the tube turned on SED out her very soul. And sometimes, they just left her in there to die alone, wasting away as time dragged on. That was always the worst. Screaming and pounding at the glass, unable to be seen, unable to be heard. Unable to die, but unable to live either. She'd had one good dream, just the one, when she'd shared that campsite with Mercury. A reprieve. The nightmares had come every night since. Her scroll bleated once more, demanding her attention. Shivering a little, Amber sat up on her knees, snatched it up, keyed in her password and took a look. Her eyes lit up as saw the sender. Mercury! In an instant she was awake, fumbling for the screen. Her brow furrowed. Let's see here, Ansel.bandits? What has he gotten himself mixed up in? Well, that settled it. She'd help him. He was what? A friend? She had so few of those left now. She'd thought Ashbin was her friend, that Crow and Glinda were her friends, but they weren't now, were they? They wanted to contain her, control her, keep her not in a cage. They weren't that bad, but they wouldn't let her leave Vale, or that awful mansion. She was a huntress, damn it. She was meant to be free. If she'd known the burdens, the perils, the pain she would suffer, she never would have accepted this power. Some days she wished someone would just take it away. But that was childish thinking even for her. She knew that. She was stuck with this power. Until death did them part. Mercury, now he was free. No one could chain him down. He'd kill anyone who tried. She didn't know what she felt about him. He was witty, sarcastic, and not at all afraid to talk back when need be. Regardless, he'd lit a fire in her, reignited something deep inside, a feeling she'd lost long ago. There had never been time for anything like this. Not since she inherited this power. It was always training, or hiding, or meetings with Ashbin. Always what was best for them, for the world, never for her. Never what she wanted, not once. But back to this feeling that it felt like warm butterflies in her chest, sunlight on her face, the frantic pounding of her own heart. Could it be? Amber clapped both hands to her cheeks and shook her head. Bad girl. Calm down, girl. It was too soon for that. Way too soon. That wasn't it? Her gaze flitted back to her scroll, reading the messages therein. Ansel. That was a few days away, wasn't it? Less if she flew. With luck, she could make it there quickly. No, she could. She would. She wanted to see him again. She must. If only to put these dreams to rest. Ansel rolled out the red carpet for them. Well, inasmuch as a small village on the edge of the frontier could roll out the carpet. Naruto appreciated the hospitality, rustic as it was really, he did, but he knew it came with a caveat. He and Emerald were each given free room and board at the inn, while drinks at the local tavern were summarily declared to be on the house. Better yet, the innkeeper was so delighted to put up 2 hunters, passing through at little cost to them, so long as they lent a hand keeping an eye out for more Grimm. An easy bargain. This place was full of retired huntsmen and their families, warriors past their prime or those too young to make a meaningful difference. They'd had received more than a few kindly nods from the former and odd looks from the latter. On the surface it sounded simple, all they had to do was face these bandits, if they did indeed exist, and send them packing. And yet he couldn't help but feel that there was more at work here. Or was there? If these fools cannot fend for themselves, then what point is there? Leave it to Cinder, the proverbial devil on his shoulder, to pour poison in his ear. Devil indeed. I'll have you know I'm a well-adjusted member of society. You tried to recruit me while my house was on fire. Semantics. He shook his head to shut her out. Ansel was riled up, there could be no denying that, but were bandits to blame? The Grimm would say yes. They'd been drawn here by the sheer negativity of good folk fearing for their lives. But was there something more sinister at work here? Emerald seemed to think so. Then again, she could be frightfully paranoid. It had taken no small amount of work and spoiling on his part to earn her trust, and even then it was a fragile, fledgling thing. She wouldn't put her faith in others just yet. It fell to him to be the voice of reason here, both for the village and her. But they couldn't stay here. They absolutely could not stay here. They'd get bogged down and never leave. Yet neither cold he leave these people to their fates. If their lives really depended on him, if there really were bandits, if there was some unknown danger. Too many ifs. One aspar. Naruto blinked, drawn out of his maudlin reverie. Pardon? Spar. Emerald stared back at him, her plate pristine clean. He hadn't even touched his and it showed. You look tense. And I need, she swallowed once to master herself. I need to practice. The last bit was said just a touch too quickly. She must have been unnerved by all this too. Or maybe it was the Grimm. Who could say? Regardless, he took her off in the spirit it was given. He stood, knocked back the plate, and scarfed his dinner down. Sounds like a plan. A shadow watched them from afar. Hunters. Actual, real, live hunters. In Ansel. They seemed like good people. Maybe they could help? Emerald knew her way around a brawl. She fought not like a huntress but like a survivor. Rough and tumble, no holds barred, doing whatever it took to win. She had been born and raised on the streets and it showed. Wasn't afraid to fight dirty either. The girl was all elbows and knees and not at all afraid to use them when he disarmed her. Which was often. Most of her style, if one could call it such, was clearly self-taught and she fought solely by instinct. Here, at least, Marcus training came in clutch. He could see those mistakes and them, correct her stance and adjust accordingly. They'd found nice, isolated little patch of dirt behind the tavern to do just that and… Rah! Naruto opened his eyes and swayed backward, grinning from ear to ear as her heel passed mere inches from his face. He caught her ankle and sent her spinning away. She didn't fall. Instead she whirled with it, letting momentum drag her chained sickles in at his forehead with blistering speed. Wilt stabbed down, entrapping one, even as he caught the other and reeled her in like a fish. She realized what was about to happen, locked eyes with him, and used her semblance. Quite suddenly he found himself face 3 of her. Points for her. He'd told her to use it sparingly where need be, and she had. But hallucination or no, he could sense her all the same. His fist found her stomach and she folded like so much wet paper. He expected a complaint, pain at the very least. Instead she accepted the blow, dropped to her knees and clutched her gut, all with nary a noise. He knelt to check her, to make sure she was all right, and she swept his legs. Naruto pitched backward with a squawk. It was his own fault really. He'd let his guard down, pity and concern getting the better of him once yet again. Emerald took full advantage and tackled him, driving him down to the ground, practically straddling him. She planted her legs on either side of him and shoved a sickle under his throat. Yield. There were a dozen different ways he could have slipped free. He chose not to. Grinning, he raised his hands. Alright, I give. You gonna get off me now? Unless you're into that sort of thing. Emerald looked down. Her face went red. She tackled him. A rustle in the bushes commanded his attention. Emerald tumbled off him and rounded on it, weapons raised. Who's there? Whoa, whoa. A boy emerged from the brush, hands up. Don't shoot. I come in peace. Naruto climbed to his feet and assessed the newcomer in an instant. Blonde hair. Blue eyes. Thin. Scraggly. No aura. Ripped blue jeans and a dark hoodie. Was that a rabbit on it? He couldn't quite tell by the crude armor the boy wore. For it was crude, make no mistake, blasted thing barely covered his chest and shoulders. How was that supposed to protect him? And why did he look so familiar? Emerald hissed. You'll leave in pieces. He should have known this would attract attention. Belatedly he recognized him. I remember you. You're the one I plucked out of the Grimm yesterday. His mind flailed, struggling to recall his name. Jaune, right? Yeah. The scraggly boy flushed and looked away. That'd be me. Silence reigned supreme. Emerald didn't lower her thief's respite. Naruto laid a hand on the barrels and forced it down. Did you want something? I wanted to ask. Jaune studied his shoes as though they were made of gold. Are you too, huntsman? His lack of courage was beginning to rankle him. Where was the spirit he'd shown yesterday? Where was the fire? Why say that? Jaune kicked at the ground. You look like huntsmen. We're only a little older than you, idiot. Emerald. She subsided with a sigh. We've been training. There's a difference. Jaune perked up, hope in his eyes. Did you attend Signal? Emerald tilted her head with scorn. Did you? No, but I want to be huntsmen. Huntsmen are fools. Jaune winced, but rallied in the face of her ire. And no, they aren't their heroes. She scoffed. Heroes die all the time. We're not heroes. Naruto's conscience gave him a nudge. I want to be somebody. Jaune wouldn't back down. If anything, Emerald's insult only seemed to embolden him. I'm sick of this place and sick of my sisters. I want to help people, save people, the same way you saved me back there. He saw their deadpan expressions and faltered at last. I know. I'm weak. I would have been dead without you. You are weak. The nudge became a poke. Naruto sighed. How many sisters you have? 7. The poke became a stab. He would have killed for a mentor in his first life. Granted, he'd gotten several eventually, but this boy clearly hadn't. It might be too late for this boy to make Beacon in a few years, but... What are you asking of us? He sheathed Wilt with a sigh. Training. Do you have aura, at least? Jaune looked like he might lie for a moment, then thought better of it. No. Of course not. Are either of your parents huntsmen? Dad is. No hesitation this time. Good. And where is this father of yours? Out on a mission. Emerald saw the angle he was taking and backed him up. Why hasn't he unlocked your aura? It's not hard. Jaune wilted a little under their gaze. He doesn't think I'm serious about this. Emerald shook her head, hair swaying. You clearly aren't. But I am. I have armor. And a weapon. Emerald didn't say anything to Jaune. She didn't have to. Instead she pivoted and looked to him. Naruto could feel her stare. You help me, her gaze seemed to say. Are you going to help every stray we stumble across? No, he wasn't, but surely. DMN him for being a softie. A muscle jumped in his jaw. 7 in the morning. Emerald sputtered. Excuse me? Jaune faltered. Come again. Be here at 7 tomorrow morning. Sharp. He stabbed a finger into the younger boy's armored chest. And eat a light breakfast. But first, come here. Jaune scrambled closer, practically tripping over himself. Cinder scoffed in his head. Coddling the weak. He laid a hand on the boy's head and closed his eyes. The words came with surprising ease. For it is in our weakest moments that we find our strength. Through this we become a bulwark against the darkness, a defender of the weak and forgotten, the powerless and misbegotten. Unbound by morality and driven by ambition, I release your soul and by my shoulder support thee. Jaune jolted in his grasp with a gasp, and he felt the aura surge out of him. There. He stepped back, wiping a bead of sweat from his. I've unlocked your aura. You have quite a lot. Remember, 7 tomorrow. Don't make me regret this. Jaune bowed. Not good enough. Am I understood, soldier? The boy saluted instead. Sir. Yes, sir. He didn't fail to notice Emerald's jealous glare. What was Mercury playing at? Emerald couldn't understand. She wasn't sure she wanted to. Ansel had no strategic value. Their supplies were meager, and they had little in the way of warriors. So why linger here? Why unlock a civilian's aura and teach him basic swordplay? It all smacked of kindness and mercy, which was nice and all, but it wasn't getting him anywhere. Their funds were still dwindling. They'd need to move on. Instead, here they were, settling in for the night at this blasted inn when they should be leaving. He made no mention of either as they went to their cots. Finally, it was too much. She couldn't take it anymore. Why are you helping him? Ah, dear Emerald. Mercury threw himself back on the bed with a languid sigh. So full of questions. I like that. She squinted at him. What was this, some sort of trick? You do. Sure, he shrugged a shoulder. You keep me honest. She arched a green eyebrow. Well, most honest, he amended, clasping both hands behind his head. Her brow climbed higher. Okay, he granted her a Cheshire grin. Relatively honest. To answer your question, I helped Jaune because he reminds me of well, me, when I was younger. Kids got moxie. Are you saying you were weak? The weakest. There was a telltale twinkle in his eye as he winked her way. Hard to believe, eh? It was. Very much so. Mercury had never been weak. She refused to believe it. She absolutely refused. No way in hell. He'll never make it to Beacon. He might, her partner disagreed. I've given him a good start. He can build off it once we put Ansel behind us. Something about those words lit the spark of hope in her. So we're not staying here forever? He nodded curtly. We're not by any means. Then what are we waiting for? A finger rose. Who, actually? I don't get it. A friend, if she's willing to meet up with us. She might not. She's not a fan of civilization, never mind the big cities. He had plans for Vale. That's where we're going then. In due time. Uncertainty nagged at her anew, gnawing her nerves. She didn't want to appear weak before him, anything but that, yet he'd mentioned some else. Someone else. It rankled her more than she cared to admit. You didn't tell me you had a friend. I met her before you. He held up a hand, sparks sizzling within, then raised another, crackling with shards of molten glass. It was right after I killed my dad and an annoying broad. His casual admittance of murder would have appalled anyone else. Not her. Mercury didn't kill without good reason. Don't worry, she's good people. Emerald twitched. She? Was that whom he'd texted earlier? That was she not special after all? She though she was. With that thought, a seed of jealousy planted itself in her chest. But enough about her. Mercury stifled the two semblances in his hands and rolled over onto his stomach to look at her. Where do you want to go? Emerald froze up. She still wasn't used to anyone asking what she wanted. Me? We can see the sights, travel the world, cause chaos. What do you say? Traveling the world sounds nice. She swallowed once to master herself, then barreled on before she could lose her nerve. This friend of yours, what does she look like? Tall, tan, with short brown hair. There was something in his face as he said it. Emerald looked up from her lap. Do you? She curled one finger around her pale tresses, like girls with long hair? Mercury blinked at that, just a little too quickly. By contrast, his reply took several seconds. I do. That was good to know. Maybe she shouldn't cut her hair after all. Mercury squinted at her, noticing the spark in her eyes. Why did you ask? That was curious. No way was she telling him about that. Not yet. He sighed and flopped off the bed. All right. Good night, Emerald. I'll take first watch. Good night, sir. I told you to call me by my name. The ghost of a smile touched her lips. I'll think about it, sir. She waited until he'd closed the door, until his footsteps had receded, until he was well and truly gone. And then, her head hit the pillow, narrowly muffling a happy squeal. Jaune had spirit. He was untapped, untrained, almost utterly unremarkable in almost every way, but he wouldn't give up, he wouldn't stay down, and he just would not quit. No matter how hard he hit him, no matter how many times he knocked him down and out, he always found a way back to his feet. Was it wrong that Naruto took some pride in that? Probably. He still kept pushing him regardless. So had passed 2 days. In many ways the boy reminded him of himself back in his first life. Little skill, little training, little in the way of common sense, but determined to prove himself, refusing to give up. His attitude and confidence needed much work, but those would come with time and skill. They could fix that. Wrong. Wilt diverted crochet Moors with ease, sending Jaune stumbling past. The younger boy swiped at him as he went. A stray strand of silver hair fluttered by. Naruto raised his somewhat marginal opinion of the boy by one notch. In the beginning, he wouldn't have thought to do that. He whirled and drove a metal-shod boot into the boy's back, tossing him into the dirt. Don't swing with all your strength, he barked at him. Move with the weight of your blade. Let it guide you. Blush barked dust and was summarily tanked by the younger boy's aura. Better. But then the boy sagged and his face grew stormy. No. He dragged him back to his feet and gave him a shake. Don't give up. You don't get to give up. Never give up. That's your defining trait, Jaune. When the boy made to speak, he shook him again. If you want something, you have to fight for it. Don't sit there and mope. You have 2 years, till beacon. Them. The boy drooped in his grasp. But this is harder than I thought. If the next words out of your mouth are, I can't, I will smack you. I swear on my sword. He felt a dark ripple of approval in that instant. Where had that come from? Shaking it off, he fixed his would-be pupil with a baleful look. Listen to me, Jaune. He took the boy by the shoulders, frog-marched him over to a nearby stump and sat him down. Because I'm only going to say this once. You're blind to what true power can bring. He slung an arm around his shoulder, holding him close. I'm going to let you in on a very important secret, one I learned when I was younger than you are now. You see, power, real power, doesn't come to those who were born strongest or fastest or smartest. No, it comes to those who would do anything to achieve it. But I'm so far behind. Fool of a boy. Being calm clearly wasn't working. Time to appeal to his emotions. He mastered his temper and gave him another shake. Look at you. Struggling to have everything you want, all while the world tries to make you choose. Evil. Villain. Choose, they say. Choose, he snarled the younger boy into silence. Pick one or the another, but not both. Oh no, never both. Real power means you don't have to choose. Be who you want to be. And so will I. He let him go, stepped back, and assumed a ready stance. What do you want to be, Jaune? The boy stood, picked up his sword and readied his battered shield. Naruto grinned. It was not a nice smile. Now try to hit me. The bandits came the next morning. They found one man waiting before the gates of Ansel. Sitting, really, right out there in the open without a care in the world. 50 they were, but even they paused in the face of such an unusual sight. Just as planned. There you are. Naruto stifled a yawn and rose, propping himself up on his sword. Kept me waiting. One of the bandits stepped forward, an ugly balding brute with a scar over his right eye. Where is she? Give her to us or we'll burn this place down. He frowned. Where is who? One brandished a hatchet at him. Don't play dumb. Where's the maiden? He felt Cinder perk up in his soul. He could almost imagine her slow, sinister smile. What's this? Naruto tilted his head. Maiden? I dunno any maiden. I don't even know what that is, for crying out loud. Why re you after her? That beach set off the boss. Weapons waved his way, battered and worn. We had to trek all the way from Mistral to get here. Now give up? Really? He thumbed Wilt free from her sheath, revealing a gleam of scarlet metal. If she's the boss of you lot, then I pity ya. Why you little? In every group there was always an idiot, some blithering bonehead who was either too strong or too dumb to take a hint. Evidently this little tribe had the latter. One rushed him now, hatchets in hand, howling like a lunatic, a mad bull charging. Anger reared its ugly head in his heart once more, but this time he was ready for it. He channeled it, focused it, mastered it. That's not a sword, he tooted softly. Wilt flicked forth from her sheath, quick as lightning, then slid back in thrice as quickly. Behind him, the man fell apart, his body cleaved in twine at the waist. That this is a sword. One of the bandits to be cried out in a high, reedy wail. He killed Bert. Get him. Blush barked and the speaker went down with a face full of dust. You know what? Wilt scraped free from her sheath. Come and die. It was too much to hope they would listen. They rushed him. Again as planned. Looky here. He reached into his belt pouch and withdrew an item. I've got a jar of dirt. Care to guess what's inside it? He superheated it in his palm and flung it at them before they could guess. I'll give you a hint. Tum. Cinder's semblance flared and the jar, or rather the molten dirt within, went off like a hand grenade. Shrapnel sprayed in every direction, some of it even skittered off his aura. The bandits weren't so lucky. 12 of them died outright, 6 more dropped screaming, and 3 more were stunned. The rest couldn't see the forest for the trees. But Emerald could not even from this distance. One bandit dropped to the ground, screaming, clawing at their face. He ran them though. Another crashed to their knees, gibbering about snakes. He lopped off their head with a lazy backswing. He was sure she and everyone in Ansel were watching from the walls. She would play the silent support, letting him tear through the bandits. Let him be the one to fight. Let him give them the hope they craved. If any tried to get past him, they'd be trapped in their worst nightmares. And yet it didn't seem they were. They were too focused on him, to the exclusion of all else. He lobbed another jar of dirt their way, and even more fell back into the smoke. What was this? How could anyone be afraid of this lot? He was picking them apart and he was just one man. There had to be more than this. There just had to— Enough! A new voice barked, souring his good mood. Useless idiots, the lot of you. Back up. A woman strode through the smoke, clad in red and black, her hair dark as night. He couldn't see her face behind a red-on-white mask. White fang? No, not quite. He could sense the aura within her and deeper within, the telltale flicker of a semblance. Curiosity had him tilting his head. I'm guessing you're the witch. She planted a fist on her hip. Excuse me? No, he wagged a finger her way. I'm not talking to you while you're wearing that. His voice lowered further, not unlike a parent speaking to an unruly child. That's precisely what she was to him. Take that ridiculous thing off, then we can speak. That fine. An annoyed sigh issued forth from the confines of the helm. There's no point in hiding it now, I suppose. Remarkably, she complied and cast it aside. Eyes red as blood were, skin white as snow, hair black as night. She might have been beautiful if weren't for her scowl and the lines in her face. She looked tired. Exhausted and angry. Pretty. Like she hadn't had a proper bath in days. Did it have something to do with that maiden they were on about? Cinder was curiously silent in his head. I am Raven Branwen, leader of the Branwen tribe. The band queen drew her blade with a flourish, its crimson edge glinting in the sunlight. You have two choices before you, huntsman. Stand aside and give me what I want, or die screaming. Good for you. Naruto crossed both arms before his chest. I choose the third option, the one where I kick your head in. Throaty laughter was his reward. You think you're a hero, boy? Her full lips pursed in a scowl. Your morals, your code, it's all a sick joke. These people you're protecting? She raised a hand, indicating the walls of Ansel behind him. When the chips are down, your so-called friends over there, they'll eat each other. Just like we're about to do. Tou. She lunged. Wilt met her halfway. Scarlet steel sparked against red. His boots bit back into the grass, tearing a furrow into the earth. She leered at him over their crossed blades, bearing him down. You know how to use that thing, kid? Funny, I should say the same to you. His hair flashed riot red as Adam's semblance took hold. Thanks for getting real close, though. Her eyes bulged. Raven flung herself backward, braving her blade with both hands to defend herself. Too late. Wilt yowled. A swathe of red dead struck her head on, slammed into her torso, barreled her back into a tree and beyond. She kept going, vanishing into the woods with an awful crackle of sundered timber. What a joke. Why did I ever think this was a threat to me? When she didn't emerge, Naruto turned his eyes on the remaining bandits. Of what was once 50, less than half remained. Ordinarily I'd let you guys off with a beating, but this ain't ordinary. Sorry. He granted them a grim look. I'm fresh out of mercy. You've made a life of harming people. Now I'ma harm you. He stabbed Wilt down, conjured a pair of raisin shuriken to his hands, let them fly, and closed his heart to what followed. When the blood was done flying and the screams dying, he waded in. What followed was not a massacre. Massacres implied effort. He fell upon them, sword swinging. It was a slaughter. By the time Raven re-emerged from the thicket, it was to see the last of her men cut down by his bloody hands. He lopped off the last survivor's head and kicked it her way, sending it tumbling down to her feet. She balked at him with wide eyes. No bravado now. All he saw was surprise, shock, and a touch of "Oh yes, there it was." He could see the ugly wound in her left shoulder, the way she favored her right leg. Despite that, she still held her blade tight and glared at him. You. Me. He swept his blade to the side, splashing blood onto the grass. Look at you. Not so tough now, are ya? He felt her anxiety. It warmed something in him, something ugly. Show her. Do it now. A furiously familiar voice hissed in his head, snarling over the pounding in his ears. It didn't sound like Cinder. Tell her. Let her know what it's like to be weak. To be powerless. To be nothing. Something was bleeding over into his thoughts. For once, he agreed with it. Okay. Honestly, you're a joke, he spat at her. You wanna rob this village like very other, but you don't want things to change. His sword flicked out, lazily sheathed once more. You want everything to stay the same, maintain the status quo, the strong ruling over the weak. How messed up is that? Tell me, how the hell is humanity supposed to change if it's not allowed to evolve? She tensed, expecting an attack. And he would just not in the way she expected. Tell me, now what did you call me? My morals? My code? I remember now. A bad joke. He grit his teeth behind his lips and started forward, throwing he words back in her face. Dropped at the first sign of trouble. You think I'm only as good as I believe myself to be. You'll see. But right now, I'm not feeling very good. Another step, nearly within striking distance. You think you can just take whatever you want, whenever you want, human. Even swamped by anger, he noticed the word. Human? Why was he calling her human? But you can't, he glared at her, teeth bared in a snarl. Because as long as there are those who remember what was, there will always be those that are unable to accept what can be. What needs to be. What must be. Raven skittered backwards. Stay back. See, now you respect me because I'm a threat. He drew Adam's blade again, charged with kinetic energy, and pointed it at her. That's the way it works. You see, I know what it's like to lose. To feel so desperately that you're right that only to come up short. Her face twisted helplessly as he looked on. There it is. He tapped his cheek with one finger. That's the look. I enjoy that look of confusion when an inferior being meets a higher power. It's intoxicating, wouldn't you agree? She didn't answer. Of course not. Cravens were all bluster and no bite. What's wrong? He spread his arms wide. You were laughing before. But you're not laughing now. Raven took a step back. He stalked after her. Going to run away, coward? The word made her flinch for some reason. Coward? Coward. He all but spat the word, pressing the advantage. That's exactly what you are. Attacking the weak, the helpless, all those who can't fight back. But the second someone like me comes around, you up and fold like a house of cards. His lips curled in a sardonic, spiteful sneer. You're worse than my old man. At least he died with a semblance of dignity. Well, somewhat. He charged forward. The second he did, Raven cut a tear in the air, birthing a red portal between her and him. He had to twist aside to avoid rushing headlong into it. The sudden stop sent him skidding across the grass, tearing a fresh furrow into the dirt. He didn't miss her irked oath. Clever. She'd almost had him there. Portals, huh? He eyed the swirling vortex warily. Is that your semblance? Suits a coward like you. Coward. 3 times now. He'd called her a coward 3 times. Naturally, he had no way of knowing the switch he'd just flipped. And he never would. Raven absolutely twitched. Hatred sparked in her eyes. She cut the portal and rushed him with a yowl. I'm no coward. There was grace even in her rage, fire in her fury, strength in her savagery. It didn't save her. He parried her first strike with blush, evaded the second, slapped aside the third with wilt, stepped aside from the fourth, and opened his arms wide for the fifth. Her blade slammed down on his chest and shattered, leaving her clutching a useless hilt. She balked at it, taking her eyes off him for a crucial second. Foolish. He placed blush against her stomach, closed his eyes, unloaded. Her body bucked as buckshot plowed into her stomach. Naruto squeezed the trigger and fired twice. Thrice now. Raven's overtaxed aura shattered at last. Triumph blazed in his chest, emerging as a growl. Remember what I promised you? He chambered a leg over Raven's head. Held it there a moment more. Her head snapped up a heartbeat too late. His boot swung down and his heel came alongside it, crashing down into her skull, burying itself there. Between. Her wide eyes. Blood sluiced down her forehead and ran out her nose. What are you? Entirely done with your sheet is what I am. He tore his heel free from her skull, leaving her to reel helplessly place like a drunkard at last call. I don't care. Raven didn't even seem to hear him. She reached up past him with blank eyes, to something only she could see. Yang, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. He shoved her. She slumped sideways and fell at his feet, eyes rolling back in her head. Naruto tooted angrily. Who or what was a Yang? Probably not important. He slammed his hand down on Raven's unconscious visage and squeezed. Her aura lay in ruins. There was no resistance. She was too busy bleeding out at his feet. Her semblance barely put up a fight. So much for the bandit queen. She was either dead, dying, or very close to it. He paid her no mind, found what he was looking for in her soul, and yanked. With that felt something slide into his soul and something clicked in the back of his head, bringing with it understanding. Scarlet sparks crackled across his aura, his eyes glowed, and just like that, it was done. Another one. Cinder's voice cooed in his head. And without killing the host this time. Well done. It's crowded enough in here already. This time, someone else answered. It already is, but at least he isn't afraid to kill. That he had an angry bull hiding in his soul, didn't he? So much for his theory. He ignored them and turned an eye to Raven's weapons. Her hilt was useless, but that sheath looked special. On a whim, he snatched up her broken blade and pressed it to the holster. A whir and a click, and he found himself drawing a blade not of bloody red, but deepest wintry blue. Frost crackled across it. No, not simple frost but dust. A sheath that created dust blades. His eyes lit up. How much must it have cost to create a thing like this? It might be the only one of its kind in the world. Yup, taking that. He unbuckled the sheath from her belt, slammed her blade inside, and with a bit of fiddling, strapped it to the left side of his waist. She had no need for it where she was going. And speaking of going, I wonder. On a whim he focused his aura and slashed Adam's blade through the air. It snagged on something but no portal emerged. Progress. Better than nothing. A second swipe, and he felt the air tear. Focus. An image of Emerald burst to the forefront of his mind unbidden, and this time, the world answered. A crimson portal bloomed before him, a scarlet tether in the ether. On a whim, he moved a hand through it. A voice yelped, a most familiar voice. What the hell? Emerald? He poked his head through and found her startled face staring back at him. Bandits are dealt. Mind sending some help for the bodies? Wait a second. He most assuredly did not and ducked back through, too busy gloating over his new gift. So that was how Raven's semblance worked. It opened a portal to its owner's bonded ones. Those with whom one had forged either a lasting friendship, found themselves attached to, or otherwise drawn to. The revelation boggled the mind. This was beyond useful. The sheer possibilities it presented were endless. If he made a friend in every kingdom, not hard, given his personality, he could essentially unlock fast travel there. Make enough and he could zip around the world without even running. Cinder offered a smug hum. You picked up a useful one this time. Indeed he had. He'd already bonded with Emerald. All to the good that it meant he'd be able to find and protect her wherever she was, no matter what happened to her. But who else had he connected with? Realization struck like a thunderclap and his eyes widened in a fit of glee. Amber. Of course. He had a portal to Amber. Oh, she was gonna love this. But first, his gaze strayed to Raven's body. She groaned softly. He sighed. What a drag. Will she live? Hard to say. The doctor adjusted his glasses and considered Raven's prone form atop the medical bed with a keen eye, regarding her skull wrapped in bloody bandages. Head wounds are often tricky things. He prodded the bandit queen's cheek, drawing a soft groan from her. She might survive, she might not. Even if she wakes up, I doubt she'll be wholly the same. Naruto granted him an arch look. Remember his name. Mustn't be rude. Wallace, was it? Mind filling me in? Nothing simpler. The bald man tittered and made a show of stroking the gray wisp of his mustache. You rattled her brain and cracked her skull, lad. People don't just get up and walk away from that. She'll be lucky to remember her own name, let alone walk and talk, I reckon. Despite himself, the reborn shinobi winced. That was no proper way to live. Might be a mercy to just kill her now. Still, she has aura, and I've seen folks bounce back before. What do you want done with her? Dunno. Wallace boomed a laugh. You really don't, do you? This here is Raven Branwen. Scourge of Mistral. I've family over there. She's a right menace. A gray brow rose. Then what's she doing in Vale? The doctor shrugged carelessly. Looking to cause trouble, I reckon. Belatedly, he remembered her words. She said she was looking for something. Wallace fiddled with the bandages a while, not looking his way. What might that be? A maiden. Looking for a young lass, was she? There was no spark of comprehension that passed across the man's face, nor comprehension. Not many of those around here unless you count the Ark children. I'd be wary of that lot. A wrinkled finger wagged his way. They're a handful. Well, Nick is likely to tan your hide if you try courting one of them without his permission. Naruto snorted. Thanks for the warning. He considered Raven's prone form. There a bounty on this one's head? Aye, the doctor granted him a toothy grin. A hefty one in these parts, placed by Beacon itself. 1 million lean. Alive. Whoa. Just like that he had a reason to want Raven alive after all. He couldn't rightly collect that bounty if she was dead now, could he? He waited until Wallace looked away, then subtly placed a hand on her head and sent a healing pulse of chakra threading through her skull. Not enough to close the wound outright, but enough to speed the healing and tear her away from death's door. Anything more than that might see her up and about before he left, which was something he didn't want. But with this, she'd be out of immediate danger. The rest was up to her. Will the police station pay her bounty out? Happily. Wallace clapped him on the back. You're a hero here, lad. You and that lass of yours are welcome any time. Good to know. Ansel was a nice place, but it was just a little too homey for him. Best to collect the money and move on now while they... I'll be going then. Emerald's probably worried sick. She doesn't like the sight of dead bodies. Few do. The old doctor laughed and waved him on. You can see yourself out, I trust? Yup, will do. He nodded and made for the door. A woman was waiting for him just outside as he emerged. Much to his surprise, it wasn't Emerald. His sharp eyes took the newcomer in at a glance. She was slightly older than him by the look of her. Her wavy, dirty blonde hair seemed to shine in the afternoon light, and her bright blue eyes were sharp. Clad in an orange sleeveless top matched by a beige sleeveless vest, she wore brown trousers bearing red stitches on each side, alongside brown boots. A bootlace necklace hung her neck, swaying a little as she pet her head at him. You're the one that saved Jaune. Her voice was soft, almost musical. His friend, right? Sure, why not? He shrugged one shoulder. He's a good kid. He's my little brother. She planted a fist on her hip, looking him up and down. I wanted to thank you for what you did. Not just for the bandits, but for rescuing him. A pause now as she seemed to grapple with something. You taught him a bit, didn't you? He's been bragging about it. Mouthy blonde, this one. And you are? Saffron arc. Those deep blue eyes swept up and down the length of him once more, considering him. You're taller than I thought you'd be. At length she shrugged. Screw it. Naruto blinked. Screw moi. Warm lips pressed against his cheek. Kurama offered a low whistle. Cinder made an appreciative noise. As far as rewards went, that really wasn't half bad. It raised his spirits, if nothing else. There. Saffron stepped back and wiped her mouth with a rueful grin and a blush besides. Got that out of my system. Didn't shame you're not a girl. Tara would have been all over you. Still might be once I show her your picture. But you don't have it. Her scroll clicked. Cheeky. Saffron stowed her scroll and shot him a sidelong look, as though searching for something. "You're a good person, Mercury." It sounded more like a question than an actual statement. Was that a dig at him? He couldn't be sure. "As much as I can be," he offered her a shrug in return. Saffron stared. "And is your friend Emerald?" "She tries to be. I trust her." It was the right thing to say. Jaune's older sister stared at him, looked away, gripped her arms close to herself, and seemed to wrestle with something for a moment. "All right, this is awkward." Finally, she found her resolve and looked back to him. "It's me." She turned to face him and spread her arms wide. "I'm the reason those people came here." Her eyes burned with blue flame, hot and heady. "I'm the one the bandit queen was looking for." The beginning of a small, rueful smile plucked at the corner of her mouth. "I did some things I shouldn't have and set her off because I'm the spring maiden. Sorry for involving you in this." If she expected that to evoke a startled response in him, she was wrong. Dead wrong. Naruto tilted his head to the right and blinked once. "The hell's a maiden?" Saffron's smile shattered. "You must be joking. I don't need you to save me. I don't need to be fixed. You call this a curse?" No. This is a gift. Think about it. Everyone has self-interest, but you cannot let it be your master. So don't fight over fleeting gains and losses. Rather, focus on the direction your heart is leading you and keep moving forward. You'll find your path, sooner or later. Naruto Mercury. Spring cleaning. A storm was brewing. Ashbin could sense it from the top of his tower. It wasn't something the naked eye could see. The skies remained clear for miles around, painted with the light of the setting sun. There was no sign of darkness or danger to the uninitiated. Indeed, insofar as Beacon was concerned, all was well. Students went about their lessons without a care in the world, no concern but for their homework, ending lessons and the approaching weekend. All the while, Bart, Glinda and Peter worked tirelessly to usher in the next generation. Well, Bart and Glinda worked. Peter told his stories. Some things never changed. And yet Ashbin could taste in the air. That charge, the anticipation. The budding sensation of magic swelling in the distance. Of course he could sense it, that mass of magic had once belonged to him after all. Even now, after being separated from it for years on end, he could still detect it. Such was how he knew, you see. Somewhere, somewhen, somehow, a maiden had leapt into combat here in Vale. Not just one maiden, but two. The thought left his throat feverishly dry. It couldn't be Amber, surely. Surely she wasn't that foolish. That he already knew the answer. His scroll vibrated a heartbeat later. Against his better judgment, the old wizard picked it up. The news he received both made him hopeful and left him terrified. "I see. Ansel, was it?" "Yes, I'll be by to retrieve her shortly." He set the phone down a moment later, bowed his head, and ran a hand through his hair. A long draft of his mug followed, taking the edge off his ragged nerves. Only then did he dare retrieve his scroll and make a call of his own. It ran once, twice, thrice, before someone finally retrieved it. A garbled, hung-over growl greeted him. "Crow?" "Yes, it's me." "I know it's early. How would you feel about a family reunion?" His old friend agreed readily once he gave him the details. What on earth was Raven Branwen doing in Ansel, who had beaten her within an inch of her life? This was going to be a long week, wasn't it? Ashbin heaved a sigh, rose from behind his desk, and snatched up his cane. "This bodes poorly. Take her power. Take it now." Naruto heaved a patient sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. It was too much to hope Cinder would be quiet after Saffron's revelation. He hadn't known she was interested in these maidens, but the moment Saffron finished her explanation, well, the results spoke for himself. She'd been banging about in his head ever since he'd sat down, from the very moment he began meditating, demanding he take action. Holding his tongue only made her louder. Honestly, she was beginning to annoy him. Her semblance was useful, make no mistake, but all these shrill shrieks were grinding on his last nerve. "Will you be quiet in there?" Cinder most assuredly would not. For the ruined remnant of a soul, she was being quite vocal. She'd come roaring back to life and wouldn't be denied. That was the power Salem promised me. Ode. He dropped his smile. And his facade as Mercury alongside it, cheeks dimpling in a bemused scowl. You are owed nothing, least of all this. And if you won't be quiet? He flooded his body with shaka until she shrieked and subsided. Feel that? You have no body, no power, no nothing. All that's left is your ego. He heard someone snort in his head. I'm sorry, did I say something that you found funny, Adam? Moment of truth. Was it really him in his head? Would he respond? My apologies. Damn it all, that really was Taurus. I just enjoy watching her squirm. She tried to recruit me too, you know. All by her lonesome. It didn't end well. A sardonic chuckle swelled among his thoughts. More's the pity, I suppose. She had such grand plans to all ash now, just like her namesake. Cinder snarled. Quiet you. What will you do, Fall? Shriek at me? You have no power here. Neither of us do. That was decidedly more calm than he remembered Adam being. That you're being awfully blasé for a dead man. Death has a way of sobering you. Cinder snarled. Not me. No one asked what you thought, woman. Adam beat him to the punch, delivering a verbal beatdown as only the Dmed could. No one will remember you. Not your allies, not your so-called mistress, no one. In the end you were a disposable pawn, a sacrifice meant to be used and discarded. Nothing more. Cinder made angry cinder noises before she rallied. And what of you? Blake will remember me if nothing else. No wonder he was so smug. As will Atlas. A man only truly dies when he is forgotten. And I will never be. My deeds will live on with infamy. Now, I'm in the head of the most powerful being on Remnant and I have his ear. I could do worse. Have done worse. But you, he felt the threads of Adam's ego turn his way. Your semblance holds the potential to change the world. He shrugged one shoulder, not liking where this was going. Maybe if I wanted to. Sounded like a whole lot of work for nothing. Why should he care about any of that? You will, one way or another. The bull faunus couldn't be seen in the traditional sense of the word but had the feeling he was shrugging nevertheless. Power begets power and the world will take notice of you now. He winced a bit at that. Hey, I've been subtle. Your deeds were, Adam allowed, until you bested Raven Branwen and threw her in Ansel's jail. So, you do realize she's one of the most powerful huntresses this side of Remnant, wanted for countless crimes against humans and faunus alike? A nod. I do. Yet you defeated her. And this should concern me because? Cinder chuckled suddenly and he had the sudden sinking sensation he'd walked into a trap. It should, because Headmaster Ashbin himself placed that bounty on her head. That sheet. Indeed. Adam oozed satisfaction. I would suggest leaving Ansel before Ashbin comes to call. He isn't the sort to let a pawn escape his grasp if he can help it. If he discovers you and Emerald, he'd never let them go. Emerald's semblance was versatile enough, but the ability to swipe semblances and stack them atop one another? He'd never know peace. Even if they escaped his gaze, they'd be hunted across the kingdoms. That wasn't how he wanted to spend his second life. Still, curiosity reared its ugly head. You talk like you know him. I know enough. The faunus made a disgruntled noise. He's dangerous. We would be able to face him if we took the maiden's power. This from Cinder. He kept his eyes closed but resolutely shook his head all the same. No one is taking anything. Why not? That fool of an arc girl doesn't even want the gift. It would be better with I mean us. A blonde brow rose. You slipped there? I am dead. Let me have this. Not a chance. Give her an inch and she'd try to take a yard. And you, Adam? The dead faunus merely grunted. I don't care much one way or another, but I would prefer not to spend the rest of my life under that man's gaze. Speaking of which, the blonde woman has been trying to get your attention for the last minute or so, now. He snapped back to reality. Saffron coughed above him, returning him to the present. Are you all right? I'm fine. He creaked an eye open and waved a hand. Just dealing with some inner demons. She looked like she wanted to pry, but held back, squirming a little under his gaze. Are you done meditating? More or less. He drew himself up from his sitting position and pivoted to face her. And you? I take it you've prepared yourself. More or less. She clasped both hands behind her hips and sing-songed back at him. Squaring off against her in the yard of Ark family household seemed a foolish idea, but she'd been adamant about this and he'd reluctantly accepted. If he was going to know what a maiden was, he needed to see what one was capable of, what they could do in a fight, their powers and their limits. And besides, it allowed him to put on a bit of a show for the Ark children. At least their parents weren't around. Thank heaven for small mercies. Are you sure about this? Not at all. Saffron shrugged. Do you have a better idea? Naruto blew out a soft, exasperated sigh of his own. Not particularly. Then prepare yourself. Saffron walked away from him, took 3 steps. You want to see what a maiden can do? I'll show you. Maybe then you'll understand why I want to be rid of this power. He shrugged a shoulder. Alright, just remember you asked for this. Saffron barreled on, wincing a little. Just keep your aura up, alright? I can't exactly control the power too well. It's still new to me. At best I can am it, maybe change the weather and push it in a given direction, but that's about it. He unsheathed Adam's sword and crooked his free hand at her, beckoning. Come on then. I'm not getting any younger here. Emerald pumped a fist from the barrel she'd claimed for herself. Begin. Saffron brought her hands together with a shout. A cone of fire flooded Naruto's vision. Adam's sword sang as he swung through it, flame parting before red dust steel like so much butter. Saffron came crashing through it, one hand poised to strike. He ducked her clumsy punch and drove a kick into her throat to stagger her. Aura crackled and held. His eyes widened. She immediately rewarded him with a gust of wind. It flung him back, being one of the few things he couldn't fight against, and sent him skidding across the yard. He sheathed his sword to strike and she flung a lightning bolt his way. Trying to cut that without chakra was a mistake. Raw current crackled down his sword arm as every muscle in his body clamped down. Saffron was on him a moment later, already conjuring another cone of flame between her hands. Small wonder she told him to keep his aura up. He flung it to the fore as the inferno hit him head-on. Almost immediately, he felt his reserves nosedive. Flushing his body with chakra remedied the worst of the spasms and allowed him to regain control of his limbs. He raised Adam's sword and tanked the attack, drinking it in with his secondary semblance until the blade vibrated in his grasp. His goal achieved, he kicked out to the side and tumbled free from the fire. Ice crept up across his feet, rooting him in place once more. That settled it. Maidens were bullshit. It didn't stop him from sheathing his sword. His hair flashed red for a single blinding instant and the ice at his feet shattered. A low growl rumbled through the air. Block this, he warned. Saffron did all that and more. She yelped and flung up her arms, conjuring a thick wall of ice. Adam's sword tore free and cut right through, melting the ice as it went, pierced her aura and that stopped just shy of her throat. Saffron giggled nervously. Thanks for stopping. Nearly lost my head there. Don't mention it. Seriously, he sheathed his blade and stepped back. This never happened. Alright. Her teeth chattered a little. Do you see now? I never wanted this power. I'm no good with it. She actually was. The foundations were there, but she refused to see them. She was too terrified by the prospect of her power, of what might happen to her family, to wield it properly. That was a shackle in and of itself. He almost pitied her. But clearly family meant more to her than power. He could respect that, if nothing else. She offered him her hand. Can you take it? Cinder practically squealed like a giddy schoolgirl in his head. Yes, we can. Naruto eyed Saffron's palm like a live snake, a poisoned chalice tempting him oh so sweetly. What makes you think I can? Don't lie. Her fingers curled into a fist, one she planted against her hip as she glared at him, eyes still shining with flames. I know what you can do. You have Raven's semblance. I saw her use it before and then you back at the gates. To say nothing of that sword trick you just used. No one else can do that, so take it. She spread her arms wide. Free me from this curse. I wouldn't call that power a curse, you know. It is, she gave him a grim look. I'll be hunted for the rest of my days and I can barely use it, let alone aim it. Here at last, her expression turned rueful. I was never trained to be a huntress. I only got this power by chance. The last maiden was leagues better than me. Better it go to someone else, anyone else. Emerald appeared between then, hand raised. I volunteer as tribute. Oi! He slapped her hand down. We don't even know if I can take this without killing her. Don't you? Saffron flinched at the implicit promise of her demise, enthusiasm cooling. You didn't kill Raven. That's a completely different kettle of fish and you know it. He jabbed at her bosom, forcing her back with a scowl. Didn't you tell me the power can only be passed on at death? Saffron looked past him to the house, where her siblings awaited. Yeah, but maybe you're the exception? He could hear the hope in her voice. She really wanted to be rid of Spring, didn't she? Snatching a semblance was one thing, but this power was deeper, older. Even now he could see how deeply intertwined it was with her. It wasn't something he could just rip out of her. He would have to be careful. Delicate even. Can you at least try? Emerald was looking at him expectantly. Saffron clasped her hands, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Fine. He deflated under their shared gaze. Lower your aura and give me your hand. If this starts to kill you, I'm stopping. Please, do. She offered him her hand, fingers splayed. I'd rather not die. He flicked a look at Emerald. Talk to Jaune and the others, please. Tell them not to breathe a word of this. She rolled her eyes, but did as she was bade, realizing just how serious he was. He gripped Saffron's fingers and threw his semblance at her like a net. Draped it over her now, wrapped his aura around hers. The world blurred. Saffron had no semblance to take and was fully accepting of him, thus there was next to no resistance. It was smooth. Seamless. She opened herself to him fully and he dove into her, slipping into her skin as a fish would water. Sights and sounds assailed him, accompanied by a mass of myriad emotions he couldn't quite quantify. He felt a deep and all-consuming love for someone named Terra. Memories of rushing into a blonde man's arms, her father, and being tackled by her siblings. Peace and joy, the thrill of a first kiss, happiness tinged by regret and fear because of. There it was. Now that he knew what to look for, the power of the spring maiden burned like a beacon in his mind's eye, bright and gold and green. Whatever it was drastically different from a semblance. He could feel it woven tightly against her soul, not seamless, not precise, but neither could he call it parasitic. It didn't seem to be harming her, so. Alright, let's try this. He reached in with his semblance, his soul, and wrapped his hands around the pulsing magic. In touching it he understood. Knowledge flooded into him. It wasn't some mindless mass of magic, it was sentient, alive. It ached to be used, utilized, unleashed. He'd been right. This wasn't parasitic at all. If anything, it was a symbiotic relationship. The power bound itself to a female host and grew stronger from each one. In turn they gained tremendous command of the elements and the ability to unlock vaults. The hell was a vault? Not much detail there. I want to play. The light sang in his grasp, and endless happy babble akin to that of a delighted child reunited with a long-lost parent. Use me. Use me, use me, use me. Shaking his head, he gently extricated himself from Saffron's soul. The power of the spring maiden didn't like that. It sensed his strength, his retreat, and tried to cling to him as he withdrew. He allowed it, grasping a fine tendril with one hand to tether himself, letting it latch on as a crude anchor. From there, he found the fine stitches that bound it to Saffron's and one by one, undid them. Her soul shivered under his touch. It was slow, delicate work. It would have been easier to just rip it out of her, but doing that would surely kill her where she stood. It wasn't sure how much time passed. Minutes? It felt longer, but without warning, Spring came free. And all hell broke loose. Later he would realize his mistake. The maiden power was currently connected to him, and freed so suddenly from its host, it had nowhere else to go. He'd thought himself safe from such, given that he was, well, clearly not a girl. He was mistaken. Saffron was currently thinking of him, and while he was most emphatically male, he also held a whiny, noisy shattered shard of a woman's ego in his head. The outcome had never been in question. Spring latched on, and it latched hard. Heat and fire and wife and life rushed into him with such force that he found himself propelled out of Saffron's soul and move into the waking world. In his own body once more, he staggered back in shock and gasped for air that seemed all too slow to come. He had the power, it was there, he could feel it, but Saffron's soul was still in place. Yet he couldn't use the power. It didn't come as a surprise to Naruto. If anything, he'd been expecting it. Anything keyed to a woman would be as such. Whoever had created the power had been cautious. Downright paranoid, really. Even now he could feel it buzzing beneath his skin, burning his blood, singing in his soul. It made him feel restless, anxious, powerful but also cut off. He could not access it. And judging by Cinder's angry noises, neither could she. No. It's not fair. I can feel it, but I can't use it. Adam laughed at her. Perhaps that was for the best. Too much power often went to one's head, and while he wanted it all, he didn't want to lose himself. Saffron claimed only women could properly utilize it. Maybe that was true. Maybe it was not. Maybe he just wasn't meant to use it. But he could hold it, perhaps even decide who the next successor orga. My hero! Saffron slammed into him at speed and squashed his head against her bosom, drawing an angry squawk from Emerald. You did it. I can't feel it anymore. It's gone. You're welcome, he garbled a helpless reply between her BRs. Kinda sending conflicting messages here. You don't know how much this means to me. She drew back and he finally saw the tears running down her face. My family will be safe now. Hell, I can go back to Argus, be with Terra and live a normal your eyes, she gasped, suddenly covering her mouth with both hands. They're glowing. Naruto heaved a weary sigh and ran a hand down his face. They what now? See for yourself. Emerald held up mirror. Gods knew where she'd gotten it from. He peered into it regardless and scowled at what he saw there. They were glowing sure enough, silver orbs bleeding gray flames at the edges. He touched a hand to them, expecting pain. They weren't hot at all, but rather warm to the touch. Indeed, they didn't burn as he might have expected, but he felt it the same. Well, that wasn't ominous at all. If this didn't stop soon, he might have to invest in a thick pair of sunglasses going forwards, or maybe a BLNDFLD. So what does this make you, Mercury? Saffron asked reluctantly. A maiden? He considered his palm for a moment, fingers trembling but a little. I'm not entirely sure. He flung out a hand. Nothing happened. The power sizzled in his soul but remained blessedly inert. Emerald sulked. Why can't I have it? Because it's a burden. Power of the seasons? She clicked her tongue at him. I would have killed for that. Hell, I still would. People will kill you for it. Saffron chided her in return. Without a second thought. That's the problem, and why I want nothing to do with it. In truth, it was tempting to give it to Emerald. It would make her more powerful, ensure her loyalty beyond a doubt. But he wasn't sure he wanted to. She's right. In the end, he decided to defer the decision for now. This isn't something mankind can be trusted with, clearly. Emerald looked downright mutinous. He could just feel her approval dropping by the second. But you can. He knew his retort before it even left his lips. I'm more than a man, sweetheart. I'm a champion. Ugh, that's so corny. Maybe so, but after all, who better? He knew what it was to be a container for a dangerous power that everyone feared or otherwise craved. Emerald didn't. She only saw the promise of power and what it could do for her. Power corrupted and absolute power corrupted absolutely. But I want to be used. Adam and Cinder made startled noises in his head. His eyes widened alongside them, processing what he'd just heard. Deal with the new voice later. Best to nip Emerald's anger in the bud while he could. He looked to Saffron. Can we have a moment? Certainly. Her smile was absolutely beatific and just a shade shy of sultry. I need to have a word with my chatterbox of a brother, anyway. Come find me afterward. Naruto heard Jaune gulp on the sidelines. Poor boy. He was about to get the telling off of a lifetime for running his mouth. He'd make for a decent distraction at least. While she was thus occupied, he drew a sullen emerald aside to a shady corner of the Ark's yard as Saffron stomped away. In short order they withdrew to the very edge of their property, overlooking a homey little garden overlooked by a wooden fence. It was here that she finally dared to face him. "Are you angry with me?" She looked to him with pleading eyes. "Did I do something wrong?" "No, no." He held up a hand. "That's not it at all. I wanted to explain my reason from keeping this power from you, for now." Her eyes lit up. "I can be more useful to you with that power, sir," she pleaded, and it was the fact that she said, "sir," at all that alarmed him. "I can help you, I can protect you." He saw her expression and sighed. Just as he thought. "Come here." He drew her closer to him. "Just see me." She stiffened a little as he wrapped her in a warm embrace, but didn't otherwise resist. On the contrary, she was quite eager to accept the physical affection for what it was and snuggled closer. The way she clung to him almost made him think of a small child, not a young woman. He patted her head with one hand, idly running his fingers through her green hair. She made a tiny noise and scooted closer. "I don't want to be left behind." "You won't be. Promise." "Yes, I do. And I'm not letting go." "The good. That's goo. I don't want to let go either." Naruto shrugged to hide his own telltale smile and pain. He felt a terrible tug on his mind, lurching to the east. Raven's semblance? But everyone he had a bond with was here except the widened Amber. "Hello, little girl." Amber leaped out of her sleeping bag with a yelp. "Nope, nope, all the nope. Stranger danger. Do not want." Even as she pivoted, she heard something move out at her in the dark. She parried clumsily with her staff and lurched to her feet. A boot found her chest and kicked her away, sending her sprawling. Cold steel glinted in the dark, stabbing for her torso. If it weren't for her maiden powers, she would have died then and there. A vicious gust of wind propelled her backwards, narrowly saving her life. "Oh boo," a merry voice crooned. "And here I thought my ambush was perfect." She could barely see him in the gloom, but she saw enough to make her shiver. Tall and lanky, all wiry muscle. He was a faunus, of that much she could be certain. The slender scorpion tail swaying underneath his coat was a dead giveaway. Even then, he didn't look quite right in the head. There was a wild, almost mad gleam in his eye as he brandished his wrist-mounted daggers. There was such a thing as being too friendly, and this one was. He was one of hers then. Had to be. "So it is you after all," he cackled happily. Good, good. For a moment I thought I might be mistaken. Oh, happy day." "Who are you?" He hid a titter behind his palm. "Come into my parlor," said the scorpion to the butterfly. She gulped and readied herself, brandishing her staff with both hands. "I don't think that's the saying." "Isn't it?" Her attacker tilted his head, frowned, and touched a finger to his chin. "Oh well, I suppose it will do. My name is Tyrion, dear girl." He sketched a deep bow, casting his coat aside in the offing as gracefully as a master dancer. "Nice to stab you." "But you're supposed to say meet, not stab." He lunged at her with a mad cackle, cutting her off. Amber didn't have time to correct him after that. She was far too busy trying to survive. Or she was, until a crimson portal slashed open ahead of her and a familiar boot barreled through. It caught Tyrion dead in the head, sending him crashed backwards. And then, Mercury Black stepped through the crimson ether. For the first time since she'd met him, he wasn't smiling. It was, in a single bloody word, terrifying. "Nice semblance you got there." I knew. From the moment the first blow landed, I knew the truth. That he was stronger, that there was a gap in our strength. But to think it was to this extent? The fox hunts a foolish scorpion. I'm your bad luck charm. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. Tyrion felt it in his bones, especially his funny bone, the instant he laid eye on the interloper emerging from that red-on-black portal. Truth be told, he didn't much like what he felt. From the moment he heard him speak, he was on full alert, and he couldn't quite say why. Call it instinct. Call it intuition. Call it, "Oh shit, he looks angry," or whatever you wish. The fact remained. Nice semblance you got there. Even with those fateful words, the young man standing before him appeared normal enough. There were no fancy, flashy, foolish colors or outlandish weapon to mark him as a huntsman or a potential aspirant. Indeed, this one seemed to prefer more muted colors of black and blue mingled with gray, the better to match his hair. He could have been anyone, someone he would have walked right past on the street. It was only his smile that hinted at anything more, the look of a quiet killer masked by a facade of callous snark. Madness knew madness. After all, he'd managed to catch him off guard. Few could claim such a feat. What fun, oh what fun. So yes, Tyrion knew something was off. It gnawed at the back of his broken like an infernal itch, oh yes it did, and just couldn't seem to scratch it. Giggling softly to himself, the merry faunus regarded his attacker anew. This newcomer was more than meets the eye, oh yes. But what was it about him? The eyes. They were silver, oh yes, the hated silver, the color his goddess despised. All the more reason to kill him, then. He could pluck his eyes out and present them to Salem as well. He rather liked the sound of that. Tyrion stood with golden eyes gleaming as he rubbed his still aching skull. How it sizzled and stung. Perhaps he could entertain himself with this one before he killed him and brought the maiden back to his goddess. Such a tale he would have to tell her. Because you see, he recognized those portals, or at least the one the lad had come through. Red as blood, swirling with dark promise. Only one woman on Remnant used those, and she was known to his goddess. Raven Branwen was against them, it seemed. A shame. Perhaps she had never left Ashbin at all. They must have been monitor the maiden all this time, waiting for him to pounce. Well, the old fool had played his hand, oh yes he had. Salem must be warned. Then the fall maiden gasped out a name and things got interesting. Mercury? To his great delight, the young man actually looked away from him, so very foolish, and laid a hand on her head. Stay put. I'll handle him. But how are you here? He only smiled. I'll explain everything later. Oh, so they knew one another? How quaint. Were the acquaintances? Friends? Lovers? All right, buddy. The aptly named Mercury drew his blade, laid it against a nearby fence, and looked to him with mild annoyance. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter, not to you. The faunus paused and thumbed his chin, considering. Well, you do interest me, but no, I only matter to her. A finger swayed Amber's way. Don't I, little girl? The wound maiden blinked, still clutching her stomach. She looked woozy, doubtlessly feeling the poison's effects coursing through her bloodstream. Me? Such innocent ignorance couldn't be feigned. You haven't the slightest clue, do you? Oh, how exciting this must be. And it was. To be summoned by her grace, he remembered when he first received such a summons. How lucky this little maiden was to be selected by Salem herself. How blessed. Alas. She only looked angry. What do you want? Oh ho, he feigned fear and cringed away for a moment before swaying back in. The maiden bites back. My dear girl, a hand swept forth, I'm here to whisk you away with me. She recoiled. By attacking me? Well, poisoning you and knocking you out. He offered her a small shrug. All the same thing really. Mercury tapped a booted foot down in the dit. Look pal, I'm not sure who you are, but you need to leave the lady alone. Scram and I might let you live. They were on to names now, were they? How exciting. It might be fun to play this game for a little while. After all, killing without introducing oneself was terribly rude. Why friend, my name is Tyrion. He sketched a shallow bow, never once taking his eyes from the prize at hand. And I'm afraid that is not possible. My assignment from her grace was to retrieve this young girl. He liked his lips, watching said girl shudder. So that is what I must do. One does not upset the queen, of course. I'm sure you understand. He expected a demand for answers, anger at the very least. Right, you're clearly a basket of crazy. Mercury Black surprised him by cracking his neck and stalking forward. I think we've had enough talk now, don't you? Tyrion's smile thinned. Impatient pup, so full of hot air, so eager to rush to the slaughter. Very well. If you're so eager to die, Then by all means, let us dispense with the pleasantries and... Why couldn't he see? It took him a moment to realize why. A hand had closed around his face in a flying lariat to propel him backwards. Scarce did he realize that then said hand smashed him down into the ground. Something popped in his spine and breath burst from his lungs as he gasped for air, pain snarling through every fiber of his being. What when where were we how? Unable to comprehend this unexpected reversal of fortunes, his maddened mind struggled to understand how he'd gone from grinning at his next victim to being sprawled out on his back. He came up with nothing, no less than nothing. It didn't make a lick of sense. It certainly didn't help that said victim was currently stood over him, grinning ear to ear. Hands planted in his pockets, Mercury sneered down at him, no longer that seemingly harmless boy. "Hey now," his all-too-familiar voice crooned from on high, "is that all you've got? Don't tell me you're done already?" Squinting through a haze of pain, Tyrion struggled to rise. "That's better," the boy chortled, leaning down to leer at him. "It wouldn't be any fun if you went down in one hit now, would it?" Tyrion lunged up at him with a snarl. His wrist blade slashed a log. What in the world? An iron boot barreled headlong into his back. How did that brat get behind him? And he found himself launched toward the treeline at terminal velocity. Most would have panicked, faltered, and died. Not him. Despite his initial surprise, he swiftly recovered and gave himself to momentum, laughing all the while. With a quick pivot, he whirled in midair, caught a bough with his venomous tail and swung himself upright toward what he knew to be safety. He had the high ground now. No matter how quick the boy was, it would take him time to scale this tree. His feet had only just settled when a hand burst from the bark. How? And closed around the back of his head. To hell with your high ground. Tyrion was still trying to figure out how Mercury Black smashed through a bloody tree to get him when the latter smashed him face first into the dirt. A heavy stomp on his spine pinned him there, holding him in place as an ominous whine filled the air above him. A frisson of fear shot through his heart for the first time in a long time. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Something was very wrong indeed. He shouldn't be this fast, couldn't be this strong. What was going on? "What's wrong, old man?" The boy applied further pressure between his shoulder blades, leering down at him once more. "Aren't you going to show me that semblance of yours?" Tyrion went wild. Flowing into a spinning somersault and a slash, followed by a series of twirling kicks, he struck out with absolutely every facet of his body, tail included. The resulting dervish of death forced his oppressor to step back, if only to avoid suffering the same fate of his comrade. Even then he managed to mark him with one hand and bite through his aura near the ribs. The brief retreat allowed Tyrion to find his footing if only just. With armored legs like those and no visible weapon beside that blade he'd set aside, Tyrion assumed the newcomer was a kicker, one who interposed the occasional grab in his fighting style. Thus it came as quite the surprise when the little sheet decked him right in the schnoz. Fist plus face multiplied by broken nose equals pain. Not him. He was used to getting hit. He was the hitter, not the hit. Wait, was that the right word? Bah. Semantics. Not for him these punches and puerile pain. Hazel was the one who took a pounding, Watts was the smart one, and Cinder the expendable container who craved power. Tyrion was the one you sent in when you wanted someone to die. Or get kidnapped. Either or real. Point being, he wasn't used to being battered the right way round. He didn't have the aura for it, and it showed. Those last two hits had shaved more than a quarter off his, while the brat before him remained fresh as a daisy. Even with that slash just now, he seemed utterly at his ease. Mercury touched a hand to the bloody slice just below his ribs, humming now as the wound closed. "So you really can cut through aura. Fascinating." A shiver of dread shot down Tyrion's spine as the silver-eyed warrior looked at him. He didn't like the way the brawler grinned just then. "I'm starting to find this fun." His head tilted just so, the ghost of a smile spreading across his pale face. "Let's experiment a little, shall we?" He was still speaking when stomped down with both feet and launched himself forward, whirling into a spinning kick that Tyrion, unfortunately, made the mistake of blocking. The very moment he did, his blades buckled, bending inward. The ground cratered underfoot and he found himself bending backward, unable to bring the barrels within to bear. What are your legs made of, pure metal? Mercury didn't rise to the bait at him, more a leer really, and pressed an open palm into his stomach. Raisingan, he declared jovially. Glass version. What in Salem's name was a Raisingan? That why were his ears ringing and why was Paintermutant Hasteface? Tyrion lifted his head from the ground with a groan, covered in countless cuts. His arms and legs ached. Meanwhile, his body felt like it had just been through a blender and back again. His aura levels were down by half now and he hadn't seen a DMN thing. But he certainly felt it as well as saw the razor-sharp shards of glass littering the ground. So that's what it does. Mercury's voice crooned through his ringing ears. It's like a shrapnel bomb. Good to know. I'll have to experiment more. He could still salvage this, surely. The brat had just caught him off guard. Yes, that was all but he had to know. How was he doing this? What kind of semblance is that? Sorry, Mercury sketched a stage performer's bow. A true magician never gives away his secrets. That said, it's so nice to have some room to fight. He reached up and opened his collar, eyes gleaming gold. Let's use the open space some more, shall we? He stomped a foot down and a wave of molten glass burst forth, forcing him to skip backward or be skewered where he stood. Glass. Wasn't that Cinder Zack? His thoughts shattered and breath burst from his lungs as Mercury barreled into him, driving a knee into his gut. Tyrion folded over the limb with a dull wheeze, but the boy wasn't done. Even as he retched for air, a brutal hammer fist rocketed into his face, followed by a left hook, then a right, now a kick to his chest to hurl him away. All the while his aura continued to plummet and his spirits with it. This wasn't happening. This mustn't be happening. This just couldn't be happening. He hadn't been manhandled like this in years. Decades. Not since Salem herself. Borg. An open palm cracked across his face, snapping his head to the side. His aura sputtered weakly. He peppered him with gunfire and was rewarded with a bemused laugh. The bullets bounced off his unprotected body with an awful squealing sound, skittering away as though they'd struck steel. Mercury closed with him a second later, grabbed him by the arm, and threw him over his shoulder. By grace or blind bloody luck, Tyrion managed to snap a kick into his chest as he sailed by. More. Mercury chided with an ill-concealed smile. Tyrion lurched upright and slashed at him. I said more. Another punch left him reeling like a drunkard at last call. Put more aura behind it when you strike me. Clenched knuckles barreled into his face. Mercury ignored the punch like it didn't even exist. A hand closed around the back of Tyrion's braid and yanked. He stabbed him in the chest with his rightmost wrist-mounted blade and the blade broke. Golden eyes creased in a smile. What did I just say? A toss sent him Tyrion tumbling. A kick launched him skyward. He was still airborne when the fool's fist found him. A hammer blow smashed him down into the dirt. He righted himself. Mercury was right there in his face, grinning from ear to ear, teeth gone sharp, eyes glowing with flames. Had enough. What the devil? Close, but not quite. He pointed at him with one finger, thumb upright, forming a gun. Bang! Something struck Tyrion in his lowermost hip, drilled into his flesh, and sent him sprawling on his face. He heard the whirl of energy and tumbled aside a split second before something slammed into the dirt and smashed a crater into it. Rolling frantically, he avoided three more right until one caught him in the shoulder and sent him reeling all over again. Laughter rose in his ears, and for the first time since the brawl began it wasn't his own. Do you like it? Really, it's simple twist on a timeless classic. Mercury lowered his finger and blew away the smoke. I call it the raisin gun. Name might need a bit of work, though. Finger guns? Really? How childish are you? Mercury tittered. This from the madman? Tyrion snarled wetly. Ah, poor baby. The arrogant youth lowered his hand, crooning at him like the child he no longer was, hadn't been for quite some time. Is this too tough for you? Do you need a handicap? He planted both hands in his pockets, raised a leg, and whistled at him. How's this? I won't use my arms for the next 5 minutes. Amber hid a giggle behind her hand. And with that, Tyrion's blood began to boil. They were mocking him. Laughing at him, just like those awful people on that bad day in Vacuo. Of course, we could cut this short. His fellow madman granted him a sheet-eating grin. Get down on your knees and apologize. I might forgive you then. The words were the spark that set his temper ablaze. Insolent pup. Mercury snickered. You're the one barking like a mad dog. Tyrion saw red. A bounding leap carried him forward. Die. Mercury met him with a smile. Already did that, didn't stick. He became a hurricane of death, but the boy was like water. He swayed left, then right, now left again, hopped over a sweep of his legs and tripped him. A barrage of kicks followed to break his bones and blast him away. The last was particularly humiliating, snapping his head back to leave him spitting teeth. I knew, didn't I? He reeled, coughing blood. From the moment the first blow landed, I knew the truth, that he was stronger, that there was a gap in our strength. But to think it was to this extent? He thought he wouldn't care if he couldn't kill him. The maiden was his true objective, not this maddening monkey, silver eyes or no. Yet having this difference move in his face. I'll kill him. I swear on Salem. I will end this boy or die trying. So swearing, he spun and snapped off a shot at the wounded Amber, trying to distract him. It worked, albeit not the way he'd intended. Mercury seamlessly stepped between them and batted it away with a palm. He. Tyrion tittered at his foolishness, sensing weakness at last. You only weaken yourself by defending her. She'll slow you down. Don't worry. Mercury swept a hand through his messy hair, forcing it upright once more. Even then a few gray bangs fell over his face, concealing his eyes from view. After all, Tyrion stiffened. He wasn't going to say it, surely not. Mercury was gonna. That you're weak. A muscle jumped in Tyrion's jaw. His ears began to ring. He ground his teeth until he felt something pop in the back of his jaw. Red? He had seen that frenzied color once before already, but now? No. His world went white. Obliterate. Exterminate. Annihilate. Don't underestimate me. Tyrion bared his teeth and lunged. I'll leave your corpse for the crows. Mercury only smiled. Let's use the open space some more. Amber ducked with a yelp as Tyrion rocketed overhead, propelled backward by the sheer force of Naruto's kick to hurtle off the road. His back struck a tree and he found himself wedged there, but only for a moment as the grinning warrior materialized to drive a fist into, then through, his battered stomach. The tree burst into a pile of sawdust, then the poor faunus was gone, launched deep into the forest as one might fling a skipping stone across the lake. She didn't think for a moment that would put him down for good. Mercury walked past her with a wink and strode over to the fence to retrieve his blade where he'd left it. His hand closed around the hilt, and Tyrion Kalos reappeared with a yowl, diving upon him in a dervish of death, slashing and screaming and spitting like the lunatic he was. Her savior rolled his eyes and didn't so much as deign to look backward before throwing an elbow into the melee. Amber heard an awful crack. The faunus crumpled, clutching at his face, blood seeping through his fingers. Naruto Mercury turned to face him with an almost disappointed sigh. I keep telling ya to put more force into your attacks. You basta Argurg? His words warped into a wail as Wilt flicked out, severing his tail before it could reach him. Naruto clicked his tongue and smiled. When will you learn? It was not a nice smile. Tyrion screamed. He was still screaming when Naruto grabbed him by the hair and reeled him into a crushing kick. Up and down, right, left and center, he brutally battered his older opponent into the ground. There was nothing he could do to stop him. It didn't matter if he could cut through aura. Whatever would he inflicted healed thrice as fast and only emboldened Naruto to be all the more vicious. Don't go breaking on me now, Tyrion. I'll keep playing with you until I get bored. Amber watched as he dismantled the faunus like he didn't even exist. Kinda made her wish she had popcorn. He couldn't win. It galled Tyrion to no end, but there it was. He'd underestimated his opponent. He could admit that much now, though it galled him. He was being beaten, badgered and brutalized left, right and center. His aura was all but gone, and his body wasn't far behind. A fair victory was well and truly beyond his grasp. But he didn't have to win fairly now, did he? A swollen eye darted toward Amber. She was his weakness. Tyrion could see it in her eyes, the way she watched the brawl intently, knowing full well her fate hinged upon this fight. For all her fire and fury, she couldn't fight at the moment. And once Mercury slipped, well, then he would have her. In with the knives and down she went. He held back a maddened giggle thinking about it because that would be very rude. After all, you didn't laugh at a kicked dog when it was down. It just wasn't done. Okay, maybe a little. Mercury flung a lazy kick his way. Rather than retaliate, Tyrion dove between his legs and launched himself at Amber. Her eyes widened. She was utterly unprepared. Even now she tried to muster a spark in her hand, but in the time it took her to do so, it was too late. He'd already closed the distance and reared back to strike. Now what would it be? Would Mercury sacrifice himself for her? Or would he let her die? Or perhaps... A crimson flash smashed into his back, sending him sprawling past the maiden, head over heels into the dirt. He was still struggling to right himself when the fool snatched Amber up by the scruff of her neck. Then he turned his head and lashed out with his still-sheathed blade. Almost immediately, a dark tether opened in the air, an all-too-familiar portal leading to Salem nowhere. Tyrion blinked, terribly confused by the sight. Weren't those Branwen's portals? But then how was he? Oh, that was bad. Emerald. Mercury hollered at someone on the other side. Take care of her for me. Then he shoved a very startled Amber through. No! Tyrion lunged after her, reaching. The portal whisked shut in his face, leaving him to pass through empty air and flounder in the dirt. Mercury's jaded laughter mocked his failed attempt almost immediately. Oh, so close. Tyrion didn't hear. Failure. 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 Salem would never forgive him for this. He had to die. Mercury Black must die. Nothing else could avenge this humiliation. The ground burst beneath his feet as he rocketed forward with a wordless scream, striking with every scrap of strength left to him. An awful clang reached his ears and too late, he knew his mistake. Mercury had drawn his sword at long last and taken the blow on his blade, absorbing it into the steel. He wasn't quite sure why, but for some reason the sight filled him with a preternatural dread. Because you see, the boy's hair flashed red. He looked up at him with a Cheshire grin. "Welcome to my den," said the fox to the scorpion. "Hey, that's my line." Mercury placed the sword's sheath against his chest, bringing him up short. "Why do that?" It was just some stupid sheath. It wasn't as though it were a weapon. A deafening roar filled his ears. Aura buckled, fractured, shattered now as it unloaded into him. Twice. Thrice. Tyrion stumbled backward, clutching his bloody chest. He realized as blood ran down his lips. A shotgun sheath. That is just so absurd. He was still alive, still breathing, if only just, but he soon wished he wasn't. A slash of scarlet steel was his only warning. Belated though it was. Mercury was on him a moment later. He was enjoying himself too much. Far, far, far too much. Really he was. On a certain level Naruto knew it was wrong to lose oneself in a fight. If there was one useful thing that Marcus and his incessant beatings had taught him, it was essential that you never lose control of your emotions in the heat of battle. You could feel mad or sad or any other thing, but you must always keep control. He'd seen what happened when you didn't, when you let your feelings rule you at every given moment. You became a bitter shell of a person who delighted in cruelty. As such, he had gone into this fight determined to control himself. His intention was to deal with the threat and get Amber to safety swiftly. And yet, Cinder had been bad. Adam was downright spiteful. Tyrion? He was exactly like his twisted namesake. Rotten, twisted, tainted to the very core. Only death could cure him. And his would come, later rather than sooner. Because you see, unlike Cinder and Adam, Tyrion Kalos had made one fatal mistake. He tried to take away one of his friends. Nobody but nobody touched his friends. "Let's see how you like feeling weak." He slashed off one of his arms, leaving him yowling. Small. Helpless. Afraid. Off went another arm. Then a leg. Followed by the other. He wasn't even berserk, he didn't have the excuse for raving madness. He was well past that now, into a surreal calm, a frigid wrath concealed behind a pleasant veneer, akin to a fox playing with its food. There was no escape. Tyrion was dead the moment he saw him, no, the moment he laid eyes on Amber's wound. Taking the man's semblance was going to be the cherry atop a sugary sweet sundae of pain. Revenge was a dish best served cold after all, and his was going to be glacial. It's a lovely night, don't you think, Scorpion? He looked up with a small smile. The moon's shining, there's not a cloud in the sky, and there's nowhere for you to hide. Tyrion tried to crawl away using nothing but his chin and the stump of his tail. Here at the end he'd finally been broken. Naruto smiled at the sight, savoring the moment. A fitting end for a madman. Time to wrap this up once and for all. Adam heaved a sigh within his head. I suppose I should count myself lucky. At least I died quickly. Cinder groused her own sullen agreement. He should have run while he had the chance. Come on now. Naruto loped after Tyrion, dragging his feet as the faunus frantically, fruitlessly, redoubled his efforts to escape. Keep trying. Crawl away. Get up. It's been a while since I actually had to exert myself properly. He reached him and grabbed him by the back of his head, pushing him into the dirt. What's wrong? Can't you do that? Tyrion garbed a sob. All that tough talk earlier, but you're just a lunatic. He gave his head a shake for good measure. An animal, a mad dog doing its master's bidding. You did as you were told and nothing more. That hunger to seize your ideals is what you were lacking. Unlike me. A small smile touched his face. I've got ambition for days in this life. Killing you will just be another notch on my belt, and I won't stop there. Your semblance will be a useful tool. Hell. His lips quirked as a thought occurred to him. I might even pilfer those weapons of yours. Hidden blades are pretty damn useful. Amber could use some better weapons. Tyrion whimpered. Naruto closed both his eyes and heart to it. There could be no room for mercy. No, not here. He knew the madman would not change. He couldn't change. He was incapable of it. There was only one end to this story, one outcome he would accept. The faunus had already seen too much. Letting him live wasn't in the cards. He'd just report to his master, whomever that was, and then he'd have no peace. He knew what must be done. And yet, it was so easy to kill him. Effortless, even. Was he starting to enjoy this? He'd balked at killing once. Do it. Cinder's voice goaded him. It's what he deserves. I never liked the BSTRD anyway. Adam made an annoyed noise. As much as I disagree with Fall on anything, that she actually has a point here. This man is your enemy. Do not hesitate. Show him no mercy, for if your positions were reversed, he would grant you none. I know. Tyrion balked at him. Who are you talking to? Damn it, he'd heard that. Steeling himself, Naruto opened his eyes. No one you need concern yourself with. Don't cry, he cooed at Tyrion. You know what they say about mad dogs. In an instant he snatched the scorpion's semblance away forevermore, claiming it as his rightful plunder. Tyrion felt it and gasped. That they get put down. His prize secured, he spun the faunus right round and grabbed his face with both hands, forcing Tyrion to look at him, committing his horrified visage to memory. If he was going to kill him, if he was truly going to set out down this blood-soaked path, then he would at least remember him. He owed that much to himself. A moment passed. Another elapsed. Now, a full 3 seconds went by. Satisfied at last, Naruto shifted his fingers ever so slightly, thumbs digging into the man's eye sockets with intent. Tyrion tensed in blind terror. Then he started to squeeze. No. Stop. Please. Mercy, mercy. Tyrion began to beg, struggle, weep, even. It didn't save him. Naruto kept squeezing and squeezing and squeezing as the lunatic screamed, his cries pitching higher and higher until finally, pop goes the scorpion. You people seriously have a twisted sense of humor. Aw, Emmy, you just realized that now. Oh gods. You're both absolutely insane, says the one who joined up with us. Kinda regrettin' it now. The trio. Pop goes the weasel. Tyrion wasn't in his head. Huzzah. Thank the gods for small mercies. Naruto noticed it rather quickly as he emerged from the portal, if only for the sweet, blessed silence that followed the lunatic's demise. He had full hold of the scorpion's semblance. Anything that let him cut through aura was dim and useful, but there was no presence lurking within alongside it, no unwanted guest, as it were. Ordinarily he wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth, but "Welcome back, sir." He muttered a half-hearted greeting to Emerald in return and flung himself down in the first chair he found. He didn't even have the heart to correct her for calling him sir again, much less look for Amber. His mind was already elsewhere, parsing through his latest acquisition and all the perks that came with it. So far there didn't seem to be a downside for this, but his lips pursed at the thought. What was the difference here? He'd missed something. Some small shard of Cinder's soul had come along for the ride when he killed her and took her semblance, yet subsequently when he'd killed that punk with the electric semblance back in the store, he didn't get another nattering soul in his head. But after he stabbed Adam and threw him off the train, he did appear, albeit it took a bit longer than Cinder. Then he'd beaten Raven within an inch of her life, yet still snatched her semblance, so no voice there, if only because he'd endeavored to keep her alive. Tyrion was very much of the dead persuasion, however, yet he had his semblance. That and no voice. Meaning he was currently 2 for 5. But was his absence such a bad thing, really? 2's company, 3's a crowd and all that. Maybe it had something to do with ego? Or perhaps strength in addition to death? Cinder and Adam were both true, but they'd been somewhat sane. Tyrion wasn't, and he had all but broken the mad faunus even further before bursting his head. Maybe that was the cause. And speaking of voices in his head, he could still feel the power of spring simmering inside him, not angry, but restless? Dare he say eager? Was that the right word? It whispered in his ear like a child even now as he sat here, longing to be free, to whirl and dance and sing to its heart content. Play, play, play. I wanna play. Yup, no ignoring that. He'd heard another voice just now. It almost sounded like a young girl. Nope, not going anywhere near that landmine. The last thing he needed was a kid in his head. Assuming that's what the power of spring meant, no, stop thinking about it. He didn't want to dwell on this problem right now, much less solve it. We'll play later, he muttered. I'm busy right now. He glared at his hand instead, frowning as it sparked fitfully. Still no dice. He couldn't call upon the maiden's power. Just what was it exactly? Where did it come from? How had it latched onto him? Why couldn't he use it? So many questions, and nary a single answer between them. He knew what a maiden was in theory thanks to Saffron, but this power felt old, more ancient than anything he'd encountered before. Seemed Saffron was right. It really wasn't a semblance. Adam was suspiciously silent. Cinder too. That either of you know anything? Possibly, the former hedged. There are legends passed down among my people, of warrior women with great powers, gifts bestowed by the gods themselves. Absurd. Cinder scoffed in his head, cutting him off. Superstitious nonsense. This power came from one man and no other. She was clearly sulking but couldn't ignore a chance to one-up them, something he used to full advantage by holding his tongue. It came from Ozma, or as you now call him, Ashbin. I know little more than that. Adam scoffed. Liar. You bragged otherwise to me when we first made. Cinder made a strangled noise in her throat. Fools should be silent. Naruto gave her a nudge. This must have been powerful then. He was. Really, it was all too easy, goading her into speaking. In a sense, he still is, though he was much diminished by splitting his power. And you want that power? It wasn't a question. He knew her desires all too well. It is mine by right, Mercury. The sheer fervor in her voice had him reeling back for a moment as she railed at him. I had a plan. It would have been glorious. That illusion girl would have served me well. If only I hadn't gone for you first. And now you have another maiden with you. It's not fair. Tough, he shrugged one shoulder. You played your hand and lost. Deal with it. Adam offered a low whistle. Gonna need some ice for that one. Naruto laughed. Damn it all. Cinder made angry cinder noises, raging impotently against them. Both of you. Just you wait. This isn't over. Without warning, her once sullen voice gained a silken spite that hadn't been there before, vibrating with subtle menace. There are horrors you have no knowledge of, monsters you can't comprehend. You're strong, Mercury, I don't deny that, but your strength means nothing against her. You'll see soon enough. And then I'll have the last laugh. You'll see. Would he? Probably not. He wasn't here for any world-saving shenanigans. Or any mad meddling maidens for that matter. Speaking of which, where was Amber? He should have heard from her by now. Mildly concerned, he drew Adam's sword and used Raven's semblance again. A crimson tear opened in reality once more as a portal spawned. Imagine his surprise when the fall maiden tumbled out of it and landed in a heap at his feet. Emerald snorted into her hand. "That you all right there?" Evidently not, because Amber sprang to her feet, eyes ablaze. What the hell was that? She glared at him with her glowing gaze. "I've been falling for 5 minutes. Have you?" He scratched at the back of his head with a rueful laugh. "Sorry, haven't really ironed out this semblance yet." It was the wrong thing to say. Amber blinked. "This semblance? Might want to sit down, it's a bit of a long story." Mercury was insane. Amber had known from the beginning that her new friend was a bit off, but she still hadn't expected him to be quite this broken, or so brutally honest about it. He made no attempt to hide what he was from her either, didn't even make an effort to conceal his abilities, let alone what he'd been up to since they last spoke. Somehow that terrified her even more than any duplicity on his part would've. He could snatch semblances. The very essence of someone's soul, and he could just reach in and scoop it out like it was ice cream or something. Her throat went dry at the very thought as she sank into the couch. She asked her questions and the answers didn't sit well with her. "I can take the semblances and energy of others. There are conditions, of course," he prattled on as she balked at him. "I have to shatter someone's aura, break them mentally or physically before I can take a semblance. Then again, compliance is also a factor. I had at least someone offer themselves up willingly." There was a strange twist to his words just then that got her hopes up, but he barreled on before she could grasp it. "Really, it's a bit of a pain sometimes, but I won't deny that it has its uses." Steadying herself, she crossed one leg over another. "And how many do you have now?" "Well, when last we spoke I really only had the one." Relief was sweet. Buet. He began counting down on his fingers. "I've been petty busy since." Emerald snorted. "Tell me about it. How many do you have now anyway?" 5. 6, actually," he amended with a gentle glare her way. "Just got another." Her face lit up. "Oh, you killed the scorpion then?" "Yup." He clicked his tongue, producing an audible smacking sound. "Pop goes the weasel." Amber's world spun Eve as an arctic chill shot down her spine. "Why tell me all this?" "Because I trust you." Mercury's smile was sincere. "You won't tell anyone." "I won't." Emerald gripped her weapons. "Not if you want to live." Mercury laid a hand on hers. "No need for that. We're all friends here, aren't we?" Was that a threat? It didn't sound like one to her. Was he that naive? No, surely he couldn't be. That wasn't innocence in his eyes. Amusement maybe, but he didn't strike her as the sort to blindly believe in others at the drop of a hat. So why entrust her with such a secret? It was maddening. She had to know. She could fight them and flee. She might even escape. She was almost tempted to. Mercury's last remark came back to haunt her. Hesitation is defeat. So she wouldn't hesitate. But a thought struck her just then. She didn't have to fight at all. With that power of his, she could be rid of. Yes. That was it. "Oh, me." Her hand shot up. "Me. Do me." A silver brow rose and she flushed. "You know what I mean." Mercury tilted his head, both baffled and bemused. "Do I?" Amber wasn't having it. She lunged to her feet, dodged past Emerald too slow girly and latched onto Mercury's jacket. From there she yanked him close, all but smacking her forehead against his in her haste to get at him. She had no doubt he could have broken her grip 7 ways to Sunday, but instead he let her hold him, his gaze evenly meeting her own. "Take my power, please." "A maiden, yes, I know," he waved a hand. No need to shout. Tyrion was pretty vocal about it. For the love of, I didn't even know what a maiden was yesterday, and now I've met two, am I maiden magnet or something? Two. That just made her curious and jealous. No doubt he saw it in her eyes. Who's the second? He shook his head. She's not anymore. Ah, so it does work. Hey. He gave her cheek a pinch, drawing a whine from her. She found me, not the other way around. I'm already holding the power of one maiden, and I'm not keen to go for two at the moment. Emerald raised her hand, observing the scene with thinly lidded amusement. I volunteer as tribute again. Mercury rounded on her with a splutter. Cut that out. Amber spun with him. Are you sure? This power that it's not a gift, it's a curse. Her lip curled in a sneer. I'd still use it better than you. Wouldn't be afraid of it either. Why you thought I was trying to be nice? Hey. And then Mercury twitched. Naruto twitched. He had good reason to given what just happened. A rush of memories flooded his head, so poignant and startling that he darn near fell over. One of his hidden shadow clones had just dispelled themselves. That wasn't the problem, it meant they were doing their jobs. No, the problem in what said clone had seen, what he was seeing even now, its life flashing before his eyes. He saw an image of a descending bullhead, and there, standing in full view on the ramp, a man with a cane. Ashbin. His eyes widened, narrowed, then widened again. Already? It was too soon. He'd only just collected the bounty. Beacon's headmaster should have taken days to show up. Nope. All the nope. He wasn't getting dragged into his nonsense. Adam made an annoyed noise. Did you honestly expect someone like that to adhere to reason? The power of spring stirred restlessly in him. Leave. Cinder crooned darkly in his head. Told you so. Naruto slapped a palm to his forehead. This is just great. No, really it is. Amber tilted her head. Wait, are you being sarcastic, or are you happy? Because I can't tell. I am 100% sarcasm right now. Time to leave. No more Ansel. We're getting out of here. Emerald winced. But what about Saffron and Jaune? We have their numbers, sure, but shouldn't we at least say goodbye before? He brought his boot down. She must have realized that he'd put all his strength into said stomp because the ground absolutely burst beneath his foot. No. Delays, he fixed her with a withering glare. Ashbin is here. We're leaving Ansel. Ashbin? Amber panicked outright. We can't stay in Vale. He's strongest here, has the most influence, he won't rest until he's brought me back into the fold by hook or crook. Don't worry, he absently tousled her hair as he moved to pack his things. We were already planning on leaving. His mind whirled to the fore as he considered their next destination. He didn't like sand and the idea of snow didn't appeal to him without warm garb, which they were lacking. Menagerie sounded like a good place to be cornered, so no thank you. Mistral it is, then. Amber jumped him. My hero. Emerald wasn't having that and promptly grabbed her. Leave off. You're smothering him. Time to go. He took advantage of their squabble as they wrestled and slashed at the air, only to remember too late what it was that Raven's semblance did, exactly. It created portals to bonded ones. Not just his, but those Raven held a living bond with. Really should have thought on that. Naruto moved his head through the tether he'd created and found himself face to face with. That a blonde mini-raven? She jolted upright from where she lay, sprawled amidst the grass, wide lilac eyes bulging in disbelief. Who the hell re you? Nope. He jerked backward and slashed it shut before she could think to lunge in after him. Another attempt led him to a rather robust blonde BSTRD singing in the shower. He saw things he was not meant to see amidst the steam. Gah! His eyes. He retreated with a mental scream before the brawler could see him and slashed at the air again. Nothing happened. So much for the third time being the charm. Oi! He glowered at the air when nothing happened. Come on. You're my semblance now. Get us out of here anywhere but here. Now. He overcharged it with his chakra and pushed until he felt something twist deep inside him. Before his very eyes the air shifted, taking on a brighter tinge, more scarlet than crimson. Curious. He poked his head through it and glimpsed a burned, abandoned hamlet ahead. Wherever it was, it didn't look like here. Worked for him. Back he came. Better than nothing. Come on. He swept up emerald and amber. In you go. Ashbin had made many mistakes. More than anyone living or dead, more than many, woman or child. He didn't much enjoy being reminded of said mistakes through said lives, though they were worth repeating, for he'd learned from each. Raven Branwen was one such mistake. He had led her astray through inaction on his part, exposing her to secrets for which she wasn't prepared. He was the reason she'd gone down the path she had. And while it baffled him that she had somehow resurfaced here in Vale right under his nose, it didn't change the fact that she remained one of his students. In that regard, he'd brought Crow with him just in case she made to portal out. Not that it looked like she could or would mind you, what with her body sprawled out on the prison cot, her head swaddled in bandages and one eye swollen shut. All in all, she'd taken quite the beating. Even after all these years, his former student was no slouch. It would have taken a mighty foe to fell her indeed. He turned to address the constable in question, a large, balding, barrel-chested man clad in an ill-fitting sheriff's uniform. Do we know who did this to her? Aye, the man crossed both arms before his badge, an up-and-coming hunter. Beat the brakes off her and her lads by himself. Curiosity reared its ugly head in his herd. He always had eye out for talent. One boy did all this. Not a boy, a young man. The respect he had for him was clear. Tore through him like a bloody blender, ain't never seen the like. It was not unheard of, he supposed. Some hunters in training wandered the wilds for the sole sake of testing their mettle. Likewise, it was not beyond the realm of belief that one such individual would stumble upon Ansel and defend it. That one had been nearby. Well, Miss Ark would not be pleased when she returned and learned of said close call. She might want to have words with said defender. As did he. Does he live here? No, came the gruff response. He took the bounty on her and moved on. Unfortunate. He prodded him ever so gently. Do you recall what he looked like? What's it to ya? Mercury's done us good service, and if you're one of those lot looking for revenge. Ashbin tried to hold it in. Really he did. A startled laugh burst out of him, startling the sheriff and Crow both. Forgive me, he thumbed a mirthful tear from the corner of his eyes and shook his head. I mean him no harm. Of that you have my word. He'd grown rather used to recognition wherever he went. Was rather nice not to be known for once. Far be it from him to jeopardize the poor fellow. Now there's an idea. Here, he pressed a generous stack of lean into the startled man's hands. For your trouble. You may open the door now. Credit where it was due, the sheriff tried to look brave. You sure about that? If she tries to run, rest assured, he stood just a little straighter, she will not. My associate and I are here to prevent such happenstance. You're a good one, Ainsha? Not always, not as much as he wished to be. I'd like to think so. A pause followed for a great while, so long in fact, that he thought himself ignored altogether. And then, Silver. Ashbin paused, his hand on the cell door. I beg your pardon? You wanted to know what he looked like, The sheriff heaved a sigh and ran a hand through his thinning hair. The lad had gray hair and silver eyes. Fought like a right demon. Had a girl with him too, real quiet type that one. She had dark skin, green hair and bright red eyes. They both looked like they knew how to handle themselves, they did. And just like that, Ashbin found himself intrigued again. A silver-eyed warrior? How rare. Miss Rose would be delighted. Well, Ruby would once she inevitably entered Beacon some years from now and realized what the true potential of said eyes. But that was neither here nor there. For now, there was work to be done. My thanks. He opened the cell. The very moment he did, Crow swept past him with a face wrought like thunder. Ashbin didn't have a chance to advise caution. His agent didn't give him the chance to even consider it. His old pupil stormed in and snarled down at his sibling. Wake the hell up. Raven still lay sprawled, but at his call she stirred, opened her good eye and turned her head to stare at them with her good eye. Comprehension flickered through that crimson orb. Comprehension and perhaps a touch of confusion. That much was to be expected. Doubtless she wouldn't be happy to see the two of them. Ashbin tapped his cane against the ground and braced for the outburst that was sure to come. "Good morning, Miss Branwen." Raven blinked blearily up at him within her cell. And then she smiled at him. "Hey, boss." Ashbin paused. "Boss?" Raven must have been hit harder than he'd thought. She'd not called him that in ages. She tried to rise, only to notice the manacles binding her arms and legs. Her wounds seemed secondary to her by comparison. What's the big idea? Why am I chained up? It was too much for Crow. He stormed forward and seized his sister by the scruff of her neck. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" "No." She tilted her head, frowned, then looked past him. "What is this place? Why am I here? Where's Taeyong and Summer?" It hit Ashbin like an Ursa. "What is your last memory, Miss Branwen?" "What?" Her very visage screwed up in confusion. "What are you on about? We had one hell of a graduation party. You were there and huh?" She looked down at herself and balked. "Why am I wearing this getup? Feels like I got run over by a Goliath." "Perhaps you should see for herself." Ashbin offered the battered bandit his scroll, allowing her to see her reflection therein. Raven recoiled with a shriek. "Why am I old?" Her hands flew up to her face, flailing in vain. "I have Crow's feet." "What the sheet?" Crow growled, low and deep in his throat. Just how hard did she hit her head? She squinted at him. "The hell do you mean?" "I didn't hit my head. Your skull is literally covered in bandages." "Amnesia?" Ashbin considered the prospect thoughtfully as the siblings began to squabble. It was possible he supposed traumatic brain injuries often caused memory loss, and in some cases radically affected the victim's personality. But this it was as if her very mind had been reset, turned back to that of her teenage years, large swathes of her memory utterly wiped out. But then that would mean... Raven stiffened suddenly, startling them anew. "Where's Summer?" "Oh dear. Right, screw this." Crow stalked out the cell, shaking his head. "I'm entirely too sober for this sheet. Getting a drink?" Raven called after him. "Bring one for me." Raven, no. Raven, yes. She hollered back. "Being old is thirsty work." Ashbin pinched the bridge of his nose in a vain attempt to stifle an impending migraine. He did no succeed. He'd come here prepared to punish Raven for her crimes, or barring that, offer her some small form of amnesty, provided she saw sense and agreed to work with them again. He didn't know what to do with this. Black and white he could handle, good and evil made sense, but this was all gray, muddled and confusing. He didn't know what to do with gray. Clearly, this Mercury fellow had clearly done something to Miss Branwen. And yet he had fled rather than face him head-on. Why had he done this to Raven? And how? Moreover, wherever had he gone? Where indeed? Something was wrong. Naruto felt it nudging at the back of his mind like a sharp splinter as he scanned his surroundings. From the moment they'd set foot in this dead, desiccated village, he'd felt something stalking them. Even now it lingered in the back of his mind like a wraith, haunting his every thought, setting his every nerve on edge. In all fairness, he didn't rightly know where Raven's semblance had taken them, only that it was somewhere far, far from Ansel. But how could he? Anywhere but here was a rather broad term. No, that didn't matter right now. He braced his right foot and felt his hackles rise. He could sense a presence here, but what? What? Rewarg. Something crashed down behind them, and he winced as his sixth sense shrieked a warning. Just an ear-splitting yowl of a beast rent the air. Amber and Emerald whirled to face the new threat, but he'd already beat them to it. Because you see, he knew that noise. Marcus Black might have been in but the BS30 was a thorough one. He'd made him learn of just about every Grimm out there. One had a scream like that. Ah, crap baskets. Naklavi. This one was large even by his standards, a ghastly fusion between horse and man with curving, hideous horns and ghastly red eyes besides, darkness itself come to life. It shuffled forward on its black steed, crunching bones underfoot, heedless of the weapons embedded in its back. Those wretched eyes were fixed firmly upon them. It had only one thought, one reason, one reckoning. But he felt no fear, only confusion. Why was such a bias there? Adam grimaced in his head. Well, that's unfortunate. For him. Oi. Amber tugged at his sleeve. We need to move before it. Emerald held up a finger. He's got this. What she said. Naruto raised his right hand as the beast barreled forward, fingers clenching into a cruel claw. His palms sparked with vivid blue-white light as he called upon his second semblance, the one he'd snatched from that foolish thug shortly after encountering Emerald. He'd not really had a chance to utilize it properly. Its original owner hadn't realized even a tenth of its potential. But he did. Lightning leaped from his fingers, arcing toward the Grimm in a torrent of pure plasma. The mindless beast charged right into it without a care in the world, heedless of the danger. Its baleful red eyes saw only prey and never once comprehend the trap. Mistakes were made. No sooner had it done so than its every muscle clamped down, thwarting its charge as it crashed to the ground. The abrupt impact broke one of its hind legs with an awful crack, and another scream rent the air, eliciting a wince from the lot of them. He closed his heart to it and fired off another blast, blowing off another leg just to make certain it couldn't run away. Cinder hummed sullenly. Not bad. I could do better. Throwing lightning at fools. There really was nothing more entertaining in this world. Kurama would have enjoyed this. As the creature writhed and spasmed in pain, unable to move, he looked to Amber. What's a greater Grimm like this doing here? I've heard rumors of this place. The Fall Maiden hissed aside. A village on the outskirts of Mistral was wiped out overnight by a single Grimm. Emerald winced. And what was the name of this village? Kuro Yuri. That was it. The name didn't much register with him. The Grimm did, however, despite the terror its presence inspired. They could leave it be, he supposed, but that would be disrespectful to the dead. And yet he didn't really feel like dealing with it himself. Wait. He could kill two nevermore with one stone here. He stepped back. You're up, ladies. Amber blinked. Me? Why do I have to? Emerald shoulder barged her out the way. Step aside, I can handle this by myself. Like hell you can. What was that, Beach? Then let's make a game of it. He held up his finger, diverting their attention before they could come to blows once more. First one to kill that Grimm chooses where we go once we're done with Mistral. Amber rounded on him. Atlas. Emerald was only a heartbeat behind. Vacuo. Naruto offered them a Cheshire grin. Don't tell me that, tell the Grimm. Emerald burst forward in a rush of speed before he could finish. Early bird gets the worm. Amber jolted after her. Hey. No fair. What followed was a slaughter, simple and well, not so clean. The poor Naklavi didn't know what hit it. They had it down, defeated, and destroyed in a matter of minutes. Wasn't hardly worth mentioning really. The girls' so-called duel ended in a tie as both struck the killing blow. Amber lopped off the horse's head, just as Emerald did that of the rider. Pure poetry. All right, he hummed, watching the abomination dissolve. To the city. Things were finally starting to look up here. What could possibly go wrong? That's it. Everything was wrong. It was every bit Pyrrha's fault, of course. She'd been the one to pick this fight at gods. She was regretting it now. A fist whistled past her face to which she clumsily ducked, only for her foe to pivot and bring his right leg round to strike at her unprotected flank. She tried to block the oncoming attack really, she did, but she wasn't ready and they both knew it. Her foe's merciless boot smashed into her guard like a falling star and struck her chin, snapping her head back. Even as she reeled, he swooped in and hammered his fist straight into her sternum, then her neck, followed by her solar plexus, leaving her gasping for air. Stars. Entire galaxies. An open palm smacked her collarbone and launched her backwards with a startled yelp. Unprepared for her sudden flight, she crashed out of the room, Aura protesting as she hurtled into then through a nearby wall. It crumbled like so much driftwood, as did another, and still another. The people of Mistral just didn't build things to last, did they? Her back struck the ground, then momentum dragged her down, sending her tumbling out into the foggy street. You all right there, little Miss Champion? A familiar voice sang to her through the mist. Did I kick you too hard? Green eyes narrowed. She tried to rise, only to wince as her flagging aura protested feebly at the motion. And no, not yet. Mercury Black emerged, hands in his pockets. He tilted his head and grinned at her, eyes smoldering with menacing silver flames. That's the spirit. How had it come to this? It's too late. We've changed things. There's no going back now. That's right. You heard me. We're locked into this. Me. Everyone. All of us. Naruto Mercury. Butterfly effect. Welcome to Mistral. Naruto quirked an eyebrow at Amber, stood in the street as passerby scuttled by, arms flung up in the sky, towards buildings so high. You've been waiting to say that, haven't you? That may be, Mercury. She pivoted to face him and her dark face flushed yet darker still as he looked on. She linked both hands behind her back, swaying in place as she drank it all in. I used to visit the city when I was younger. Before well, you know. Her eyes flickered with the flames of fall for a moment before she doused them. I'm just excited. We can sleep in actual beds tonight. Curious choice of words. Did you live here in the city? Maybe. She tilted her head a touch to the left and touched a finger to her chin, considering her surroundings with unvarnished interest as a child might some long-lost toy. I don't remember most of my childhood. My parents liked to move around a lot, I think. Wait, are your parents? Moving on. Emerald moved herself. Between them wearing a sweet, saccharine smile, and for once, he found himself grateful she'd interrupted. It's getting late. She grabbed him by the arm and not so subtly lassoed Amber with the other, all but hauling them forward. Why don't we find a hotel for the evening and get a bite to eat? Adam and Cinder made annoyed noises in his head at the mention of food, even as Spring cooed happily at the reminder. Oh. The Fall Maiden perked up. So we can plan our next move from there? Right. Naruto waved a hand flippantly. That's sure. We can do that, I guess. Their words were met with silence. He looked down, only to find both Amber and Emerald staring at him. His apprentice coughed into her fist. You do have a plan, don't you? He looked toward the setting sun with a lazy yawn. Not particularly at the moment, why? He could almost hear their jaws hitting the floor behind him. Both girls stopped with such force that he physically found himself dragged backward. More than a few passerby chuckled at his plight. Others glowered his way, utterly unaware of the predicament he found himself in. Amber found her voice first. What do you mean no? Means no. Thought that was obvious. We get that. Did they? He didn't think they did. Maybe he ought to explain himself. I don't have any concrete plans beyond avoiding Ashbin and his cronies for the foreseeable future. Beyond that, well, he shrugged one shoulder, I already said I want it all. Might as well enjoy the good life while we got it, yeah. But how do you intend to take it? This from Amber. Not sure yet. He thumbed his nose. Might pick a few fights here, shop around for the odd semblance or two. I'll figure it out as we go. Cinder purred in his head. I like it. There's bound to be a few useful ones here at us so long as you don't acquire any more voices. Amber wilted a little. You're only taking semblance from bad people, right? Right. Emerald coughed into a fist to hide her smile. Most from people he fights, maybe? Hey now, he pinched her cheek, drawing a petulant whine from the illusionist. Just who the hell do you think I am? I'm not some mustache-twirling villain who snatches ice cream from kids. I've got taste. And I'll even share if I find some good ones. He had a feeling he could too, the sensation was already engraved within him. If he could take, then why not give as well? It would be a fine way to keep Amoeba and Emerald safe. Emerald's hand shot up, despite him still pinching her. Dibs on the sparkle fingers. I'd love to shoot lightning at fools. Heat crept up the back of his neck as he released her face. It's not called that. Red eyes fluttered shut and open in a quick blink. Then what do you call it? Naruto opened his mouth to answer. Closed it. You know what? I haven't really thought of a name for it. He held up a hand to temporize when she threatened to pester him. Just relax, I've got this under control. Amber scuffed the sidewalk with her shoe and muttered under her breath. Could have fooled me, Mr. I have no plans. He quirked a silver brow her way. I'm sorry, Did you say something, Miss Maiden who owes me her life? She quailed a little beneath his heated glare, shoulders slumping. Meep. Meep indeed. Now come on, let's find a place to crash. We've earned it. Still, he had the strangest feeling he was forgetting something. Or was it several somethings? Nah, probably nothing. Right? Sometimes the smallest stone can create the greatest ripples. In due time, those ripples become a tidal wave. And all of Remnant would feel it. Can I count on your cooperation in this matter, my old friend? Yes, of course, Ashbin. Lionheart pinched the bridge of his nose and stifled a sigh as he held the scroll to his ear. I'll keep an ear to the ground and let you know if I encounter anyone matching their description. Thank you, Leo. Ashbin's voice crackled on the other end, made slightly grainy by distance. I've already informed James and Theodore of our newfound friends, shall we say. Haven's headmaster fought down a convulsive shudder. Francis. More pawns for his war against Salem, more meat for the grinder. Coward though he might be, he was no fool. He knew precisely why Ashbin wanted these two. More fools throwing their lives away in a battle against a woman who would never know the sting of death. Everyone looked to the light, to him, for salvation, but none realized just how deep the darkness could be. Sometimes, it felt like he was the only sane one left in this rotten world. Against all odds, he managed to perpetuate the farce and keep up the act. That smile, the easy grace of a man who looked far braver than he truly was. Excellent. That said, please don't attempt to detain this Mercury or Emerald should you encounter them. His brow furrowed. Why ever not? Putting aside the former's combat capabilities, there's no telling what might happen. Any attempt to contain one of them would likely spook the other, and then there's no telling what might happen. If this boy can beat Raven in a pitched battle, I dare say he could give you some trouble. True. I'm not the fighter I once was. Not by half. He was sure some of his upper-class students could best him as he was now. Students he would send to their deaths soon enough at the hands of Salem. They trusted him, and because of that trust, they would die. For all his preaching, he was no better than Ashbin. Coward. Hypocrite. Murder. Bile flooded his throat. He choked it down, lest he vomit. In any case, they might flee in such an event. Ashbin was saying as he came back to himself. I wish to reward them most handsomely. Are you looking to poach them for beacon? Perhaps, the response might have sounded coy to him once upon a time, but it was glaringly obvious to him now. Leave that matter to me, but do let me know if you happen upon them. That I'll see it done. Thank you, my old friend. I knew I could count on you. Yes, of course, Ashbin. Leave it in my hands. I'll handle things. He kept the mask in place, maintained his smile right until he hung up. The moment he did, that strong smile became a fearful frown. He hunched low over his desk, fumbled for a wastebasket and retched into it. Heaved until his body had nothing left to give. Only then, once he'd voided the contents of his stomach, did he find the strength to rise. Groaning, he sat up and ran both hands through his hair. Someone who could not only best Raven Branwen, but disappear without a trace? Gifts could prove dangerous in the wrong hands. Indeed, they might tip the balance entirely in this shadow war for Remnant. Should his old friend acquire such a useful piece, why, things might even turn in his favor. Which meant that I have to tell Salem about this, don't I? Well, maybe not just yet. He was far too stressed right now. Ignorance was bliss after all, and what you didn't know couldn't hurt you. Surely she would understand his reasons for this. Demon, that woman. She'd truly broken him. To be young and fearless again. Jaune drilled relentlessly. Counter. Parry. Riposte and stab. Left, right, left again, pivot, feint, then counter. Crochet Morse flitted before him in a whirl of silvery steel. Sharper than before, his movements infinitely more precise than the clumsy slashes he'd once had. He didn't so much destroy the training dummy, a crude thing of wood and pillows, as he did beat it down through sheer stamina. No sooner had he slashed it apart than he moved on to the next, raining down blows using the stance he'd been taught. On and on he went, pushing himself to his limits and beyond. He was making progress. Not as much as he would have liked, not yet, but thanks to Mercury he had something to work with now, a solid foundation to build on. He also had a time limit, which was good, because that made him want to strive all the more. 2 years. 2 years until Beacon. 2 years to convince Mom to train him. 2 years to prove his sisters and all of Ansel wrong. 2 years to get accepted at the best DMN school in all of Remnant and become someone. No more weak spindly noodle arms Jaune. Practice makes perfect. He could do better, he would be better, no he would be better. Maybe he'd even grown his hair out, get a warrior's wolf tail. He was going to be someone. A huntsman among huntsmen. The very best. Like no one ever was. Now why did that last one sound familiar? Meh, probably wasn't important. Unbeknownst to him, he wasn't the only arc to have a turnaround. Saffron regarded the shattered boulder before her. Looked to her right hand, back to the boulder. The eldest arc child heaved a sigh, shoulders slumping. Of course I unlock my semblance after he leaves. She hadn't even punched the DMN thing. She'd only touched it and it shattered. That darn Mercury. She knew this was his fault somehow. And he'd left without saying goodbye too. She'd wanted him to meet Terra. Yang screamed. Raven screamed right back. I have a kid? Taeyong smacked his forehead and muffled a groan into another couch pillow. For crying out loud. He had known this would be a shitshow from the moment Ashbin broke the news to him. He'd known, the second Raven had come blundering back into their lives, the instant he laid eye on her and she smiled at him that things were bound to go south at some point. Even so, he hadn't expected it to be quite this spectacular. Maybe that wasn't quite the right word. Spectacular at least implied some small smidgen of sanity. This was not sane. This was a DMED disaster. Ruby tucked herself into his side and patted his shoulder. There, Daddy, it's alright. He hugged her close. Blessed baby girl. Best God's damn gift summer ever gave him. He'd never missed her more than he had in his moment. Ruby's mother would have taken charge of the situation by now. She would have cracked some skulls, sat everyone down on the couch and made them hash things out. It would have been just. But she wasn't here. She never would be again. Ashbin had fled like the coward he was, leaving him to hash things out. Well, he wasn't of much use right now, given he was passed out on the floor, bottle in hand. BSTRD wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. So that you're really my brat? Ta. Raven stepped forward to regard Yand, raised her hand and ruffled her hair. We made a cute kid tie. A roguish grin curled her pale face and for a moment she looked so much like her younger self that it hurt. Even if you do look old as dirt. Yang wriggled out from under Raven's palm, growling as she went. Don't talk to me like that. Why not? Raven's retort proved just as sharp. I'm your mom, I carried you to term and popped you out. Probably spent hours in labor, too, not that I can remember them. Bleck, his daughter gagged and reared back like she'd been slapped. I don't want to hear about your DMN labor. Taeyong clicked his tongue, admonishing her. Yang Xiaolong. Language. Raven rounded on him with an incredulous snort. You gave her your last name? Yang Branwen sounds better. DMN her amnesia. He wanted to be angry with her. And he was. Furious, really. But when she looked at him like that, acted like that, talked to him like that, he just got so DMN nostalgic. It reminded him of the good OL days, you know? Back when Team SRQ was strong, united, invincible. When it was just them, taking on the world. What fools they'd been. No one was invincible. He'd learned that lesson when Summer died. But right now, Ruby looked lost and Yang that better defuse that bomb before it blew up in his face. Listen girls. He held up a hand for silence before Yang could haul off and hit someone. I don't know how else to put this, but Yang, your mother. She isn't. That recently lost her memory. He talked over her with the patience of a weary father. She took a bad hit to the head and was injured. We're going to be looking after her for a while until she recovers. Yang planted a fist on her hip. Is that why she's acting like a teenager? Raven glared right back. That why you're acting like a beach? Okay, that was a good one. But still. You left. Why would I do that? Raven's confusion was too genuine to have been faked. I'd never leave one of my own behind. Yang's arms drooped at her sides, hands balling into furious fists. But you did. Raven spluttered. No, I didn't. Yang glowered. Did. Did not. Raven. She never admitted her mistakes. Stubborn birdie. She'd rather die than admit an error. Even now, when faced with the potential parental pain of her past and those she'd abandoned, his long-lost wife did what she always did, deny, refusing to even acknowledge the mistakes she'd made with Yang. Even if I had left, she rallied, which I'm not saying I did, I would have taken you with me. Great. Yang spat. Because that changes everything. Thanks ever so much, Beach. Aura flashed as Raven's palm cracked clear across the face. Yang reeled back, eyes wide. They blazed red. Taeyong set Ruby down and sprang to his feet. Yang. No. His daughter reared back with a yowl, semblance flaring, and slugged her mother in the face. Raven didn't even deign to dodge. She stood her ground and took the blow right on her cheek. She must have willingly lowered her aura at the last second, because he saw blood whistle through the air and a tooth besides, that was going to be a pain to reattach as her head snapped to the side. She staggered back one step, grunted now, and glared bloody red daggers at Yang. He feared the worst. Raven never took a punch without dishing one back twice as hard, but if she dared to lay a finger on Yang again, and then his ex-wife preened like her namesake, teeth flashing in the low light. There's that Branwen spirit. You're one of mine, all right. Yang trembled, the roaring flames of her anger dimming. That's not fair. You're supposed to be angry, not happy. Why wouldn't I be? Raven thumbed a line of blood away from her nose and beamed. You're strong, Yang. Taeyong's jaw clicked open and hung agape. Ruby politely pushed it shut to keep him from catching flies. No, never mind that. Who was this woman and what had they done with his bitter wreck of a wife? 3 long strides carried Raven forward, devouring the distance between her and Yang. Their daughter tensed, fearing the worst. But it came quickly. Raven struck like her namesake, darting forward to wrap both arms around their daughter's head and all but dragging her face into her bosom. As far as hugs went, it was a rather nice one, especially for a former bandit. She held her close, rocking slowly from side to side as one might a small child, and to his dismay and delight, actually began to hum under her breath. Yang struggled fitfully at first, then haphazardly, now ineffectually, unable to escape. Finally, with a sob, she relaxed into her mother's embrace. Raven sighed. Did I really never hold you like this? Even when you were a baby? What was I thinking? Yang quivered in her grasp, but her once strong voice lacked its usual rancor. Beach of a mom. Surly daughter of mine. Ruby made a baffled noise and raised her head. So, are we good now, or? Raven tilted her head, having only just noticed her. Huh, didn't realize Summer had a mini-me. Who's the lucky bastard? Don't tell me it's Crow. The drunken louse groaned at their feet. Uncle Crow. No. Tai coughed into a fist. She's well, Ruby's mine. Raven went terribly still, enough eyes bulged. Summer had a kid with you? Out came Omen in a flash of bloody steel. That no-good cheating Beach. Where is she? I'll teach her to take what's mine. She dead. All eyes turned to Ruby. What? Raven all but croaked out the word. The poor girl wilted under her gaze, but held her ground. Yang piped up reluctantly, still held close. Mom, Summer that she died a long time ago. Raven blinked. Shook her head. Blinked again. Don't lie to me, Pipsqueak, that sheet isn't funny. She's dead, Raven. Taeyong laid a hand on her shoulder. She took a mission and never came back. Raven shook her head once more. No, she would never, that she promised. Something quivered behind those red eyes. Fractured. Shattered. Omen fell out of her grasp and clattered to the floor. Tai tensed. Even then he wasn't prepared. His ex-wife screamed suddenly, sharp and shrill, clutching her head. Her legs buckled as she sank to her knees, but even then, it didn't stop. Rather, Raven couldn't. She kept screaming and screaming until her voice failed her and she coughed blood. With that, the shock finally became too much. Her eyes rolled back in her head. Raven collapsed at their feet. "Do you understand why I've summoned you here?" Salem let the words ripple through the dining hall and pass down the table. Each word carried the weight of her expectations, and her bitter, bitter disappointment. Watts and Hazel studiously avoided her gaze and devoted themselves to their as-of-yet untouched meals. Neither could bring themselves to eat, but neither could they look her in the eye at that. She couldn't blame them for their silence. It had been some time since she last called such a meeting, and with half their number felled at that. They knew this wouldn't be anything good. No point in blunting the blade then, as it were. Cinder is dead. Watts snorted. A pity. It seems she overstepped. Do stop smiling. We've lost Tyrion as well. His smile died an ugly death. How? Hazel rumbled. We've hunted maidens before. The current inheritor of Fall was no match for Tyrion. And yet he lies dead while she roams free. My Grimm discovered his body. Her pale lips pursed at the memory. What was left of it? Tyrion Kalos had not died well. Someone had massacred him, popped his head like a grape, and left his body for the buzzards. There was barely anything left of him by the time she tracked him down. Her pawns tensed. Because that's what they were to her. Pieces to move across the proverbial chessboard of eternity. She didn't particularly care about Watts or Hazel one way or another, but it was somewhat annoying and time-consuming to train up fresh replacements. She might have to do that regardless at this rate. What with her main maiden candidate dead and her best assassin a tattered corpse, she only had these two louts remaining. Mindless muscle and a spy who wasn't half as smart as he thought he was. They seemed more useless by the day. Good help was so hard to find these days. But she knew the culprit. Ashbin is hunting us. She steepled her fingers and laid her chin atop them. I have reason to believe he was the one who killed Cinder and Tyrion. Hazel growled. You're certain it's him? Yes. He was recently sighted on a bullhead returning to Vale. Returning? Watts bridled, his mustache bristling like some great hairy caterpillar. He left. He did indeed. It had been a bit of blind bloody luck really. One of her smaller Nevermore had spotted his craft by pure chance and followed. Were it not for that, she would have been none the wiser toward her ex-husband and his little jaunt. Why didn't you inform me of this, Watts? He slumped in his seat. I wasn't aware. No, you were not. She bit off the words before he could hope to speak them. See that you are in the future. As an immortal, Salem found the very best threats were often those that were best left unspoken. The victim's imagination could and would be far darker than any doldrums she conjured. After all, nothing broke someone quite like their own fears. Naturally, Watts couldn't keep quiet after that. Where did he depart from? Smiled for him. It was not a nice smile. A homely little village known as Ansel. Watts rallied at that. Well, there you have it. There are many far-flung settlements out in the wilds. I can hardly have eyes and ears in all of them now, can I? Nevertheless, you will visit it and learn why he was there. That as you wish. There it was, she could see the anger in his eyes, the humiliation, but he didn't dare defy her. It will be done. Yes, it will. Ashbin is gathering his pawns while wiping out our own. She looked to Hazel in return. Losing Cinder I could tolerate, but now Tyrion as well? It's time to take action. Hazel growled again, low and deep in his throat. You think he's going to make another push? I do. Nonsense. Arthur huffed. Atlas has been silent. Whatever this is, Ironwood isn't involved. My agents on Menagerie reported the death of Adam Taurus some days ago, but none have taken credit for it. Why would Ashbin stoop to killing a terrorist? Why indeed? Ozma's schemes were many. And what of Vacuo Hazel? Back she went to the grumbling Goliath in the room. Did your search bear fruit? Hazel was silent for a long moment, perhaps gathering his thoughts or planning to deflect blame onto his compatriot. At length, he drew himself and spoke. I could not locate the Summer Maiden. Salem's right hand twitched, conjuring a web of shadowy claws at his feet. Is that so? However, he hastened to add, During my search, I encountered a black market group known as Crown, led by a pair of siblings with rather curious semblances. She paused. Go on. There's something of a rogue organization, their leaders styling themselves as the next queen and king of Vacuo. Salem scoffed. Another group hearkening for the old days of the monarchy. How quaint. And what are these semblances you speak of? She had seen many in her eons of existence, as Hazel well knew. It must be something special indeed to pique his interest. And their names? Jax and Jillian Asturias. He squirmed under her gaze. The girl can drain aura and add it to others, but her brother. Why was he hesitating? Do spit it out, Hazel. I haven't all day. She most certainly did and more, but she wasn't about to tell him that. This was something different, something new, a change in the incessant back and forth of her and Ashbin's little shadow war. For better or worse, Hazel had unwittingly aroused her interest, and she'd be dead if she let him wriggle away now because he was uncomfortable. Mind control. The words alone had her sitting up straight. He can control the minds of others. What scoffed? Preposterous. Such a thing would be magic. Salem crooned darkly. He cut off with a sputter. Salem looked back to Hazel up, years of boredom washing away in an instant. Tell me more. This boy and his sister, are they trained? Hazel dared a nod. They're recent graduates from Shade Academy. Excellent. This way she could acquire both a powerful tool and a useful maiden candidate with little effort. She would have to break the girl's bad habits, of course, cleanse her of her folly, make her strong, but this was so much better than raising a runt from scratch. Why, she might even be better than Cinder. That girl had been far too arrogant for her own good. Can they fight? Well enough, Hazel rumbled on, distracting her from her doldrums. When I confronted them, the girl tried to drain my aura and the boy sought to control my mind. Tried, meaning they did not succeed, the utter fools. Doubtless he'd disciplined them for it. Hazel was one of, if not the sturdiest warrior in Remnant. It was next to impossible for anyone to break his aura and keep it broken, save perhaps her and Ashbin. You could try, certainly, but with those dust crystals of his, you'd be the one worst for wear. Yet there were other ways to lay him low, as she well knew. You see, the most effective way to defeat Hazel was not to break his body, or even his mind, but rather his spirit. Not only did his semblance render him impervious to pain, but his aura recovered far quicker than most. In a fight you had to beat him down hard and fast or let him wail on you until he exhausted himself. Immortal as she was, she'd gone for the latter option when recruiting him. At the time he had, and very much still did, crave vengeance for his dear dead sister. Upon revealing herself to him as the Queen of Grimm, he'd promptly tried to kill her. Wasted an entire day doing so. In fact, once he realized the futility of his efforts, it was all too easy for her to redirect his anger at Ozma. What fools these mortals were. But she digressed. She had new pawns to claim. Her head tilted just to. I trust you've taken measures to bring them into the fold. Hazel bowed low. I have begun making the necessary preparations, yes. I left them with a warning, my queen. They await your arrival. They do not believe me, but I suspect your presence will enlighten them. Enlighten them, Salem leaned back with a pleased hum. Indeed she would. Immortality had a tendency to make one realize the inevitability of things. Mind control, was it? Hazel's boundless and constantly regenerating aura most likely protected him from that nasty little semblance, but as she had no such defense, she would need to take mental measures against it. She didn't like the idea of anyone running about with a semblance like that. Well, anyone not under her thumb. This so-called king would face a true queen, and if he wouldn't bend the knee, he would die and she would make use of his corpse. Simple as. There was work to be done. For the first time in centuries, she found herself rather curious as to the outcome. Well done, Hazel. I'm sending you to Mistral to check in on our dear friend Lionheart. Friend, really? Nothing further from the truth. The once brave headmaster was far and away the most expendable of her pawns, but right now he had a use as Haven's headmaster. For now. He's been rather silent as of late. I expect you in Ansel by week's end. You are dismissed, the both of you. If Ashbin was becoming more active in his recruitment, well, then so would she. This meant war. Nothing could stop her now. Naruto sneezed mightily. Was someone talking about him? It would be just his luck if someone was. Amber laid a hand on his arm. You all right there, Mercury? I'm fine. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Nothing to worry about. Sure, Emerald rolled her eyes. Because that doesn't sound ominous at all. In that brief moment he closed his own. Hers were. They were his. A hooded figure came barreling around the bend out a nearby alley in that same instant, heedless of him or Emerald or even Amber, such was their hurry. He had just enough time to glimpse a slender form clad in bronze armor. Startled green eyes. A flash of red hair and the faint scent of burnished leather paired with another aroma he didn't recognize, and then, look out, look out, look out. She crashed headlong into the three of them with a yelp and down they went, sprawling across the sidewalk. Through ringing ears and a horrible headache, he dimly heard a voice babbling apologies. I'm sorry. I forfeit. You don't even want to try? What's the point? You're a world-renowned fighter, whereas well. We're obviously leagues apart. Naruto Mercury and Pira. Leagues apart. When one thought of Pira Nikos, one thought of a champion. The very best and brightest Mistral had to offer. Their oh-so-precious invincible girl. Unbeatable, indestructible, immeasurable, 2 years out from attending a huntsman academy, and so many other fancy and frivolous words she didn't care for. But others did. Mistral thought the world of her. She was their crown jewel, the apple of the people's eye, envy of everyone nearly everywhere. People admired her. Girls wanted to be her. Fans she had aplenty, much to her dismay. They would have been quite shocked, oh yes, most surprised indeed were they to realize just how much she despised her fame. She hated it. She couldn't have friends, couldn't go out, couldn't do anything without the public eye upon her. This was not the life she'd envisioned. There had been a time when she didn't have to worry about that, back when she was just Pira, before the tournament scene, before she'd forged her weapons, before victory after pointless victory robbed her of joy and friends and happiness, leaving nothing but bitter fame in its place. It wasn't a sudden thing by any means or measure, but rather something that built up over time, a steady accumulation of constantly being ground down until one day she no longer recognized herself in the mirror. She wanted out. Out of the tournament scene. No, not just that, but out of Mistral altogether. Even just a day for herself, surely that wasn't so much to ask? And so, today, she donned her armor, snatched up her weapons, thrown on a cloak and made a break for it. It had all been going so well too. Right until someone recognized her. From there, found herself hounded by a pack of paparazzi vile creatures. Bumbled into a pack of bystanders and the rest, as they say, was history. She was grateful to this enigmatic trio for helping her hide away. If any of them noticed her green eyes, flaming red hair, or the weapons hidden beneath her cloak, they made no mention of it. Bless them. They'd claimed a small table in a smaller corner in an equally smallest restaurant, one she couldn't be bothered remember the name of. And that was good. She liked being able to hide away where no one would give her a second glance, to be ignored by these people and live her life. Fame meant nothing if no one recognized her. Better yet, they treated her to a meal. The food was greasy, the drink sweet, and her agent would have had her hide to see her consuming something with this many calories like this, but she didn't care. This moment of freedom, however sweet and however brief, belonged to her. No one could take this memory away from her. It belonged to her, and her alone. Hunched over a table, Mercury and Emerald didn't seem to care about that, and Amber certainly didn't. Her eyes seemed to glow sometimes. A semblance, perhaps? Maybe she shouldn't ask questions whose answers she wasn't prepared for. If you hate being famous, just leave. Pira looked up, choked on her burger, and swallowed hastily. You say that like it's easy. It is. Mercury planted both elbows on the table and beamed at her. Instead of Haven, apply to Beacon or something. They'd take you in a heartbeat. She studied her half-eaten meal, suddenly hesitant. Would it be any different there? Emerald clicked her tongue. You'll never know until you try. It's not that I'm unwilling to try, I'm just. Amber tilted her head. Afraid. Her hands slammed down on the table opposite him. I'm no coward. Mercury considered her for a moment. I think you are. The fact that you haven't simply up and left proves her point. Pyrrha opened her mouth to retort, then closed it with a click. She'd seen this type of tactic before. She knew what they were doing. They were trying to goad her, rile her up, break through the veneer of false politeness and get her to speak her mind. DMN, but it was working. There was just something about these three that irked her. They were clearly powerful, and as such, free to do as they pleased, without consequence or care, and she wanted that, damn it. That really, what you do is show fighting, nothing more. Mercury finished talking as she came back to herself. Probably rigged too. You wouldn't last in a real fight. Was he trying to make her mad? A muscle jumped in her jaw, throbbing alongside a vein in her temple. I'm sorry. If you'd rather take this outside. Don't be red. He waved a hand her way, uncaring of the nickname. I forfeit. Pyrrha balked. You don't even want to try. What's the point? He granted her a lackadaisical grin. You're a world-renowned fighter, whereas well. A chuckle parted his lips. We're obviously leagues apart. Somehow, that felt like an insult. She bridled. If you're implying that I didn't win my matches fairly. He granted her a Cheshire grin. Well. Speak of the angel and she shall appear. Emerald pursed her lips. Isn't it speak of the devil? How can you call this girl a devil? She doesn't have a mean bone in her body. Or a brave one for that matter. Look at her, he waved a hand. Hiding from her fame. If you didn't want to be worshipped, then don't win every DMN fight. It's not hard. Pyrrha sprang to her feet with a hiss. Let's take this outside. Mercury shrugged. If you insist. She growled. I do. Naruto let Pyrrha lead him outside, hands clasped behind his head, whistling a merry tune as he went. She had a very interesting semblance, because for once, he couldn't tell what it was. That implied some degree of aura control on her part. They faced one another, and on some unseen signal began. Their blows landed with almost no force at first, a tap, a brush. They tested one another, assessed, a feint, a counter, a shift. Response, followed by a riposte. She was skilled. He could admit that objectively. In a few more years, she might actually be a threat. However, a peal of rare laughter burst from his lips before he could think to hold it back as he broke down her guard and went fully on the attack. It was funny, not the notion of the danger because she was about as threatening as a wet kitten right about now, but because she was so DMN determined. Redheads were ever the stubborn sort, and Pyrrha Nikos was no exception. He'd enjoy breaking her out this perfectly polite shell. Everything was going according to plan. Everything had gone horribly wrong. It was every bit Pyrrha's fault, of course. She'd been the one to pick this fight at gods. She was regretting it now. Out came her weapons. All the world descended into a whirlwind of blows, a storm, and she was at center of it. She was the eye of the storm, the rock that did not move, wing him off, not effortlessly, but holding the line, and standing her ground all the same. And then the tableau shifted. A fist whistled past her face to which she clumsily ducked, only for her foe to pivot and bring his right leg round to strike at her unprotected flank. She tried to block the oncoming attack she did, but she wasn't ready and they both knew it. Her lance was slapped aside like a stick. Her foe's merciless boot smashed into her guard like a falling star and struck her chin, snapping her head back. Even as she reeled, he swooped in and hammered his fist straight into her sternum, then her neck, followed by her solar plexus, leaving her gasping for air. Stars. Entire galaxies. An open palm smacked her collarbone and launched her backwards with a startled yelp. Unprepared for her sudden flight, she crashed out of the room, aura protesting as she hurtled into then through a nearby wall. It crumbled like so much driftwood, as did another, and still another. The people of Mistral just didn't build things to last, did they? Her back struck the ground, then momentum dragged her down, sending her tumbling out into the foggy street. You all right there, little Miss Champion? A familiar voice sang to her through the mist. Did I kick you too hard? Green eyes narrowed. She tried to rise, only to wince as her flagging aura protested feebly at the motion. And no, not yet. Mercury Black emerged at a lazy gait, hands in his pockets. He tilted his head and grinned at her, eyes smoldering with menacing silver flames. That's the spirit. Questions aplenty whirled through her mind. Why were his eyes on fire? Why wasn't he drawing the sword at his side? Did he truly think he could beat her unarmed? How had it come to this? No, that was a stupid question. She'd done this to herself. All right, he cracked his neck. If you won't come to me, I'll come to you. He didn't so much flicker as he did blur, then he was on her. Pyrrha met his charge head-on. All the while, she wore the fiercest scowl. He backhanded her, slapping her aside, as though she were no more than a rank amateur. Pyrrha twitched. On a certain level she knew what he was trying to do. It was blatantly clear. She was young, not stupid. The bait was obvious. And yet, it burned. It burned, it burned, it burned in her throat worse than any heartburn, choking the very words in her throat. She was a fighter, yes, and she liked to win just as much as anyone, but this was going too far. Just what are you? She was still speaking when the ceiling gave way overhead. She had enough time to swear and slam her aura forward. It saved her life. And cost her dearly. Mercury swept in. A palm planted itself against her chest, just above her left BRST, and pain lanced through her upper torso, leaving her spitting blood. Sorry. She heard him mutter. You're out of your depth here. She couldn't win. The realization didn't just gall Pyrrha. It broke her. She was skilled, yes, but only skilled for her age. Arrogant of her to think otherwise, but this bout drove the truth home as words could not. For all her strength and skill, she was but a small guppy in a pond. She had her to leave that pond and see the great wide ocean. And here be sharks. Frantic, she tried to block, but Mercury kicked her shield so hard he blew a gaping hole in it, twisting her arm aside. His fist barreled into her gut. She felt her ribs creak. Breath burst from her lungs as she buckled beneath the blow. And it was so tempting to just black out and make the pain stop. But she clung on. Anger at her own helplessness. This wasn't a fight. She knew what a fight was. This was annihilation, a beating, no two ways about it. He was crushing her. Dismantling her. Execution. Had this been a true fight to the death, she would have died long ago. Angry tears stung at her eyes. It didn't make a lick of sense. He was only a few years older than her. So, how had she taken so much damage? Had it all been a lie? Was she really? You're not weak, Pyrrha. She hiccuped. What? I said you're not weak. Mercury reappeared behind her and sent her sprawling with a lazy kick, then laid into her with 1-2-3 punch. I'm just stronger. There's a difference. Even as she fell, her punched her in the throat, stilling the very words on her tongue before she could hope to speak them. You'll get better someday, but it won't be here. Not in Mistral. Consider this your wake-up call. One last feeble attempt to block left her spear shattered, sundered alongside her shield, forcefully wrenching both her arms high. Here at last, Pyrrha understood. Her passion for fame and fighting had waned as of late, and yet now her feelings for the former came blazing back to life. Mercury's boot came whistling in at her head, to which she dropped her guard, knowing it would only delay the inevitable, and closed her eyes with a smile. She wanted to be stronger. Thank you. Did she imagine his response just now? You're welcome. Regardless, he made her see stars. She rocked into the air, and was granted a glimpse of gray. Someone cried out, she wasn't sure who, but she wasn't surprised their impromptu bout had drawn passerby. People would see this. It would be all over the news come evening, and her loss with it. Defeat. Should sting. But it didn't. Quite the contrary. With this, she'd truly lose the title of Invincible Girl. She'd never been more happy. Fist plus face divided by ground equals pain. Does not compute. Yet as she lay there on the ground, broken and gasping for air, she felt a hand on her head. Something rushed into her even as she lost. Something. Power. It felt like power, but what? A fair trade, he whispered. Don't waste this. Poor Pyrrha didn't even have a chance to ask what this was. His fist drove into the side of her head. Aura faltered and her conscience faded. He flicked 2 fingers into the air and walked away. "See you around, little champion." Emerald glared at him as they made their escape into the bowels of the city. "Tell me you didn't just do what I think you did." Naruto beamed, hands planted in his pockets. "Alright, I didn't." Amber scowled. "Mercury." "What?" He shrugged one shoulder. "She wanted to be stronger, and since I took her semblance, it only seemed fair. Besides, this'll keep Ashbin occupied while we have our fun." In hindsight, he should have known better, but he had absolutely no idea at the time. None at all. But how could he? It wasn't his fault. Chaos would soon take Mistral. "Come on. I've always been 2 steps ahead of you. So really, why would this time be any different?" "There it is. That's the look I wanted to see. Do you understand now? I've won. And you? You're F-ed. Naruto Mercury. Pay your debts. What have you done?" Cinder was furious. No, she was practically incandescent, very nearly spitting at him in a towering fury, calling him every conceivable name and curse under the sun, all in a vain attempt to express how completely and utterly livid she was with him. In conclusion, Cinder much angry. Big tantrum. He laughed at the phrasing, but honestly, her ranting made walking in a straight line more than a little difficult, if only because she kept distracting him, which in turn nearly making him blunder into people as he walked. Amber and Emerald had begun to notice, naturally, which made it all the more difficult to tune Cinder out and hold a conversation with them at the same time. "Are you done?" "I don't know. Do you think I'm done, Adam?" "I don't think she's done." "I am not." Such a noisy beach. He dug a finger into his ear in a vain attempt to rid himself of the ringing. She was probably gonna give him tinnitus at this rate, assuming he didn't already have it. "Why are you complaining?" he muttered under his breath. "It's not like you could have used the power anyway." It was the wrong thing to say. Cinder absolutely shrieked at him. "Mercury!" Had she a body, he suspected she would have tried to attack him by now. Thankfully, she remained little more than a disembodied voice in his head, one that subsided with a measly, messy whimper once he blasted her with chakra. "All that power, and what did you do with it?" she hissed at him, momentarily cowed, but far from broken. "Nothing. No, less than nothing. You gave it away to a mere slip of a girl. You fool. Do you have any idea? Only a piece." She paused. "I beg your pardon?" A sheet-eating grin split his face. "Well, since you begged." He told her exactly what he had done. "You can do that?" "Yup." Springs sang happily in his head, still very much bound to him. That heartened him for some reason. He didn't like the idea of disappointing her. "I can reclaim it any time I want." He held a hand close to his chest and curled it into a fist. "And I will, if need be." Then, because he sensed Adam's confusion and Cinder's mounting rage, he reluctantly deigned to amend his words. "Nothing came easy for me, no matter how hard I believed. I earned this strength. Through blood and sweat and tears, I earned it. So I'm gonna do what I want with it. Surely this won't backfire. It's not as though she'll misuse the power." Naruto barked out a bitter laugh of his own. "No one in the world is that naive." Ruby Rose sneezed. Twice. "Thrice now. Is somebody talking about me?" "That anyway," Adam asked. "What's next on the agenda?" Naruto chuckled a little. "Going to ground, for one. From there we can hide out until this all blows over." Someone pressed a dust pistol to the back of his head. A moment passed. 2, 3. The former blonde exhaled in a long-suffering sigh. "Or not." He deadpanned. "You do realize I have aura, right? Come on now." Craning his neck back, he found Emerald and Amber in a similar situation, looking absolutely mutinous at being caught flat-footed. He supposed he should give their attackers credit for that much. They'd done a decent job sneaking up on the 3 of them, or perhaps he'd simply been too distracted to notice them. Likely the latter. All in all, he counted 6 rough and tumbling-looking men in purple outfits, 2 for each of them. Clever, he supposed, if somewhat crude, confronting them out in the open like this. It smacked of amateur hour. Still, he'd praise them for bravery, even if they lost most of them for sheer stupidity. Idly, he noticed the strange spider tattoos they wore upon their shoulders. Criminals? How droll. Guys, he feigned one of his old smiles, veritably beaming ear to ear. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Not bloody likely. He heard the safety click. You're coming with us. Are we though? Are we really? Emerald scoffed. While he knew she could only use her semblance on 2 people at a time before a migraine knocked her out, he'd asked her to keep her gifts a secret. Besides, he and Amber held more than enough power between them to break free of this little blockade and rain down hell on their would-be kidnappers. More than that, the 3 of them had aura, and their attackers didn't. They could probably take a bullet or 2 and escape with little more than a bruise. Even now he could already feel the fall maiden staring at him, waiting for his signal to attack or defend. He waved her down, bemused. You see, he found this business rather fun. When you'd grown as strong as him, life grew monotonous. But this was different. This was new. This was something he hadn't expected. Ergo, amusing. Cinder groaned in utter despair. I'm trapped in the head of a madman. Adam chuckled. You're just realizing that now? Shut up. One of the gangsters ground their gun into his skull, but made no move to open fire. Mercury Black? He grinned. Depends who's asking. The gunman didn't waver. Son of Marcus Black? What did his shitty old man do here? His lips pursed, smile dying an ugly death. Again, who's asking? Thought so. The gangster grunted in stoic satisfaction. Miss wants a word. Is that so? He tilted his head, silver eyes sparking. She could have sent an invitation, you know. The gunman chuckled behind his bandana. This is her invitation. Yeah, another thug, some punk with a mohawk, sneered at them and liked his lips. Behave and maybe we won't be too rough with your girls afterward. Amoeba and Emerald absolutely hissed, eyes blazing like balefire. Naruto whistled. What? Poor choice of words. Right, that settled it. Mohawk died first. In short order they found themselves frog-marched led down an alley, into an unfamiliar parlor. The place was full of life and laughter and noise, so much so that he found Adam and Cinder momentarily drowned out. Said chatter died as they walked in. He didn't miss all the spider tattoos either. Shitty old man, causing him trouble long after he was dead. A heavy-set blonde woman awaited them at the far end of the room, sat behind an equally large table, her hair worn in an odd bob haircut. Curious, this one. She had a spider in its web tattooed on her left shoulder, a beauty mark under her right eye, lipstick on her upper lip and purple nail polish on her fingernails. The top of her dress was white and backless, bearing long sleeves and details, such as beads and straps, in purple. Below she wore a purple corset and a long pleated skirt with yellow on its top layer, purple in the middle, and white in the lower layer. Lastly, her shoes are brown and decorated with a green ribbon of all things. Honestly, felt like she was trying too hard, and he said as much. You're lil Miss Malachite? She raised her gaze and clicked her tongue at him. I'm lil Miss Gonskinoyev if you ever take that tone with me again. Her eyes widened, bulged now as she beheld him. She looked like she'd seen a ghost. Marcus. Mercury. Something ugly curdled in his gut at the sight of her smile. He took great pleasure shooting it down. He's dead. Pity, her gaze hardened. I loved him. You look just like he did at your age. Nope, not going near that subject with a 10-foot pole. Right. Shrugging off the gunman behind him, and trusting Emerald and Amber to take care of themselves, he planted both hands in his trouser pockets and sauntered forward to glower at her. Dashing good looks aside, there a particular reason you dragged me and mine in off the street? Sassy little thing, she hummed. My girls would like you. Pity they're not in Mistral at the moment. Such a shame, he wiped an imaginary tear from the corner of his eye. Cut the crap and tell me what you want. The so-called crime boss chuckled and granted him a smile that had entirely too many teeth for his liking. Ideally, I'd prefer your father for this, but you'll do. His brow furrowed. She was beginning to bore him. Do for what? Why, repaying his debt, of course. Steepling her hands, the smug spider laid her chin atop them. I loved your father, but owed me a lot of money, hun, and several favors besides. Her beady eyes narrowed upon him, scrutinizing him. And now you're telling me he's dead? Yup, he smacked his lips. By your hand. She eyed him up and down, incredulous. What can I say? His right shoulder rose and fell in a shrug. It got pretty bloody. Couldn't happen to a worse guy. Honestly, it's a shame I couldn't drag it out further. Emerald made a commiserating noise behind. She knew full well what cruelty was. He could feel Amber staring at him. Could hardly blame her for that. Thinking of Marcus just left him in a sour mood, you know? Malachite must have been dumb or blind, because she didn't recognize the defiance burning bright in his silver eyes. Then I suppose you'll just have to settle the debt in his place. And just like that, he had enough of her pointless jabbering. Nah. He waved a hand. That doesn't sound fun. Fun, she scoffed, incredulous. Tell you what. He planted both hands atop the table and leaned over it to leer at her, heedless of the gun aimed at the back of his head. Gimme your organization and we'll call this little spat even. Miss Malachite scoffed. I don't think so, dear. Too bad. Because now you owe me a debt, and I aim to collect. Kicking backward, he blasted Malachite's gunman away from him, seized the table and flung it at Lil, Mississippi. The portly woman went down with a startled shriek. Naruto didn't give her time to rise, let alone bring a weapon or a semblance to bear. He and dove after her, planting a boot in her chest. Almost immediately, he felt something snap under his heel, might have been her ribs or a collarbone. So hard to tell these days. People were just so squishy. Behind him, Amber's eyes blazed with fresh flame. Emerald yanked her sickles free. All hell broke loose. Just look at them. I pull one tiny thread and their whole world unravels into chaos. Glorious chaos. A shadow's smile. He'd missed this. He really had. Truly. A bar stool whistled toward Mercury's head through the haze of the barroom brawl. He caught it lazily with one-hand fingers, snatching a wooden leg mid-flight and pivoted smoothly to bring it crashing down on a nearby goon. The burly gangster's eyes crossed as he crumpled to the sticky floor. Mercury didn't even pause. He grabbed the dazed goon by the arm and flung the man's limp body into a cluster of his violet-clad comrades. They went down like bowling pins, sprawling over shattered chairs and spilled drinks. Mercury pumped a fist and threw his head back in a wild laugh as thugs toppled in every direction. He hooped, thoroughly enjoying himself. Strange as it might sound, Naruto, the soul now answering to the name Mercury Black, found genuine joy in the chaos of a good old-fashioned bar fight. It was pure, primal, alive. Tables flew through the smoky air, frothy beer and broken glass rained everywhere, and the roar of shouting men and women formed a cacophonous symphony. This gang of low-life spiders was just strong enough to pose a slight challenge, but not so weak as to be boring. The perfect balance, he mused with a feral grin. Mercury drove an armored heel into another gangster's chest, sending the man skidding across a slick of ale. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw one of Malachite's goons, a woman in a purple jacket, charging at him with a jagged bottle. Mercury lunged in, seized her face in a steel grip, and chucked her like a discus into a pair of her buddies. He laughed as the trio crashed down in a tangle of limbs. From somewhere behind him, an incredulous male voice echoed in his mind, dripping with scorn. Why purple, anyway? Red is a far superior color. He could almost see the dead faunus rolling his lone remaining eye. It was Adam's voice, one of the many voices that now kept him company. Mercury snorted, ducking under a wild punch and countering with a sharp elbow. To the attacker's jaw. You're a bit biased there, aren't you, Adam? He quipped internally, sidestepping as another thug lunged past him and went crashing into a table. The dead faunus chuckled in the recesses of Mercury's mind. Sue me. Can't. You're dead, Mercury shot back with a wicked grin, planting a boot in the backside of a gangster and kicking him through the railing of an upper level. Fair point. Another voice, female and laced with irritation, growled in his head. If we could focus? Cinder's impatience was palpable. Clearly his other guest didn't share his sense of humor. He rolled his eyes as he caught a flying pint glass out of the air. It didn't even shatter against his aura. He crushed it in his fist just to be petty. Spoilsport, he sing-songed in his thoughts. But he supposed Cinder had a point. There was so much more fun to be had. A crooked smile split his face as a big thug came barreling toward him. Instead of bracing, he suddenly vaulted up onto the nearest countertop in a single graceful leap, landing atop the bar to survey the melee. Dozens of Malachite's henchmen swarmed the tavern floor below like angry violet ants, brawling with two other figures holding their own near the center of the room. Through the haze, he glimpsed Emerald's lithe form dancing and weaving, her twin sickles flashing green as she expertly cut down any goon foolish enough to get close. Not far from her, Amber's staff whirled in a blur of wind and flame, battering aside attackers with elemental force. His comrades were doing just fine. Neither of them needed help with this rabble, but Mercury still felt a thrill watching them fight beside him. Before he could enjoy the view for long, a small shape vaulted up onto the bar after him. Mercury whirled just in time to see a diminutive figure flip forward in a handspring and launch a kick at his face. He jerked his head back on instinct, the stranger's bootheel slicing through the air a hair's breadth from his chin. Mercury's silver eyes widened in surprise as he took a quick step back, balancing easily on the length of the bar. He appraised his new attacker with a raised brow. Slightly skilled thug. This one moved with far more grace than the others. "Don't suppose we can talk about this?" he began breezily. His answer came in the form of a rapid flurry of blows. The petite assailant pressed the attack in silence. Up close, he realized just how short she was, barely more than a child's height, though her figure as she flipped and twisted was all woman. A black bandana covered the lower half of her face, and a worn bowler hat perched atop her two-toned hair. But it was her eyes that caught Mercury's attention, one a gleaming cocoa brown, the other a bright pink. Mismatched, and currently crinkled in what looked like a delighted, silent smile. Mercury barely had a second to register the strange girl's appearance before she was on him. She drove a hard palm toward his chest. He blocked with one knee. She spun smoothly, bringing an elbow toward his jaw. Mercury caught her forearm with his left hand, but the moment he committed to the block, the stranger used his bracing hold as leverage. She kicked up and twisted her entire body, agile as an acrobat, and crack. Her boot clipped the back of Mercury's neck with a pinpoint heel drop as she flipped over him. Mercury grunted and staggered forward a step at the surprisingly precise hit. Pain tingled where she'd struck, but his aura held firm. He rubbed the sore spot with a gloved hand and turned to face the mysterious attacker fully, a wide grin splitting his face. His blood was singing now. "All right, you've got my attention, little Miss Acrobat. I hope it's everything you wanted." His tone was equal parts mockery and excitement. Nearby, one of Malachite's goons foolishly chose that moment to scramble up onto the bar behind him with a roar. Without even looking, he snapped a warning, "Watch it, midget." The short woman's heterochromatic eyes flashed dangerously at the insult. In an instant she vanished, her entire form shattering like a mirror hit by a bullet. Mercury's jaw tightened as shards of what looked like glass rained down where the girl had just been. She was simply gone. He blinked. "I'm guessing that's a no," he muttered, finishing his earlier sentence to no one in particular. An illusion? Teleportation? His mind raced as he quickly scanned the bar for any sign of the short phantom, even while casually back-kicking the thug behind him in the gut. The man wheezed and fell off the counter with a crash. No idea who that was, Mercury thought, adrenaline coursing. Clearly not one of little Miss Malachite's goons. Spying on her, maybe? But the possibilities made his grin widen. That looked like a useful semblance, too. He filed the thought away. With any luck, he'd get another crack at that one. A steel knife suddenly whistled through the air toward Mercury's face. He snatched it out of reflex just before it would have hit him, twirling the blade between his fingers. Down on the floor, a henchman cursed at missing his throw. Mercury answered by flicking his wrist and sending the knife hurtling back. But not at its thrower, no, Mercury had a better idea. With a subtle nudge of polarity, Pera's borrowed semblance, the knife veered off course in midair. It slammed into the back of a different gangster across the room. The unlucky criminal yelped as the blade lodged in his shoulder. Distracted by sudden pain, the man never even saw Mercury close the gap. In a burst of speed he was upon him. Aura flared and crackled around his clenched fist as he channeled Tyrion's gift for shattering defenses, allowing him to drive a heavy punch straight into the thug's ribcage. The man's aura, sturdy a second ago, parted like wet tissue beneath the blow, 3 ribs snapping with audible pops. The spider goon flew back, crashing unconscious into a pile of his equally unfortunate allies. None of them had a clue what had truly hit them. Mercury landed lightly amid the heap of groaning bodies, already spinning to face the next threats. Grinning from ear to ear, he spread his arms wide. Next, Amber watched Mercury fight. She couldn't help herself. Despite the danger, minimal though it might be, she found her gaze pulled away from the bar brawl and drawn to the silver-eyed swordsman. Not that he was using his sword currently, mind you. He was too preoccupied kicking in heads, flipping tables and bludgeoning spiders with mugs to even consider drawing his blade. As if he needed it against this rabble. None of them were a threat, not really, not to the 3 of them. Somehow, that made it all the more entertaining. Almost viscerally so. Once, long ago, before she'd become a maiden, she'd seen a tornado tear through a homestead from afar. It had been a terrible sight, once she'd never forget. Mercury was that storm, a force of constant motion, always moving, never resting. But she was akin to a storm herself now, even if she hated her powers. On a whim, she swept her staff forward, casually flooring one such gangster who thought to sneak upon her. Poor BSRD crumpled with a whimper. On your left. Mercury bounded past her, landed feet first atop a bruiser's chest, kicked off him and launched himself forward. He kicked up a massive table, used it to block a hail of bullets that would have otherwise drained his aura, then whipped it up into the balcony to flatten 3 gunmen there. Huntresses were trained from the moment they could walk to respect 3 things. Duty. Strength. Mercury Black possessed the latter in spades. There was a distance between them, one that she didn't think she'd ever overcome. All right. Here at last, he unsheathed Adam's sword, thumbing it free from its jet-black sheath. The blade was red as blood. Its very presence seemed to drink in the light itself. Whipping the sheath around, he did something, pressed a trigger or what, she didn't know, but the scabbard barked, unleashing a devastating blast of buckshot to bowl down his attackers. Even as they fell, he stomped down a foot and the dirt floor erupted in a shower of jagged glass, surging forward to skewer everyone in his path. The lucky ones who didn't have aura died outright and were spared further suffering. Those who did have aura were unfortunately still alive when he stowed his sheath, whipped that hand forward, fingers clenched into a cruel claw. Lightning burst from his fingertips, arcing from group to group. Dozens of so-called spiders dropped like flies. She whistled, despite herself. He was strong, very strong. If he'd drawn his sword against her in a fight, she wasn't certain she would survive. Oh gods, why was she thinking of fighting him? Bad Amber. Bad battle junkie. Emerald danced past, her sickles a whirl of green. She wasn't half as graceful, but she didn't have to be. Her semblance had her foes making rookie mistakes, leaving them wide open for lethal blows. Amber wasn't sure how she ought to feel about that. She didn't particularly enjoy killing, but even she couldn't deny that this lot had it coming. She tossed up a gust of wind, flooring 4, then conjured a wall of ice to flatten a score more. A smile split her face, wild and toothy. This was fun. When was the last time she'd had this much fun? Throwing her arms out, she unleashed hell. Mercury might be the lightning, but she was the fire, the ice, the wind, and everything in between. With her laughter, she felt her weakness and despair fleeing, like so much morning mist. A big bruiser lunged at her, a man full of scars and muscles, decked in full-body armor. Mercury flashed upright past her, slashed his arm, flickered past. The brute buckled, but only for a moment. He slashed his arm, riding him down. Weak. Laughing, he seized a table, hoisted it high, and broke it over their head. Puny! A punch in a man's back drew a furious cry from the berserker, to which he ducked the following roundhouse and countered with a devastating lariat, levering him into the ground, buckling their armor. Waste of metal. He stomped down on the back of their head, flipped them over and kicked their weapon away with derisive snort. Junkyard scrap. His prey landed hard on their back, but somehow managed to scramble to their feet before Mercury reached him, for all the good it did. He flowed around a punch, alighted atop his burly arm and surged forward with a whoop, graciously stabbing down as he did, dragged the blade out as he raced down, landed behind him and slashed out the man's knees. Poor BSTRD buckled. The moment he did, Mercury beheaded him, all without looking back. Amber balked. But if he'd been serious when I first met him, I might have died. Only now are we on equal footing. No, I actually might be weaker than him. Yup, that settled it. She squirmed in place, rubbing her thighs together. She wanted him. Without warning, Mercury stowed his blade and began to chuckle. That was her first warning. Nothing good ever happened when he began to laugh. It wasn't an insane shriek, no throwing his head back and howling at the ceiling. It was somehow calmer, colder, cooler. Hunching over, he placed one hand atop a broken table and levered it aside. Hey, Amber. Planting a hand over his face, he leaned forward, leaving his stark silver slits peeking out between his fingers. Is it okay if I take all of these? She had an inkling of what he meant. For a moment, she saw an afterimage of Tyrion overlapping him. She blinked and it was gone, leaving her to wonder if she'd imagined it at all. Monster. But he was her monster, wasn't he? The monster who'd saved her from another, he was her savior. She lowered her staff. Emerald stowed her sickles. Go right ahead. His grin grew. It was Malachite's only warning. Then he was amongst her spiders. He couldn't win. Malachite refused to believe it. She had Mercury outnumbered and outgunned. Soon he and his little friends would tire. They had to. They must. That were ripping through her boys like paper mache. Go. She gestured to her own personal guards. Kill them quickly. There was a brief lull in the fighting as the trio waded in, and were summarily torn apart. You can't keep this up forever, Mercury, she shouted at him. Only a matter of time until you run out of energy. A matter of time? The son of Marcus planted a boot upon a table, snatched up a pint before it could fall, and drank deep before speaking again. What are you talking about? I'm not even trying. She blanched. You're bluffing. Am I? He cracked his neck, grinning like his old man before him. Maybe it's time I showed you what I can really do that they'll be on the ground soon enough. And of course, he hefted his mug and leveled it her way. That includes you. A chill shot through her. What is he? This can't be happening. Did he know he'd win the moment I'd brought him here? He couldn't have predicted this. No one could have. Bridling, she drew herself upright. I've had just about enough of your insolence. You're a fly in my web. I'm the spider here. Not you. What eats spiders? She froze, not liking the gleam in his eyes. What ate spiders? Such a complicated question, but she already saw the answer in his gaze. You know what they say. The bigger the target, the easier it is to hit. Polishing off his pint, he casually cracked it open on the table and brained one of her boys with it, causing the rest to shrink back. Did you really think you could fend off the three of us with this rabble? Tooting softly, he shook his head. A real boss knows to lead from the shadows. After all, once the spider's web crumbles around her, she's finished. Maybe there was a deal to be made here. What do you want? I want it all. He spread his arms wide with a laugh, grinning from ear to ear. Call me greed, call me gluttony, call me insane, I don't care. It's like I said, this is mine. As for you, a thumb rose and fell like some regent in the arena declaring the demise of a gladiator well past their prime. Taking your gang and killing you now. Malachite ran for the exit. It availed her not. An invisible blow slammed into her back and sent her sprawling, stunning her. She landed hard on her hindquarters, eyes wide. Her left foot was gone, lopped off at the knee, perfectly cauterized. Then came the pain. A despairing cry cred from her lips as she clutched at her wound with a wail. Mercury's finger wagged her way. You don't get to run. Don't worry, we'll save you for last. Ladies. He launched himself forward, and those two demon hussies of his weren't far behind. The rest of her gang surged back in, for what little good it did them. Mercury sauntered forward at a lazy gait, cracking skulls as he went, tearing apart her underlings heedless of their aura. Marcus had been nothing like this, even in his maddest moments. Even as she looked on his son seized a man by the face, hoisted him high, tutted once and with a sigh of, "Don't want it," broke his neck and tossed him aside. Repeated the process twice over now. 3 times, killing as he went. All the while he kept saying those 3 words. "Don't want what? Wait. Horror dawned in her, and for a moment she felt like a spider staring down a hawk. His semblance. Marcus could steal semblances. Marcus was dead. Mercury was displaying multiple semblances. Mercury could snatch semblance, had snatched several already. Nope. He tore through her spiders like nothing, muttering to himself all the while. It felt like only she could hear him. He was coming for her now, a blood blur of a blender, hands flicking left and right, leaving heads flying in his wake. She stepped back, stumbled, scrambled now, until her back hit a wall. Quivered against it in quiet fear. The hawk had come for the spider. And she had none to blame but herself. So many victims. Another knife flew at him. Mercury casually caught it by the handle. In the same motion, he snatched a half-full beer mug off a nearby table. He downed the remaining ale in a single gulp, a decent lager, and then smashed the empty mug across the face of the nearest gangster rushing him. The thug dropped like a rock. With a devilish smirk, Mercury flipped the knife in his hand and drove it hilt deep into the next attacker's skull. That man went down without a sound. He yanked the blade free, whipped around, and brained a third goon with the heavy mug still in his other hand. He kicked the legs out from a fourth, then used the collapsing man's back as a springboard to launch himself high into the air. As he soared, Mercury caught a glimpse of Amber and Emerald in action across the wrecked tavern. Amber was fending off a cluster of thugs with great gusts of wind conjured by swings of her staff. Those who got past the gales met the crackling arcs of electricity dancing along her fingertips. Emerald was a lithe blur at Amber's flank, her twin sickles flashing as she danced through one foe after another. Some spiders swung wildly at illusions only they could see, courtesy of Emerald's tricky semblance, leaving themselves wide open for her lethal counterattacks. The trio of them, Mercury, Amber, Emerald, were carving through this gang from all sides. Mercury landed feet first on yet another gangster, knocking the brute flat. The man had just smashed a bottle over Mercury's head from behind to no effect other than dousing him in beer. Mercury's aura had taken the brunt of the blow, but now his spiky gray hair was dripping wet and his jacket soaked in ale. Liking a few drops of beer from his lips, Mercury grinned down at the terrified thug pinned under his boots. "Not bad," he chuckled, savoring the taste of hops. "What else you got?" The goon's face went bone-white. He threw his hands up in surrender from the floor, lips trembling wordlessly. Mercury responded with a swift, metal-plated kick to the man's face, knocking him cold. "Not much," he snorted. All around, the remaining spiders were falling, faltering, failing. They clearly hadn't expected this level of resistance, certainly not a whirlwind of violence like Mercury Black. Amber and Emerald were still going strong too. Mercury caught sight of Amber blasting a thug with a frigid spray of ice, freezing the man in place before shattering the ice with a follow-up punch. Emerald flipped over a table, slicing down 2 more goons who were still rubbing their eyes, victims of one of her hallucinations. "Springs humming in my veins," he thought, his bloodlust rising with the thrill of battle. The maiden's power inside him stolen from the previous spring, or perhaps fall maiden Amber herself sang with delight at the chaos. The voices in his head had gone oddly quiet, but he could feel their own eagerness blending with his. Even Adam and Cinder, usually so chatty, were content to let him cut loose now. Across the room, a few of the remaining gangsters began to rally, some with their own auras flaring. Mercury noticed faint glows in the eyes of a couple of them, perhaps their semblances activating. He tilted his head, cracking his neck. Some of these fools actually had semblances? That was an interesting surprise. Too bad for them they wouldn't get much chance to use them. Two's company, three's a crowd, he reminded himself wryly. He already had at least 2 extra voices banging around in his skull. -3 if one counted the girlish voice of Spring and her occasional interjections, and he didn't particularly want to add a 4th. Better to snuff out any notable semblances here and now, just to be safe. Whether out of practicality or a bit of ego, he decided it was time to cherry-pick the best this gang had to offer by force. He dropped into a low stance as a half-dozen goons converged on him from the front, weapons drawn. With a cheeky wink at the oncoming attackers, he swept both his hands forward and clapped. The shockwave that followed was thunderous. A concussive wall of force ripped outward from Mercury's position, rattling the very walls. Every thug in front of him was blown off their feet like leaves in a storm, tumbling head over heels through the air. The heavy oak tables between him and the spiders flipped end over end from the blast. Mugs, cards, and weapons flew like shrapnel. Yipe! Emerald, who had been in the shockwave's path, sensed the danger just in time. With a startled squeak, she dropped flat, performing an impromptu split to duck under the wave of force as it rippled above her. Less fortunate was Amber. She hadn't expected his sudden move. The shockwave caught her along with the spiders, sending Amber's lighter frame hurtling straight upward. Whoa! Amber yelped as she was launched into the air. But the veteran maiden recovered quickly. With a burst of heat and light, twin jets of flame erupted from Amber's hands, halting her ascent. She hung in midair near the tavern's rafters, fiery wings of aura flickering behind her. For an instant, everything in the bar froze, all eyes turning upward to the brilliantly glowing woman hovering above. Mercury snickered. Foolish of them. The thugs gaped stupidly at Amber's suspended form, utterly distracted by the display. They had just made themselves perfect targets. He saw the telltale flash of flames reflecting in Amber's eyes and the wild smile that spread across her face. My turn. Amber sang out merrily. With a flourish of her staff, she summoned a howling vortex of wind that swept through the ranks of spiders beneath her. Dozens of gangsters cried out as they were lifted off their feet, caught in the sudden localized tornado. Amber twirled her weapon and, with a crackle of energy, sent jagged spears of ice raining down into the cyclone. Wind and ice smashed into the swirling mob of thugs, knocking them around like a giant blender. Men and women shrieked as they hit walls, each other, and the floor with bone-breaking force. In a matter of moments, Amber's elemental onslaught had wiped out nearly every conscious hostile in the bar. For his part, he whooped in delight at the carnage she'd caused, and dove back into the fray to mop up the rest. He vaulted off the bar counter and landed amid a cluster of staggered spiders with an electrified crash, discharging a burst of lightning from his aura upon impact. That worthless thug actually had a pretty decent semblance, and he utilized it now, the current arced out from him in brilliant blue forks, crawling over every nearby foe. A chorus of agonized screams rang out as the remaining fighters convulsed and dropped, stunned or unconscious, leaving him rising from his crouch at the center of a web of smoking bodies, electricity still dancing between his fingertips. The smell of ozone and charred cloth wafted in the air. Emerald coughed from somewhere behind him, fanning away a wisp of smoke. The green-clad thief climbed back to her feet after his shockwave, looking equal parts astonished and impressed. Mercury dusted off his hands, surveying the wreckage. In mere minutes, the tavern had gone from a bustling den of vice to a war zone of overturned furniture and groaning bodies. The floor was littered with unconscious or semi-conscious gangsters, many miming in pain or too hurt to move. Only a handful of Malachite's crew were still standing, and those that were looked about ready to cut and run. Couldn't blame really. They were outgunned and outclassed. Only natural to want to run away and live to fight another day. Amber dropped lightly to the ground beside him, extinguishing the flames around her with a thought. Her cheeks were flushed with exhilaration as she caught her breath. She gave him a playful sidelong glance, clearly having enjoyed unleashing her maiden powers for once. He offered her a cheeky thumbs up. Not bad at all, Red, he teased, referencing the burning aura she'd just displayed. Amber just shook her head with a laugh, and together they turned to face the last threats. Near the tavern's entrance, one final brute still stood defiant amid the bodies of his comrades. A bear faunus by the look of the furry ears poking from his shaggy hair, and big as a house. The massive thug roared in rage and fear, cracking his knuckles as he locked eyes with him. The hulking faunus seemed to realize who was the biggest threat in the room. With a guttural growl, he charged forward like an angry bull, shaking the floorboards with each pounding step. "Hello, prey." Mercury's grin returned in full force. Finally, someone with a little fight left in them. "On your left, Amber," he called lightly. In a flash, he dashed toward the charging brute. At the last second, Mercury vaulted off a toppled chair, springing high. He planted both feet into the faunus's broad chest, using the man as a stepping stone to flip up and over him. His metal-shod boots crunched into the brute's sternum, and the added momentum launched his further into the air. The faunus let out a surprised grunt as both his weight and aura-enhanced kick drove him momentarily to one knee. Mercury landed behind the big man in a low crouch. In a single fluid motion, he finally drew Adam's sword from over the sheath at his hip. The jet-black sheath came away to reveal a blade as red as fresh blood, metal so darkly lustrous it seemed to drink in the dim light. He didn't often need his sword, but when he did it meant he was done holding back. The bear faunus recovered and whirled with a snarl, swinging a meaty arm at him in a wild backhand. Silver eyes flashed. Faster than a serpent strike, he slashed out with his blade. The crimson sword cleaved clean through the faunus's forearm guard and through the flesh beneath. The brute bellowed in agony as a spray of blood arced from the deep gash carved along his arm. He stumbled back, clutching the wounded limb. His aura had tried to absorb the blow, but the strike had been too quick, too precise, with an edge honed to lethal sharpness. Before the faunus could regain his balance, Mercury exploded forward, not giving him an inch. He thumbed a small trigger on the side of his scabbard boom. The sheath in his offhand fired a roaring blast of buckshot straight into the thug's gut at point-blank range. The impact was like a cannonball, lifting the massive man off his feet and flinging him backward into a support column. Wood splintered from the force. The faunus crashed to the floor on his back, gasping in pain, his aura flickering weakly around him. Mercury stayed on him like a demon. With a feral grin, he stomped down hard, his boots smashing the brute's head against the floorboards. The faunus's aura flickered once and shattered with an audible crackle of energy. Dazed, the big man still tried to rise, only for Mercury to slam the edge of his shield-like scabbard across the thug's face. There was a crunch as the faunus's nose broke and his eyes rolled back. "You dare mock me?" The bear faunus gurgled through broken teeth, still not entirely unconscious. Incredibly, he was trying to push up on all fours, shaking with fury and battered pride. Mercury laughed a loud, taunting sound. "Mock you? Buddy, I wish you'd take this seriously." He grabbed a splintered table leg from the debris and swung it like a club, cracking it across the faunus's back. The man roared in pain. Mercury flipped the makeshift club in his hand. "Come on, get up. We're just getting started," he jeered. This was the kind of fight he lived for, when an opponent was tough enough to take a beating if only so Mercury could keep dishing it out. The faunus lunged up with a desperate roundhouse punch, but Mercury was far too quick. He ducked under the swing, then launched himself into a spinning heel kick that caught the big man in the temple. Bone met metal boot with a resounding crack. The giant faunus swayed, eyes unfocused. Mercury landed lightly, sneering. "Is that all?" As the hulking spider staggered, he decided to finish it. He swept his leg in a low kick that shattered the faunus's kneecap with a brutal crunch. The man collapsed forward with a howl. Mercury smoothly stepped around him, raised his gleaming crimson sword, and with a single powerful slide beheaded the brute from behind. The faunus's head thumped to the floorboards like his comrade before him, and his body toppled heavily a split second later, blood pooling. From there, he flicked his sword to the side, flinging off droplets of blood in an arc. He didn't even look back at the fallen giant. An eerie silence fell in the tavern, broken only by the groans of the injured. The final challenger was down. Mercury exhaled, the adrenaline thrumming through him gradually settling. He sheathed his sword in one smooth motion, the blade clicking into its jet-black scabbard. Across the room, Emerald and Amber stared at Mercury and the felled faunus in awe. Emerald's green eyes were wide, The sheer brutality and ease with which he'd handled the massive opponent left her speechless. Amber, too, swallowed, recalling that not long ago she'd sparred against him herself. Mercury rolled his shoulders, breathing hard but steady. But that felt good. Surely it couldn't be over already? Blood still up, he scanned the battered bar for any remaining threats. Most of the spiders were either down or wisely playing dead at this point. The survivors that still had the strength were dragging themselves toward the exits, eager to escape this nightmare of their own making. Mercury let them go. Cowards weren't worth the effort. But where had little Miss Malachite gone? Surely she hadn't run with that Wuna. There she was. He spotted the spider gang's boss at last, currently crouched behind an overturned table near the back, shaking like a leaf. Little Miss Malachite, the self-styled queen of Mistral's criminal underbelly, looked positively terrified. As she should. Her once posh saloon was now a ruined battleground, while he stood at the apex of the carnage. And all of this was her fault. Mercury cracked his neck side to side and began stalking toward the crime boss. Sensing his approach, Miss Malachite jolted upright and tried to backpedal, her good heels skittering on broken glass. Fear shone in her eyes as she looked around frantically for an escape route. There was none. She'd run out of henchmen to hide behind. And now listen, Mercury, she stammered, pressing herself against the wall. Her voice quivered, trying and failing to regain some bravado. I can pay you. Whatever you want, I'll double it, no, triple it. She forced a shaky smile onto her plump face. We can let bygones be bygones, eh? No need for more violence, right? Mercury could smell the desperation rolling off the crime lady. He glanced over his shoulder and gave Emerald a quick hand signal to stand down. He had this under control. Emerald hovered a few steps behind him, sickles at the ready, but nodded and held back. Amber landed beside Emerald, staff in hand, uncertain if she should intervene. Mercury's eyes never left Malachite. Bygones? He echoed, almost cheerful as he stepped over the unconscious forms of two goons. Oh, now you want to play nice? After sending your whole nest of spiders to jump us? He sked and shook his head. I don't think so, lady. You made your bed. Miss Malachite blanched, her back hitting the wall. With nowhere left to go, she frantically leveled a small revolver at Mercury with trembling hands. The gun's muzzle danced wildly. Stay back, she cried. I'm warning you, boy. Mercury's grin only widened. The audacity of this woman, threatening him now, it was almost cute. He didn't slow his approach in the slightest. Or what? You'll shoot me? He taunted. Go on then. Malachite squeezed the trigger with a shriek. The muzzle flashed with a bang. Mercury's hand moved in a blur. A spark of polarity tugged at the metal of the bullet, spoiling its trajectory just enough the shot whisked past his cheek, close enough to feel the heat, and buried itself harmlessly in a ceiling beam. Before the crime boss could fire again, he closed the last few feet between them in an eye blink. His hand lashed out and clamped around Malachite's throat, lifting the petite woman clear off her feet. She gagged and dropped the pistol, clawing at his steel grip, to no avail. He held her effortlessly against the wall, leaning in with a predatory gaze. Let's see what you have, shall we? He growled. With his free hand he seized Malachite's face, palm flat against her forehead. Miss Malachite's eyes bulged. She writhed like a caught insect, but she was utterly trapped. Mercury focused, pushing his aura forward the way his late father Marcus once had. The technique that had allowed Marcus Black to steal semblances only to be stolen from him in return, came to him as naturally to Mercury as breathing. A cold, twisting sensation coiled in his gut as he reached into the struggling woman's soul. Malachite gave a choked whimper, her entire body convulsing as he yanked. She'd known Marcus. Doubtless she realized what he was about to do. Don't. There was a flicker of something unique within her, a spark of power that wasn't his. His own innate aura latched onto that spark greedily. Well now, this is useful, he noted with satisfaction as he felt the unfamiliar semblance pried loose from Malachite's being and subsumed into his own. The crime boss gave a strangled scream. Tears streamed from her eyes as she felt her precious gift ripped away. Mercury released his grip and let Miss Malachite fall. She collapsed to the floor at his feet, coughing and sobbing. Her aura flickered weakly. She was alive, but the fear in her face had transformed into hollow despair. She looked up at Mercury, voice shaking, and hissed, "Monster." Mercury smacked his lips, tasting the new power now thrumming within him. "Yup, that's me," he replied unapologetically. He raised his boot above the fallen crime boss's head, ready to stomp and finish this. "And you," he sneered down at her, "are no lady." Malachite squeezed her eyes shut, whimpering. Mercury brought his boot down. Now. A cool, lilting voice interrupted, "I'd ask you not to kill her just yet." Mercury's foot stopped inches from little Miss Malachite's skull. His instincts hissed a warning. Instantly he leapt back, releasing his intended victim and whirling to face the newcomer. Amber and Emerald, who had been watching tensely from a short distance, also jerked around in surprise. A tall woman stood calmly in the ruined entryway of the tavern before the three of them, as if she had been there all along. Mercury's gaze narrowed upon her. He hadn't sensed anyone approach at all a bad sign. The woman before them was striking, to say the least, easily 6 feet tall, draped in an elegant shoulderless gown of deep violet that hugged an hourglass figure. Long, inky black hair cascaded down her back, with a few strands artfully framing a sharp, beautiful face. Her eyes drew Mercury's attention, most crimson irises that practically glowed, set against scara of molten gold. Those eyes were riveting, brimming with amusement and something like hunger. The newcomer's full lips curved into a SNSL smile as she regarded him. There was an aura about her that set every one of his instincts on edge. This woman was dangerous. More dangerous, he suspected, than Cinder Fall could ever hope to be. He felt Amber and Emerald unconsciously shift closer behind him, sensing it too. The few conscious spider thugs in the room cowered and shrank away from the dark-haired stranger, as if they knew something the trio did not. Even Miss Malachite, still collapsed on the floor, stared at the woman with a mix of terror and relief, as if this intruder were both savior and devil. Mercury kept his tone defiant, masking his caution. "Being a bit of a buzzkill, aren't we?" he called out. "Don't you know it's rude to interrupt someone when they're killing somebody?" His silver eyes remained locked onto the woman as she approached with an easy, hip-swaying stride, stepping over debris and bodies without a care. "Or maybe you don't. You don't know me?" The woman's voice was a playful purr. She lifted a hand and wagged a finger in faux disappointment. "Where are my manners?" In a flicker of smoke she was suddenly right there, standing before him. He hadn't even seen her move across the last few yards. One moment she was by the doorway, the next she was inches from him. He tensed, drawing his sword halfway from its sheath in alarm. But rather than attack, the violet-dressed stranger merely reached up and boldly cupped his chin between her thumb and forefinger, turning his face slightly as if appraising him. Her long nails pressed against the faint aura around his skin, sending tiny sparks dancing in Mercury's vision. "Hello, handsome," she cooed. Up close, her perfume was intoxicating, a mix of night-blooming flowers and danger. Mercury felt a bead of sweat roll down his temple. He forced a cocky grin, refusing to show intimidation. "Bold, aren't you?" he drawled, meeting those eerie eyes. "Hands to yourself, lady." He grabbed her wrist in a vice grip and shoved her clawing hand away from his face. To his disquiet, she didn't resist at all. She allowed him to push her arm aside, still smiling knowingly. "Ooh, I do like the bold ones," the woman purred, apparently unfazed. "They take the longest to break, of course, but when they do, it's oh so satisfying. Wouldn't you agree, Mercury?" She tilted her head, red eyes alight with a predatory gleam. "Or should I call you Naruto?" His aura flared instinctively, and Amber and Emerald both raised their weapons behind him. Sensing the tension, the dark-haired woman let out a lilting laugh. "No need for things to get ugly." She cast a sidelong glance at the crumpled form of Miss Malachite. "I would prefer you not splatter the dear lady's brains all over her own establishment. Cleaning brain matter out of wood flooring is such a chore." Mercury gritted his teeth. This stranger strolled in, acting like she owned the place. Worse, his gut told him a direct fight with her right now could end very badly. He decided to ease back, play it cool and gather information. He eased his stance just a fraction. Alright, you've got my attention, so what's this? You Malachite's backup or something? At that, Miss Malachite gave a weak, desperate shake of her head. Not exactly. She mumbled, wiping blood from her lip. Mercury didn't like how utterly petrified the crime boss looked. If this woman scared the Spider Queen so badly, the stranger answered for herself. Hardly. I simply came to collect on a debt, she said airily. She turned her smoldering gaze back to Mercury. But now I find something far more interesting. Her smile widened, showing a hint of teeth. You. Amber finally stepped forward, unable to contain herself. The fiery-haired maiden planted herself at Mercury's side, eyes narrowing at the intruder. If you're here for a fight, you'll get one, she warned, swirling embers gathering around her free hand. He'd give her credit for her bravery. She had no idea who this was, but she was more than willing to throw down against anyone who threatened her friends. The violet-dressed woman didn't even spare Amber a full glance. I'd ask you not to interfere, dear, she said with a patronizing wave of her hand. You're excused. She flicked her fingers dismissively in Amber's direction. Amber opened her mouth to retort, and abruptly her entire body dissolved into a whirl of white smoke. Emerald gasped in shock as Amber's form literally became vapor before their eyes. The cloud of smoke that had been her body swirled, then drifted across the room, reforming behind the two of them. In a blink, she was solid again, stumbling as she reappeared. She looked wildly around, disoriented but unharmed. His pulse quickened at the sight. Strangers still, Adam and Cinder had fallen silent in his head. Not even Spring said a word. Almost as though she were not afraid. What was that? That wasn't any teleportation semblance he'd seen. Could this woman manipulate reality itself? Emerald moved to his other side, sickles raised, but he gave a small, wary signal for her to stay back. He faced the mysterious woman once more, tightening his grip on his sword. All right, so you've got some tricks up your non-existent sleeves. I'll ask again, who are you? He growled the last word for good measure. His eyes flicked over her posture, searching for any opening or hint of weakness. She carried no visible weapon, but Mercury didn't doubt she could eviscerate him with those nails or some other ability if she wanted. The woman placed a hand delicately on her chest in feigned offense. Oh my, you really don't know. I go by many names. She leaned in slightly and lowered her voice as if sharing a secret. But you can call me Eris. The name hung in the air, ringing with an almost supernatural weight. He exchanged a quick glance with Emerald. Eris? Never heard of her, but something about the name made his skin crawl. He remembered an old myth from his past life, Eris, the goddess of discord. Chaos incarnate. But that was an ancient tale, another world away. Eris casually stepped over the whimpering Malachite and sauntered a few paces, surveying the unconscious gangsters strewn about. You certainly know how to make a mess, Mercury Black. She tossed a coy smile over her shoulder at him. I must say it's impressive. And useful. So what, you're here to offer me a cleaning job? He snarked, keeping his blade partially drawn. He was increasingly aware of Amber and Emerald behind him, poised to fight at his signal. But he wasn't sure any of them could take this woman if it came to blows. Better to keep her talking. Eris laughed, a low musical sound. In a manner of speaking. I'm hiring, actually. She turned fully to face Mercury again, hands on her hips. A man of your talents would be highly compensated for services rendered, assuming those services involve continuing to sow delightful chaos. She gestured vaguely at the wrecked bar and miming gang members. You'll be paid handsomely for your efforts, of course. Interested? Mercury raised an incredulous eyebrow. You want to hire me to cause chaos? This had to be the strangest job offer he'd ever had. He couldn't help a cocky smirk. Lady, I usually do that for free. Eris's golden eyes gleamed. Exactly. She took a step closer again, and this time even Emerald flinched back, forcing him to hold the line as Eris lifted a finger to trace lightly along the flat of his half-drawn sword. That lovely semblance of yours, she purred. Or should I say, your father's semblance was a gift from me. Mercury's breath caught and his smile soured. Bullshit. His father, Marcus Black, had been able to steal semblances, an ability Mercury had since usurped from him in turn. Now this heiress was claiming credit for that power? He didn't believe her, not for a second. You doubt me? It would be so boring if you believed everything I said straight away. Eris went on, circling him slowly, dragging one nail lightly across his chest as she walked around him. He pivoted to keep her in view, uneasy at her proximity. A little something I bestowed upon dear Marcus to help sow discord in this oh-so-orderly world, she said. Poor Remnant is so godless these days. It could use a bit of chaos, don't you think? Mercury's mind was racing. If she was telling the truth, Eris wasn't just some random crime boss. She was implying she had empowered Marcus Black directly. That hinted at something otherworldly. He clenched his jaw. You expect me to believe you're a goddess of chaos or something? He scoffed, voice dripping with skepticism even as a cold knot formed in his stomach. He'd dealt with a goddess before. It hadn't been pleasant. At all. Eris paused her circling and smiled at him, eyes dancing with mirth. I expect you to do nothing, least of all believe me, dear boy, she said. Believe, don't believe it changes nothing. What I want is for you to continue as you have been. Indulge that beautiful greed and ambition of yours. By all means, want it all. Take this world and make it your plaything. Her words came soft and sweet, but with a dangerous edge. Just remember, from time to time, who set you on that path. His heart skipped again despite his best efforts to control it. This was a lot to process, and he didn't much appreciate the feeling of being manipulated. He forced a casual shrug. I didn't exactly come here to start trouble, you know. This whole mess just happened. He gestured around at the destruction with his sword hand. Eris's red lips curled into a grin. Then you chose a poor kingdom to visit, she chastised lightly. Marcus Black was quite infamous in Mistral, and you. Her eyes roamed over him appraisingly, looked just like him in his prime. A little taller, perhaps. Shorter hair. And those striking silver eyes, she shivered in delight. You got lucky with those. But the resemblance, oh, it's there. She stepped closer again and patted his cheek almost affectionately, to which he bristled and tightened his grip on her wrist still in his hand. Eris ignored the act as though he hadn't done anything at all. You want Mistral Mercury? She leaned in closer, smoke like hair brushing his face. It's yours. This city, its underworld, could be your playground. So many delicious semblances for the taking. And I think you've already been a busy boy on that front, HM? How many have you collected now? Mercury scowled. The fact that she seemed to know everything about him was seriously unnerving. Enough, he answered guardedly. He suddenly had a strong hunch what she truly wanted. All this talk about hiring me. You really want the semblances I've gathered, don't you? His eyes flashed. If she thought she could just take him, she had another thing coming. The air around him crackled as he unconsciously drew. An aura. Eris tooted and wagged a finger, unfazed by his accusatory tone. Naughty boy, she crooned. In a lightning-fast move, she leaned in and booped him on the nose with that finger. The gesture was so unexpected that he actually froze for half a second, nonplussed, which in turn prompted a giggle from her. Do you know what your father promised me, Mercury? He blinked, still thrown off by the playful boop. What have he promised you? He echoed. A memory stirred his BSRD of a father dealing with unsavory types, making all kinds of dark promises. He grimaced. His soul? He guessed sarcastically. Marcus Black would have sold his soul in a heartbeat if he had one. Eris threw back her head in a peal of laughter. Silly boy. Marcus had no soul worth bargaining for. Her laughter died down and those red-gold eyes bore into Mercury. No, he promised me you. His firstborn son. Now his blood ran cold for an altogether different reason. He what? He breathed, grip tightening on his sword. Emerald made a startled sound behind him. Even Amber, who had edged closer to listen, looked horrified. Mercury's jaw clenched. Marcus had promised him to this thing? Perhaps as a trade for the semblance power? Fury coiled in his belly at the thought of being bartered away like property. And yet, his father would do something like that, wouldn't he? He'd never loved him, never cared about him from the first. It would be just like him to be that much of a JRK. Eris drifted a half-step back, her form starting to waver at the edges like smoke. She began to slowly circle him again, this time without walking, her entire body gliding in a hazy swirl as if not fully solid. Once more he found himself forced to turn in place to keep her in sight, sword at the ready. Her voice echoed around him, the timbre resonant and ethereal now. "Oh, I'm sure your dear father never intended to honor that deal," she mused. "He likely planned to cheat me from the start. But now that I see you for myself." Her shape reformed behind Mercury in a puff of violet smoke, whispering right by his ear, "I find I don't want your soul at all." He spun around, nearly his blade in alarm, but Eris had already drifted away in a swirling mist, reforming a few feet off, laughing. "I want you, Mercury." He nearly barked a laugh. Swallowed. He'd already dealt with one megalomaniacal goddess in his previous life, and that had been more than enough. Hard pass, he thought with grim humor. I don't date crazy. Especially not literal goddess of chaos crazy. Eris eyed him as if reading those very thoughts. You're cute but not that cute, she said, smirking. Oh no, I'm not looking for a husband or a sacrifice or whatever's buzzing through that head of yours. Her gaze flicked momentarily, and he wondered if she could actually hear his thoughts. I meant what I said. I want you to continue being exactly who you are. You cause chaos, my dear. You create discord wherever you tread. It's marvelous, and far better than anything Marcus managed. She spread her arms grandly. Go on, be greedy. Want everything, take everything, make the world your beach for all I care. Just remember to leave a little bedlam in your wake for me. Naruto narrowed his gaze. He didn't trust this for a second. So what, you let me run free and you just watch? He asked, suspicious. Part of him was almost disappointed. He hated being toyed with, but he'd been itching to test himself against her. Sure I can't persuade you to stay a little longer? He flashed a daring grin and set his sword on his shoulder in challenge. Maybe have a proper dance? For the first time, a flicker of irritation passed over Eris's face, quickly replaced by intrigue. Tempting. In a blink, she was pressed against him, her body suddenly solid and all too real. His back thudded into a support pillar as she leaned her voluptuous form against him. Her lips almost brushed his, crimson eyes boring into his own like a lance. It's been ages since someone's dared to play with me, she whispered. And you're certainly not the fearful sort. His heart hammered in his chest, whether from the threat or her scent clouding his mind, he couldn't tell. He felt her knee slide against his thigh suggestively as she pinned him. Amber and Emerald both tensed, unsure if they should intervene, but both also hesitant to cross whatever power Eris wielded. That a yes? Eris trailed a finger down his chest. But alas, I have places to be, she sighed dramatically. In an effortless motion, she peeled herself away from him. He exhaled, realizing he'd been holding his breath as she drifted back a few steps, giving him a final, sultry once-over. Things to destroy, stuff to steal. You know how it is. She gave a little finger wave. Ta-da, darling. Before he could reply, Eris's entire body collapsed into a rushing column of smoke. The violet-tinged cloud swirled once around him, then with a whoosh, it shot out through the tavern's shattered door and into the night, disappearing as swiftly as it had come. The dangerous pressure in the air lifted. In a matter of moments she was gone, leaving only the wreckage and a very uneasy trio of fighters in her wake. Naruto chuckled hoarsely and looked down to find his hands shaking, actually shaking, slightly on the hilt of his sword. He sheathed Adam's blade slowly, mind racing over everything Eris had said. What a woman, he thought with a mix of awe and annoyance. He had a distinct feeling he hadn't seen the last of her. Not by a long shot. Adam started swearing suddenly, startling him. Woman. The creature was a monster. Cinder's response was decidedly less verbose. More like a demon. Spring whimpered. Scary. A weak groan drew his attention downward. Little Miss Malachite was still sprawled on the floor, alive but thoroughly broken physically and mentally. She was conscious enough to have witnessed that entire exchange, though. He frowned and considered knocking her out to ensure she wouldn't remember too much. But before he could act, Emerald touched his arm gently. "We should go," Emerald urged quietly. Her eyes darted around at the devastation. Some of the spiders were starting to stir, and distant shouts suggested the city authorities might be on their way to investigate the ruckus. Amber stepped up, looking shaken but determined to stick by his side. Naruto Mercury deigned to nod. No point lingering here. They'd accomplished what they came for. The spiders had been brought to heal. He could always come back and claim them for himself later. Honestly, he wasn't even sure this fight had a real purpose beyond the thrill. But he certainly got what he wanted. One hell of a time. And a shiny new semblance to boot. Even if he wasn't entirely certain what it was. As the three of them made for a back exit, his thoughts drifted back to the mysterious short girl with mismatched eyes who had vanished on him midway through the brawl. He still didn't know who she was or why she jumped into the fight. She clearly wasn't one of Malachite's. Just who was that midget, anyway? He couldn't help but wondered, an amused smirk tugging at his lips. She certainly had some skills and an even more interesting semblance. If fate was kind, he'd cross paths with her again. If fate said otherwise, he'd break its nose. Next time, he wouldn't let her slip away so easily. Meanwhile in Vale, Roman Torchwick peered up over the assortment of blueprints spread across his desk, a sly grin already on his face as he heard the familiar pitter-patter of confident footfalls. He knew those footsteps well. "Hey, kiddo," he drawled, twirling his signature cane between his fingers. "You're back early. Enjoy your little vacation?" A bob of the head was his reward. He arched an orange eyebrow. "So, any word on little Miss Malachite and her operations up in Mistral?" Neapolitan didn't reply, of course. The petite henchwoman simply removed her bowler hat and gave an exaggerated shrug, her lips curled in a mischievous smile. She sauntered into the dimly lit warehouse office, her two-toned eyes practically sparkling. Despite the mask of quiet innocence she wore, Roman knew his partner far too well. That grin plastered on Neo's face was impossibly wide, and entirely too pleased. Roman's own smirk faltered a touch as he took in Neo's expression. He leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand. "That's a rather dangerous look, my dear," he remarked, half amused and half wary. He knew that smile. It was the kind of grin Neo wore after witnessing something positively delicious, the kind of trouble that meant a new wrinkle in his plans, for better or worse. Neo just kept beaming, eyes shining with secrets untold. She gently set a cracked bandana down on Roman's desk, one that looked like it had been sliced by a blade. Then she gave a slow, deliberate wink. Roman sighed dramatically, though a curious glint danced in his eye. "Nothing good, I take it?" he muttered. He reached for a cigar from his vest pocket and lit it, drawing in a deep puff. As smoke curled around him, he couldn't help but chuckle. Whatever chaos Neo had stumbled upon in Mistral, it seemed someone had given little Miss and her spiders a very bad night. And if Neo's devilish smile was any indication, that someone was going to make things far more interesting for all of them. Roman exhaled a cloud of smoke and returned Neo's grin with one of his own. "Well then," he said to the silent girl, "why don't you show me what you found?" Neo's grin grew by several inches. This was going to be fun.